Well, Moody's Analytics estimates Hurricane Helene is expected to bring a heftier economic price tag than Idalia. It's predicting up to $34 billion in damages. Nicole?
Just incredible, Eden. Thank you. Let's check in now with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis.
She's here with the latest on Helene and two other systems we're tracking in the tropics.
Very busy out there. The remnant moisture of Helene, still evidence of that on the Doppler radar. A steady rain for parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, reaching back into Illinois, the mid-Mississippi Valley, and winds on the backside of this low gusting to 35 miles per hour right now in Lawrenceville, Illinois. But let's take it out further out, way out over the Atlantic waters, the North Atlantic. There's a hurricane, Hurricane Isaac, maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour. It's moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. That's going to run into some cooler waters and weaken. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about that system. Also appears we won't have to worry about Tropical Storm Joyce, which is about 1,200 miles east of the northern Leeward Islands. Winds of 50 miles per hour, moving west-northwest early next week. It runs into some dry air over those Atlantic waters and will weaken as well. Now, there are two other areas that the National Hurricane Center has highlighted over the Atlantic basin, including one pretty far east over the Atlantic waters. That disturbance will work its way west to northwestward, 40% development potential. We'll have plenty of time to watch it and track it. And then this other area highlighted over the Atlantic basin, a 30% development potential, Western Caribbean Sea, over toward the Gulf of Mexico. Late next week, we may have something getting out into the Gulf of Mexico and showing signs of organizing. The Gulf Coast will want to keep tabs on it.
I do want to give you a quick update of the tropics. We do have Tropical Storm Joyce. Poses no threat to land, it just looks to circulate around itself, and it actually starts to weaken tomorrow. But Hurricane Isaac, that's going to be a Category 2 now, lifting northward. That also doesn't pose a threat to land either. However, for our two areas of interest, I think the story is going to be a bit different for this system right here. So low pressure system in Central America, bringing a lot of rainfall. That's going to start to lift northward. I'm looking about 10 to 12 days out when this starts to enter in the Gulf, and we could likely deal with some impact coming from this system as it will enter in more favorable conditions to likely see a tropical development in form of that system there.
Now at 7, the remnants of Hurricane Helene carving a path of destruction in North Carolina. Roads washed away as high winds turned homes to rubble.
And on Florida's Gulf Coast, communities there coping with the catastrophe. Homes and businesses completely flattened by Helene's power. Now, the storm has claimed at least 64 lives across 5 states. Millions of people remain without power this morning.
And people in Florida's Big Bend region taking a direct hit from Helene. And as NSM's Jack Royer tells us, they say it was like something that they had never seen before.
Helene made landfall in Florida's Big Bend region Thursday night as a monstrous Category 4 hurricane, leaving coastal communities like Keaton Beach, Florida, nearly unrecognizable.
Clearly, you saw storm surge in excess of 15 feet.
I mean, there was just houses everywhere, and now there's nothing.
Most of the communities in the Big Bend still don't have power. Recovery from this historic storm will be long, especially for people still waiting on insurance claims from the last hurricane.
We are still fighting with our insurance for my store and my house down here that were damaged in Idalia last year. So we're months away from an end in that situation.
But help has arrived in Steinhatchee, where Miami-Dade Fire Rescue's Task Force 1 is doing search and rescue missions.
We're doing what's called a hasty search for our search and rescue team. And we're coming in, and this used to be a structure, used to be a home here. And what we're doing is looking around the area to see if we can find anything that is pertinent to us, as well as making sure there's no people here that are lost.
Miami Fire Rescue's Task Force 2 also on the ground in the Panhandle, covering 759 miles before stopping in Keaton Beach, digging through the devastation. The view from above shows just how devastating Helene was for northern Florida. Homes left destroyed, windows blown out, boats thrown out of the water.
We're also taking an assessment of the damage to send it up to the EOC so they can send back the resources depending on the information we give them.
Governor DeSantis said Saturday that he is sending the Florida National Guard to assist North Carolina with their cleanup. In the Satellite Center, Jack Royer, Today in Florida.
And like Florida, several states across the South slammed by Helene, and 7's Robin Simmons shows us the heartbreaking level of destruction.
House floats down a street in Asheville, North Carolina, and then collapses. A stunning sign of the struggle across parts of the Southeast. More than 400 roads on the western side of North Carolina still closed after Helene dumped massive amounts of rain. Since Thursday, people have made more than 5,500 911 calls in Buncombe County. First responders rescuing more than 200 people from the floodwaters, and the danger isn't over.
I am worried about potential building falling and collapses and landslides and stuff like that.
Historic Biltmore Village caked in muddy streets and debris.
A lot of the businesses are absolutely wrecked. I've never seen anything like that since I've lived here.
In South Carolina, it wasn't just flooding. Downed trees caused some Amtrak train passengers to be stuck for hours.
When we initially stopped, we did not see a agent or a conductor for hours. I mean, like maybe 8 or 9 hours.
More than a dozen killed in Georgia. Governor Brian Kemp says Valdosta was hit hardest.
We've had 17 fatalities just in the state of Georgia alone. And as Tim Golden, DOT commissioner, said to me yesterday, these storms are taking the soul out of me. And I know that's how people are feeling down here.
More destruction in northeast Tennessee, about 54 miles from North Carolina's state line. A washed out bridge on Highway 107 in Afton, Tennessee. The bridge typically about 60 feet above the river, according to the man who shot the drone footage. About 7 miles to the west in Greenville, a local dam was at risk, but the river there has started to recede. Back in North Carolina, an aerial view of the damage of what was expensive lakefront property on Lake Lure shows why Governor Roy Cooper says this storm is one for the record books.
With the rain that they had already been experiencing before Helene's arrival, this is one of the worst storms in modern history for parts of western North Carolina. The end of the rain is not the end of the threat.
A priest at the 128-year-old Cathedral of All Souls asking people to steer clear of the sanctuary. Advice that can apply to hundreds of thousands trying to figure out how to put their lives back together.
It is obviously not a safe place or time. I'm hoping my parishioners and my staff stay home. No one should come down and risk life and limb for things that we can replace.
Officials in North Carolina have had a hard time getting an idea of how many people might have been killed due to massive power outages and blocked roads, but more than 60 people are reported missing at this point. Classes at the University of North Carolina, Asheville have been canceled until October 9th. At the Satellite Center, Robin Simmons, Today in Florida.
In the middle 80s. Out across the tropics, we still have our two named storms that are not a threat to land. We have Joyce and we also have Isaac that is now out across the far North Atlantic. We continue to track this cluster of storms with a high chance of development that's going to be lifting westward and eventually northwestward. This likely is going to be following a pretty similar track to what we have with Joyce, where we have a good model signal that this is going to be turning northward and staying out at sea. The area that we're going to be monitoring most closely here as we head into the next several days is this area that the National Hurricane Center is still highlighting for development. In fact, chances have increased for the potential of seeing a tropical system develop in the Caribbean as we head into the week ahead. It has a decent chance, once it does so, of lifting into the Gulf of Mexico, which is why we will be watching this very closely. Time frame, if that were to happen, would be between about Thursday and Friday of this week. So we're thinking about late in the work week. That's when we could be looking at a tropical system back in the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, we have no immediate threats here in South Florida. It's one of those things that, though, we will be watching very closely as we head into the next several days, and just make sure you stay tuned. Next name on the list is Kirk, though we also have Leslie. We'll see which system, whether the one out towards the far eastern Atlantic or this one in the Caribbean, will be taking either name, but those are the next two names on the list. Your next weather 7-day forecast, low rain chances through Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Only about a 20% chance. We'll slowly start to see this pick up a little bit more as we head towards the end of the week.
Still a lot going on in the Atlantic. Of course, we had the landfall of Helene earlier this week that brought in this really rough surf to areas across the west coast of Florida. These are folks that decided to go out on a jetty and And unfortunately, the big waves swept this person offshore. So we are unfortunately going to be looking at some other impacts possibly for the week ahead for some areas into portions of Florida. Always want to be extra safe when there are hurricanes around. Big surf can really catch you off guard. It's not consistent. You have to remember that wave heights can be quite different even in a single swell. We are watching a broad area of low pressure, though, that has formed somewhere between Jamaica and Nicaragua. That weak low pressure system is going to have the chance to form moving forward. And hey, we've had some big headlines so far this year. Hurricane Helene is the strongest storm to ever hit the Florida Big Bend. But then, of course, we had Hurricane Beryl very early in the season when it looked like things were really ramping up quickly. We had that big lull in the season into the month of August and early September. So we're going to go through the next couple of days as we have that low forming in the Western Caribbean. You need to make sure that you are just paying attention to the forecast. Maybe get a couple of extra supplies, especially if you're in the eastern Gulf of Mexico or the central Gulf, where the system could potentially head next week. But there are a lot of details to get worked out with this system. And we're going to talk more about it in detail coming up at around the top of the hour. Otherwise, we're tracking Isaac, we're tracking Joyce, we're tracking 2 tropical waves, but these are mostly out to the central and eastern Atlantic. Isaac is expected to head farther to the north and possibly bring some precipitation to areas around Iceland or Greenland or perhaps the UK as well, feeding in some tropical moisture to these areas as we go through the end of the week. Joyce is expected to become a remnant low sometime soon. It doesn't really have a lot of good organization left in it. Expected to become a tropical depression and a remnant low by Tuesday, so we'll likely see Joyce taken off the map as we go through the next about 24 to 48 hours. 2 other tropical waves out into the eastern Atlantic, out there to the near the Cabo Verde Islands. This one looks pretty healthy. This looks likely to become our next named system and is going to be moving to the north and could become a powerful hurricane into portions of the central Atlantic.
Cozumel, Mexico, because the tropics, they are not done yet.
Yeah, and we'll get to the area of the Caribbean just in a second. We just had some breaking news. The National Hurricane Center decided that, hey, we've got a new tropical depression out there. So now we have Tropical Depression 12 out to the west of the Cabo Verde Islands, expected to become a major hurricane in the days ahead, but thankfully out towards the middle of the Atlantic. So not really expecting much in the way of direct impacts to the U.S. Though you have to be careful with these systems because they can send swells to the United States.
They really can, yeah, especially these large, powerful storms. Yeah, they can increase the riptide danger, but that wouldn't, luckily, out in the open waters.
Yeah.
This one could be a problem in the coming days.
Yeah, something we're going to have to watch very carefully over the next few days. We could see a storm system enter the Gulf by around the mid to late week. So make sure you're checking back in with us for updates. We'll have the latest on it here on Weather Nation.
It's going to take a while before the moisture really invades. We'll say by about Wednesday and Thursday, enough to encompass most of the peninsula, and that should be fuel for more showers and storms for the second half of the week as high pressure tends to die down. Quick check in the tropics, which are not dying down on this late September date. What was Hurricane Isaac, now a tropical storm, losing tropical characteristics into the cooler waters it goes. Meanwhile, there's Joyce, downgraded to a depression at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. Not much left with that as it encompasses some wind shear and drier air. And then there's depression number 12. Here's the spaghetti models on this one. Fortunately, not just a west, but then a northward turn expected around high pressure, while that system really gains steam and may become a Category 3 hurricane over the open waters, hopefully not impacting any land areas. And then there's this. Into the Caribbean we go, and perhaps into the Gulf of Mexico. This is the one to watch this week to see what impacts there could be. At the very least, some tropical moisture will be drawn in our direction as whatever that is, that disturbance moves into the Gulf of Mexico.
Plenty of traffic in the tropics this afternoon. Several areas to keep an eye on and track. Closer to home, a heat advisory in effect on another very hot and humid day. Meteorologist Erica Delgado live in the Weather Center with a look at the forecast. Erica.
Ethan, lots to talk about. We'll start off with the tropics since we've been watching all of these areas. Right now we are tracking 3 different areas, still following 2 that have the potential to become our next tropical systems later on this week. Let's start off with the one closest to home. It's an area of low pressure that we find in the Caribbean, and as it continues to drift over portions of the Western Caribbean, that's where we could see a tropical depression form later on this week or into the upcoming weekend. Eventually we'll be be drifting into the northwest, possibly moving into the southern Gulf of Mexico and into next week. All of Florida and all along the northern Gulf Coast. We'll have to keep a close eye on this one. Plenty of time to watch it. Near the Cape Verde Islands, we have a tropical wave that is looking a little bit more put together, and this one looks like a tropical depression will form in the next couple of days as it continues to move towards the west, and this one already has a high chance of developing. Now, not too far from this one, we have Tropical Storm Kirk that was upgraded to a tropical storm this morning with winds of 50 miles per hour. This one is a very organized system, likely to become a hurricane by tomorrow, and likely could become a major hurricane as we work our way through the middle of the week. The one thing to note about Tropical Storm Kirk is that this one will remain over the waters of the Atlantic, and models are in agreement that high pressure are in the eastern Atlantic will continue to steer this one and leave it over the open waters. No threat to land. We have Tropical Depression Joyce also in the central tropical Atlantic with winds of 35 miles per hour, and this one is barely holding on as a tropical cyclone. Likely will become a remnant low in the next 24 to 36 hours. And earlier today, the National Hurricane Center issued its last advisory on Isaac, still with winds of 60 miles per hour, a strong area of low pressure that the UK will need to watch in the days to come. Meanwhile, closer to home, we are dealing with heat. A heat advisory has been issued for Miami-Dade and Broward County. Will run until 6 p.m. Feels like temperatures will be well into the triple digits. It already feels like 104 in West Kendall, feels like 100 in Miami and in Hialeah, feeling like 103 in Pompano Beach. And into the Florida Keys, no heat advisory, but that doesn't mean the heat is not on. Already feeling like 108 in Big Pine and 104 degrees in Key West and in Marathon. A closer look at your local forecast that's coming up in a few minutes.
Okay, so lots of areas we talked about yesterday in the Atlantic. We have what now is remnants of Joyce as well as Isaac, and we have Kirk. Now that system expected to become a Category 3 hurricane, but again, staying over the Atlantic. Another area we're watching off the coast of Africa has a 90% chance of development, and really all eyes on the southwestern half of the Caribbean, as models are hinting 2 areas of disturbed weather could combine together as we go into Friday and going into the weekend. The closer it gets towards us, the better our rain chances we'll get in the way of bringing us a better chance of storms compared to how dry we're going to be for the next couple days. More details on all this coming up.
We have an area to watch, 40%. We have Kirk, which is now, it's been a hurricane, and then Invest 91L. We're going to go through each one of them. Kirk is a named storm, likely become a major hurricane. Steering mechanism follows Joyce and Isaac. Fish storm, we're done with Kirk. Let's move on. This is that area to watch where we have concerns from now the extreme western Caribbean into the southern Gulf. This area is expanded, but still keeping it at only 40%. So what we're looking for is really not a strong likelihood. Most model runs have been saying, yeah, we're diminishing the organization with that area to watch. Now we get into Invest 91L. An Invest member is an investigation. It's in red because there's a strong likelihood in the next 48 hours or the next week that we will have development. So the concern is, well out here by the Cabo Verde Islands, where does it go? Here's the hopeful sign. The spaghetti plot has it trending towards Kirk, Joyce, and Isaac. But notice the variability. This is where Isaac went. This is going further out into the Atlantic, and that would be a sign of concern that it could move and make more of those impacts either way, whether it's Invest 91L or it's that area to watch. We're going into Leslie, potentially Milton here over the next several days. So we are making our way through the list. By the way, Kirk getting into a hurricane makes it the 7th one of the year so far. So we are now passing the average when we look at this. And just because we're on the downward trend, we still have 26, over a quarter of the season left. And remember, the water is more indicative of what we would see during these peak type of levels. So we're not going to let our guard down, and please don't you let your guard down either. Look at Swannanoa, North Carolina. Getting more information from this community. We'll pass it along.
Monitoring if there's going to be any sort of tropical interest over the next couple of months still.
Yeah, so we're going to get you out to areas of St. Martin there. You can see the waters there across the Atlantic are just very beautiful here across the Caribbean. But we're going to go through a couple of different areas of interest. We're going to begin with this huge blob that we've been following for you here at Weather Nation over the last several days. And we're looking at something to develop here over the next couple of days, but we do know that eventually, as we go later on this week and probably into the first part of next week, we will begin to see some of this rain work its way into areas across the Gulf Coast of Texas, Louisiana, all the way towards Florida as we head towards the weekend. At least rain will be increasing. Also to watch out for some heavy rain across areas of Florida too, as there's still about a 30% chance of development of that system over the next couple of days, and across areas of the East Pac where look at Tropical Depression 11, put off towards the south-southwest at 5. But what's important with this feature is that some of the energy from whatever develops here could eventually make its way over into areas of the Gulf of Mexico, which also just muddles the picture of waiting to see if an airflow pressure forms in the Gulf, and if it does form, where will it go? So that's why we're expecting to see increasing chances of rain across the Gulf Coast over the next couple of days, depending on what all happens from that blob out there. But for the East Pac, though, anything down the line, the next thing will be Christy. And then further out into the Atlantic Ocean, we have Hurricane Kirk that continues to strengthen. 90-mile-an-hour hurricane moving all towards the northwest at 12. Then we also have Tropical Depression 13, but this will soon likely become Leslie soon, as it also works its way off towards the northwest. But the good news that with TD 13 and with Kirk, they'll get stronger over time, but they pose no threat to land at this time. Here's some encouraging news here across the tropics.
Just a couple of showers this evening across interior portions of South Florida. We should remain mostly dry this evening, and tomorrow looking pretty good as well. Meanwhile, in the tropics, the Caribbean here, we have an area that extends from the northwestern Caribbean into the Gulf of Mexico. However, the National Hurricane Center says that somewhere in this highlighted area, we could see a depression maybe forming sometime over the weekend, and they're giving that possibility a 30% chance, down from 40 earlier today. Now, if it develops, we could see some rainfall here starting to move in Sunday and through the early part of next week. The rest of the tropics, we have a brand new system, Tropical Depression 13, upgraded to now Tropical Storm Leslie, and then Hurricane Kirk, already at Category 3. Now, Kirk will continue to get stronger and head on up to the northern Atlantic, while Leslie also could be at Category 2 by the time the weekend rolls around, and it could end up being someplace very close to where Kirk is right now come Monday.
There are still so many people, Dr. Knapp, here in eastern Kentucky that are still missing. The number fluctuates a lot because, of course, some people are still cut off. They haven't had the opportunity to communicate because there are no roads up into the mountains. So some people may still be alive. But, Dr. Knapp, the bottom line is, the reality is so many people are probably lost after Helene came through here. This is a part of the country that will talk about Helene for generations to come. This will certainly be an infamous storm for the folks who live here in eastern Tennessee. Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, Justin, it's almost like a storm surge ravaged area closer to the coast, but the power of water being released inland with that magnitude of loss of life. It's heartbreaking, but Justin, we thank you for being there to tell these important stories. And Helene was just the first in what is likely to be a barrage of major hurricanes. Kirk is now a Category 4, and Leslie is forecast to be the next major hurricane. Fortunately, Kirk is going to stay out to sea. Leslie will have to watch a little more closely, but Kirk is going to send swells that will start arriving on the east coast of the U.S. starting late this weekend. So it's not like it's going to have zero impact on the U.S. It is going to turn north because of that big trough that's over Bermuda, but that is going to be followed by Leslie that'll probably go farther south and west. And the outflow from Kirk has been shearing Leslie, but as Kirk goes north, Leslie will find itself in more favorable conditions. But look at this beast that has rapidly intensified since this time yesterday. No Hurricane Hunter aircraft because of the lack of threat to land over the next few days, but the satellite estimates have sent this up to Category 4, and who knows how strong this will actually peak. It will probably get a little bit stronger and stay a major hurricane all the way into the weekend, and we have to watch for next week how the post-tropical version of Kirk could affect Western Europe. So don't sleep on that potential as well. And here's Leslie, that's weaker for now, but it will find itself in more conducive conditions. Max winds estimated up to 50 miles an hour. And this will go pretty slowly northwestward. Forecast to become a major hurricane, could end up in the cold wake of Kirk, but then could it go farther south and west? And how close to places like the Caribbean or Bermuda could it get? We'll have to watch that closely, although it's likely to turn.
And then steadier rain for Sunday. As we track the tropics, everything is related here with this area of disturbed weather. Hurricane Kirk, just wanted to update you on that. A buzzsaw hurricane out in the eastern Atlantic, very far east for this time of year. Cat 445 mile-an-hour winds, thankfully not bothering anyone, including the U.S. And you can see the loop, Leslie, is going to follow Kirk in its tracks, and everything's going to head north and away from us. But that's the area the NHC is circling for potential development. Whatever happens here is going to be a slow process, and there's going to be a frontal boundary here that will really prevent this from intensifying rapidly in the Gulf. So I don't think we're dealing with a hurricane here. I think it's just going to be a broad low with heavy rain that will begin on Sunday and then really just continue throughout the week as the system kind of stalls here, the front anyway, and then we'll have these impulses of rain that'll be coming in. So when all is said and done, it won't be until Wednesday, and we may keep rating Thursday and Friday, but we'll take it a day at a time here. This is what we're sure of now, Sunday through Wednesday. Very heavy rainfall with 5 to 7 inch potential here for South Florida. So that's something we'll have to get ready for. Not wind, but a lot of water.
And beyond the weekend, we got to talk about next week as we're looking at our long-range pattern. And the biggest indication for development or concern is going to be in the tropics here in the Gulf of Mexico, right in our own backyard. And it has its eyes set on Florida. So at this point, we don't have an organized system, but the trends are ticking upwards now as we're looking more and more likely there will be something that develops and moves towards the west coast of Florida. But really, anybody south of I-10 in the peninsula of the state of Florida needs to monitor the forecast closely this weekend, especially since we'll have a limited opportunity to prepare by Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So whether it's tropical or subtropical, looking more like it'll be a tropical system. And rainfall will be a big factor here, especially given the amount of tropical moisture we're going to see starting Sunday night, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Both of the models, in fact, most of them actually hinting at widespread totals of at least a half foot of rain or much more. The newest update from the National Hurricane Center is in, saying now a 70% chance that we will see tropical depression at least, or more likely a tropical storm or something even stronger. Couldn't rule out a hurricane as it works its way off towards the east, moving in the general vicinity here of Florida. We know the southeast is going to be blocked because there is a strong boundary and a lot of wind shear that's going to keep this from turning to the north. So that keeps it more across the peninsula of Florida. That's got to watch this pretty closely. Here's the European model showing you something getting its act together here Sunday night and especially throughout the day on Monday, and then moving towards the Sunshine State as we go into Tuesday night and throughout the day on Wednesday. GFS showing something very similar. So we've got to start using the time now to at least prepare for flooding, possibly something worse.
One and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And good evening. Off the top at 11, the tropics are busy with a super soaker system taking shape.
And a washout could last beyond the weekend. Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with how much rain we could get, Betty.
Good evening. The shades of orange and yellow on this graphic tell the story. Some 6 to 10 inches widespread. So take a look from near central Florida all the way down through South Florida. So we're not just talking Broward, Dade, and the Keys. Widespread 6 to 10 inch amounts, and there may be some localized areas that push about a foot of rainfall, and the majority of this is likely to occur between Sunday and Wednesday, and that is why you see such a high jump in the chance for rainfall for us as we go from Saturday to Sunday and Monday. So we are expecting that first round of downpours to come on Sunday. Tonight, we do have a few showers over the Atlantic waters. Those may meet up with our coastline or the Keys overnight. But look at what our forecast model does for Sunday. Starts with a few showers around, and then as we move through the afternoon, it is painting those downpours along the southwest side of the peninsula and over parts of Broward, Dade, and in the vicinity of the Florida Keys as well. These, of course, will come courtesy of a broad area of low pressure that we're tracking over the Gulf of Mexico, and that brings us to our tropical update. What's new tonight is that the National Hurricane Center has increased the development potential for this disturbance to 70%, saying that a tropical depression or storm is likely to develop. So the rainfall that we start to see tomorrow may just be sort of a precursor of some of the heavy shower thunderstorm activity out ahead of sort of that main core of the disturbance. Let me show you what I mean with this forecast model. Here we are on Saturday, could have a few showers around for Dade, Broward, and then by Sunday, those shades of yellow start to push in around the peninsula. That is some of the soaking downpours we're expecting. All the while, our eyes will still be on the disturbance over the Gulf and watching to see if this is becoming better organized. So a depression or storm is what we're thinking tonight. That's what the National Hurricane Center is saying, likely, and that approaches the west coast of Florida on Wednesday. And depend on how that heavy rainfall aligns on Wednesday, there will be some parts of the peninsula that get an absolute soaking. So that's the deal with that Gulf disturbance. Elsewhere in the tropics, there's a tropical wave over the eastern Atlantic, 30% tropical development potential. Not going to be too concerned about that. Leslie, way out over the Atlantic, has now become a hurricane. That should stay out over the waters. And then Hurricane Kirk, still a Category 4 over the wide open Atlantic, making its way north-northeastward. Swells should start to reach the east coast from Sunday into Monday, and that's going to lead to some dangerous surf and a rip current risk. I'll be back in a few minutes with a closer look at our weather right here at home. So much to get through. Nicole?
And now the hurricane hunters will be in there trying to see what we have. Bottom line, this has a 70% chance of developing over the next 48 hours, 90 over the next 7 days. And there's a good chance this could be a depression or a storm as we head tonight and tomorrow. So Milton is the next name on the list. Last week we were thinking this area would develop sooner. It didn't. That's good news. We have a few more days to prepare. And now the area of development and the area of movement takes it through the Gulf of Mexico. The biggest problem having anything in the Gulf, unless it goes southward, chances are it's going to go northward or eastward, which does impact land here in the U.S. So right now we're definitely seeing a little closed low there. So it's an invest, most likely at very least a depression as we have right now. And some winds are picking up. But also the immediate threat is going to be perhaps some rain here across parts of Mexico, flooding type rain. The models have already picked up on this. They've been kind of hemming and hawing what was going on with this area of spin. So let's take a look at the models. They're going to keep pushing it eastward into the Gulf of Mexico. There's shear north of it, but there's two things about the shear. One, it could limit how strong it gets, and two, that's the steering flow. So everything is going to go easterly towards Florida as we head through the weekend and into next week. But yes, there's a lot of shear there. Typically, shear is a good thing. It limits the development. But there's also areas of very low shear, and Mother Nature will find a way. So the European models, ensembles, are saying the chance of a depression forming around this area close to the Yucatan, a lot of rain headed your way, pretty high. It's like 90+%. There's a bullseye, even darker red, meaning, yeah, it's going to develop for sure here. So let's talk about where the model or spaghetti models are going. They're all bringing it towards the Yucatan, kind of due east, and then to the northeast, and that brings the west coast of Florida, but not just the west coast for impacts, west coast for the initial landfall, but impacts throughout the state, especially northern and central parts of Florida. And the models, well, it's amazing what's going on here. It's typically the American is faster and picks up on things, but now the European is faster than the American. The bottom line, European is taking something together, most likely the very minimum, a tropical storm, and it keeps it developing just south of that larger area of shear. But bottom line, it does kind of speed it up, and it makes landfall here on the west coast of Florida, and then moves it out towards the Bahamas, bringing you some rain showers as well. All right, that's the European. The American model also picking up on the spin, holding it together. But here's the devil's in the details. Yes, Yucatan as well. You still get a lot of rain from this system, just like the European model. But the American model is slower. That means two things. Yes, more time to prepare, but also more time for this thing to strengthen and get stronger. The American has it stronger than the European, but both bring it onshore here on the west coast of Florida. But wow, Sarasota to, say, Crystal River, That's a big difference in terms of where this hits, in terms of where the direct impacts are just coming from the Gulf. So the devil's in the details. That hasn't been ruled in terms of where exactly we think this will be. Once it becomes a depression or a potential tropical storm or potential tropical cyclone or a tropical storm, then we could perhaps get some cones out there in terms of see who's on the docket here. But I definitely would want to, in terms of direct landfall, probably somewhere, say, Cedar Key southward and, say, Naples and northward. That's the direct center, but a lot of impacts, bottom line. So, again, let's take a look at what the models are saying. Here is this days before. We still have a lot of rain soaking the state. This is the European model. This is where it is. And look at the isobars. That's a sign of, at the very least, a tropical storm, potentially a hurricane. All right. Now let's take a look at where the GFS does. Same time frame, Wednesday at 10 o'clock. The American is still offshore, and the American, you can see how more tightly spaced these lines are of equal pressure. The American model is stronger, most definitely a hurricane, maybe above a Category 1, but the devil's in the details here. We're not quite sure what's happening here because we're still a little bit farther down the line. Impacts for sure. I'm all in on that. But it also depends on what happens with this system, where the greatest impacts are, and there's difference in the model. So Wednesday at 4 p.m., that's where the American is bringing in. Guess where? Just north of Tampa. That's a horrible location for the overall Tampa Bay. European model at that time already has it on the east coast of Florida. So the Euro is a lot faster. The GFS American is a lot slower. But bottom line is we're going to have something approach Florida and give you widespread impacts as we head on towards Wednesday. The next name on the list will be Milton. We already have Kirk and Leslie out here in the Atlantic, but Milton, most likely the name we'll see before this weekend is out. Lynette.
Well, we have some breaking news. Tropical Depression 14 has now formed in the Gulf of Mexico. Yes, the National Hurricane Center is also issuing advisories on Tropical Depression 14. Now that we have a depression, we can get a cone and all that kind of stuff. We're working on the graphics right now, but this is happening literally as we speak. The system is starting to look a lot more serious, so we're going to bring in Fox Weather's hurricane specialist Brian Norcross ahead.
Yeah, stick around for that. He's got great info. Meanwhile, the Helene death toll is rising. The storm's deadly aftermath getting worse, with at least 232 people dead. This with North Carolina in its second week now of recovery.
And we can't forget the neighboring states as well. I know we've been talking a lot about Western NC. You know, when we talk about that region, we're also including Eastern Tennessee. You know, there are parts of Virginia, South Carolina that are still rebuilding and recovering. We're going to have live reports throughout the day from that entire region. Fox Weather Live starts right now. Hey, welcome into Fox Weather Live. I'm Ari Sarsalari.
I'm Nick Koster. Good to see you. Thanks for spending at least a part of your morning here with us on this Saturday. And Ari, I got to tell you, it feels, I don't love it. I don't love the way it makes me feel that we're still talking about Helene. Meanwhile, we've got something now in the Gulf that is a real threat, more so than it was even maybe 12 hours ago.
You know, we were talking about the area that dealt with the significant flooding up there in the Blue Ridge Mountains, and the forecast for there is really fantastic for like the next 7 to 10 days. And I know that's kind of an important thing when you're starting this rebuilding effort. But parts of Florida, especially West Florida, that just took a hit from Helene. You know, I guess depending on exactly where you live, the hit was a little bit worse, right, or maybe not as bad. But the entire west coast of Florida needs to watch out for this next system. And this has come together in a hurry. Let's bring in our hurricane expert here, Brian Norcross. Are you surprised that we've got a tropical depression so far? I mean, to me, looking at it on satellite, it does kind of look like a tropical depression here, right?
Yeah, no, Ari, as soon as what's called the visible satellite picture, in other words, we could actually see a photograph from space looking down on it, was available this morning because the sun came up over top of it. I thought they've got to go to a depression. I was actually thinking they might go directly to Milton with it. The winds are just under tropical storm strength is their analysis there. And okay, we have the information. Cody's done a great job with the graphics because the data just came in from the Hurricane Center, and boy, there is nothing good here. Let me tell you the headline for the west coast of Florida. This has the potential to be worse than Helene for parts of the west coast. We can't say exactly where, but wherever the center of this comes ashore on the west coast of Florida midweekish to the south, because this is coming straight in. Now, we won't have, with this initial advisory, we won't have exact forecasts from the Hurricane Center, but this direct approach is very, very problematic for high storm surge on the west coast, not to mention high winds. So, all right, let's get to what the information we have just in from the Hurricane Center. Still estimating 35-mile-an-hour winds in this cluster of thunderstorms here. Moving north-northeast at 3, well, that's in that direction, but really it's just in the formative stages. It's going to slowly move on off to the east-northeast here eventually, still estimating 1,007 millibars. They're going to have to get hurricane hunters out there in a hurry, really, to figure out exactly what's going on. All right, looking at it close up here, as I was saying, when I saw the visible pictures here, what we could see is that the center was located up here under the thunderstorms. Initially, it looked like it was down here and kind of separate, but now that the system is consolidating and forming something more like a center, that's why they went to go ahead and call it a depression, which indeed it meets that criteria. There you see on the model analysis, puts the center up here a little bit. But in any case, the main thing to notice here is the colors. You see the purples. So the purple's in the 30 to 40 mile an hour range on this side of the storm, and that puts it just under tropical storm strength. When we start seeing reds pop up in there in terms of the analysis from the computers, then that would be at tropical storm strength, so just under that. All right, here is the real news, and that is the cone. And here what you see is a developing system forecast to be a hurricane by Monday morning. So moving slowly tomorrow in this area over here and then getting picked up. So Monday morning, a 80-mile-an-hour hurricane, 100-mile-an-hour hurricane, 110-mile-an-hour hurricane, and their initial forecast is somewhere along the west coast of Florida for a high-end Category 2. If they forecast the Category 2, you're always ready for a Category 3 hurricane impacting the west coast of Florida, moving across the state out into the Atlantic, weakening across, of course, as it moves across the state. Now, more than one thing is happening here. The upper level pattern is changing. There are fronts involved. So exactly what the weakening process here, it's more than just the land interaction with Florida. But in any case, the important thing is that wherever this comes ashore, if it were to take the left side of the cone, then we'd be talking about storm surge on the entire west coast of the state. If we're down here somewhere farther south, then the biggest storm surge would be down here. And yes, if this goes in north of Tampa Bay, this is a near worst case scenario for storm surge in Tampa Bay. And that includes St. Pete Beach and the whole area down to Longboat Key and Sarasota, the entire area with storm surge above what we saw with Helene. So Helene has been called a record storm surge, not really a record, just a modern record, because the big hurricanes in Tampa Bay, where the hurricane made landfall north of Tampa Bay and drove the water into the bay and all the surrounding areas, you have to go back to 1950, and then for a really significant one, 1921, and the real granddaddy for Tampa Bay was 1848. So we just didn't have all the tide gauges back then. So that's the kind of storm surge that is possible here with this storm. All right, let's look and see what the various models are saying. There's where it is now as a tropical depression, and here's what we have moving forward. Slowly, slowly, slowly moving forward over the very warm waters of the Gulf. That's where the GFS puts it. The European puts it in essentially the same place. At that time, this is Monday morning. So you see, we have 2 days of this here. We're going to get the warnings tomorrow for this. I think that we'll get the actual forecasts and so forth for the west coast of the state. The other models maybe move it a little bit faster, so forth. But by Monday morning, high confidence of a system down here in the Hurricane Center, as you saw, is forecasting it to be a hurricane at that time. And then moving on Tuesday, a little bit of spread here, but moving in the direction of Florida, and then moving on Wednesday, the GFS and the European, which is what the Hurricane Center seems to be following, puts it Wednesday morning in the vicinity of the west coast of Florida, making landfall on Wednesday. Notice there are fronts in here, and there's a lot of dry air. So this, in theory, would limit the intensification process of the hurricane, and it might be doing some kind of non-tropical transition or something. But in any case, the weather pattern deteriorates as it gets near Florida. But the thing is that as that happens, very often that makes the system spread out and the winds spread out. And as likely, like we saw with Helene, the bigger it gets, the more storm surge it produces. So again, a storm coming in somewhere plus or minus Tampa pushes tremendous storm surge all the way down, including in the Keys. I would think we would have a storm surge threat coming in from Florida Bay, which is more susceptible than the Atlantic side of the state. Now, how about southeast Florida, the most populated part of Florida? That does not look to be on the strongest side, but a hurricane is indeed possible. Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and the Palm Beaches, but not the hard hit. The hard hit looks like on the west coast of the state. So here's what you see. You see these, I talked about all the fronts, and look at the jet stream coming down here and messing with the storm. That should start a weakening process, but whether that kicks in before we get the landfall, timing is too difficult to tell right now. Let's look at the models, and here they come slow, 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 and then they all head in the direction of the west coast of Florida. But you notice there is this diversification here. If we look at the consensus, it brings it kind of right in the middle of Florida, but this is going to move as we just have a newly developed system here with new information. So expect the cone to shift, expect the model to shift. In any case, we are talking about a threat here coming up Wednesday. But we also have the rain. We're going to have a predecessor event for this, different than the Helene thing, but related in that Florida is going to get the predecessor event with the storm way back here tomorrow into Monday, and then maybe a little less late Monday into Tuesday in terms of rain, not talking about wind here, rainfall, and then the storm comes along about late Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe into Thursday, sometime in that time frame with its surge of rain. So up to a foot of rain as a tentative forecast, widespread 3 to 5, maybe to 8 inches across the peninsula of Florida. But boy, there is just absolutely nothing good in the hurricane news department here this morning, guys.
And that breaking news we're tracking tonight involves tracking the tropics. Tropical storm Milton has officially formed in the Gulf of Mexico. The storm could make landfall in Florida in just a few days. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Alina Machado. Governor Ron DeSantis has just declared a state of emergency for over half of the counties in the state of Florida, including Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe. First Alert meteorologist Steve McLaughlin joins us now with what you need to know. Steve.
All right, good evening. So we've been talking about this 1-2 punch. The rain that we have in the forecast tomorrow and Monday is not associated with Milton. Milton is a second system, and that is more a Wednesday time frame. We are having discussions behind the scenes right now about where to send our crews, and I have advised all of our managers that Tampa might be the spot. A lot can change, but right now our models are literally homing in on the city of Tampa and Tampa Bay. Back home, flood watch tomorrow morning through Thursday morning, round 1 Sunday and Monday. Now Tuesday is wet, but there's going to be some breaks in between systems. Round 2 is Wednesday. If Helene tracks north, 3 to 4 day rain totals about 6 to 8 inches, which is significant. But if Helene tracks south, we could have 10 inches to maybe even a foot of rain. So there's Milton right now. That is the second system. All of this is the first system. That's the flooding rain. That's what's prompting the flood watch. And within our area, I know it wasn't a great day, but we promised you that after that morning rain, at least northern areas would start to dry out a little bit. But basically for the rest of the night, this rain is just going to start filling in. It is on and off all day tomorrow and all day on Monday. This is our spaghetti plot, and look at the models homing in on Tampa, and this is the official track. This could be a hurricane by 1 a.m. Monday morning. By Tuesday, Category 2, and this is what we feared the most, a major hurricane, Category 3, and we know in the age of climate change, we need to prepare for a +1 for a Category 4, but a Category 3 landfall now predicted around Tampa. Coming up in our full forecast, we're going to take a look at the entire cone of concern and how we could have our weather here take a turn for the worse, or how we could get better conditions on Wednesday. All of that a little bit later in the show.
Right now on Weather Nation, we are taking you to Tampa, Florida, as we are looking at some scattered thunderstorms nearby Tampa. But we're talking about Tampa because we're going to give you an update on the tropics. Now, we're going to go more in depth on Milton and come up in just a little bit. I just want to give you just an idea of what's happening for all of the tropics, the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. Milton, still a tropical storm. This will be strengthening over the next couple of days, as it will likely make a landfall with a current forecast as a Category 3 storm somewhere along the Gulf Coast of Florida, anywhere from the Big Bend down into areas of South Florida. We have Kirk, still a major hurricane, talk about that. And they also have Leslie, Category 1 storm. Thankfully, Kirk and Leslie will be no huge threat to here. But Milton, though, over the next couple of days, it will begin to intensify, and we could potentially be looking at some life-threatening storm surge for areas of West Florida, depending on where exactly it makes a landfall. And of course, we'll also see heavy rain and flooding too. Milton will continue to push more towards the east, but look at the huge cone of uncertainty. So this tells me that models right now are just having a hard time, and they keep going back and forth where exactly it will make a landfall. With this current forecast, this isn't going to make a landfall somewhere in the Big Bend of Florida, or it could potentially make a landfall, let's say, as far south as South Florida. So everyone across the west coast of Florida need to be prepared. Get everything in order now, because we're expecting to see things begin to go downhill, and we'll see the worst of the impacts from Milton Tuesday and Wednesday. Let me share with you this stat. Years where we've had at least 3 hurricane landfalls. The last time we've had that was back in 2005 with Dennis, Katrina, Wilma. This year we have had Debbie. We have also had Helene, and also could be looking at Milton coming this way. So another busy year hurricane-wise when it comes to the state of Florida. We have Kirk. Category 3, winds of 120 miles an hour. Rate is ringing off to the north at 20 miles an hour. Leslie down to the south, moving to the west-northwest at 8. As I mentioned earlier, both of these storms here are no threat to land for the United States or North America. Europe, though, that's a whole different story and ball game. As we go into Wednesday, Thursday, we could be potentially seeing some impacts in the areas around France, up towards areas around Sweden, Norway, Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium. So if you're heading this way for any kind of international travel, let's say middle part of next week, make sure that you're keeping tabs on that forecast there. And again, we're going to go into more depth about the flooding threat when it comes to Milton coming up in a couple minutes. Let's get you down to Miami to talk a little more what's happening currently on Viper Radar.
The one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
Off the top tonight, all eyes are on the forecast as we are expecting heavy rounds of rain to move through the area tomorrow.
And residents across South Florida are concerned about the possibility of flooding again. And we're also tracking Tropical Storm Milton, which is now projected to be a major hurricane when it does make landfall.
And we have team coverage tonight of how people across South Florida are preparing for the storms. Local 10 Samir Nefsi and Cody Weddle are standing by.
But we're starting off tonight with our Weather Authority meteorologist Peter Shearwood, who has more on what we can expect as far as that rain beginning, and you're saying the wet stuff is coming as soon as tomorrow.
It's going to be like a 1-2 punch for us here in South Florida, where we're going to see rainfall not associated with Milton, and then Tropical Storm Milton will soon bring its impacts across the state. Let's go ahead and talk about the latest advisory coming in at 11 o'clock. Maximum sustained winds now at 45 miles per hour. Milton showing signs of strengthening today and tonight, and we are going to see the strengthen even more rapidly, doing so with maximum sustained winds by Tuesday at 120 miles per hour. This is forecast to make landfall as a Category 3 hurricane at some point across the west coast of Florida as we head into Wednesday. I do want to point out that we don't have a completely strong agreement with where this is going to track in terms of the position of the center of circulation. Notice some of the computer models taking it more towards the north of Tampa, and some of them taking it more towards the south of Tampa. As I go ahead and show you some of our two reliable computer models, I want to point out this is the European model. You can see that center of circulation near Tampa, and then the GFS model a little bit more towards the north and a little bit slower on Wednesday. I say this all to say that you got to stay tuned to the forecast. We are going to continue to get updates, especially as this gets closer to Florida. That forecast, we're really going to be able to pinpoint it. So at any point in this forecast cone, that is where we could see landfall as a Category 3 hurricane on Wednesday. I want to show you here because we are also tracking this area of low pressure that is going to bring rain into the area on Sunday. Some of the rainfall expected to be heavy at times, flooding possible. And then we have Milton, likely to move right behind it, bringing some of the rain into our area late Tuesday, and the outer bands will continue as we head into our Wednesday. We are going to see gusty winds with this, also heavy rainfall that could lead to flooding, and then of course storm surge possible across the west coast of Florida. 6 to 10 inches of rainfall possible with isolated higher totals that cannot be ruled out. I do want to show you the rest of the tropics because we are still watching Hurricane Kirk. That is forecast to move towards the north and then eventually to the east away from us here in the U.S. And then there's Leslie, a Category 1 hurricane that is forecast to stay away from us here in the U.S. And then there's a tropical wave moving off the coast of Africa with a 30% chance of development within the next 7 days. Coming up, we're going to look a little bit closer at our forecast here at home on Sunday. I'll walk you through hour by hour our rain chances throughout the day. JC?
And we are back now on the Sunday edition of Fox Weather First Weekend, taking a quick look at Juno Beach, Florida this morning, just north of West Palm, where showers and thunderstorms likely later on today. 2 to 3 inches of rain, by the way, expected. A little bit fuzzy on that camera, but let's take you to this. This is clear as a crystal. We look at the Atlantic basin, and there's a couple of storms that we're talking about. Obviously, Milton here is going to take all of our attention, but I want to show you what's going on outside of Milton. We still have Kirk, a Cat 2 storm. Listen up, if you have any transatlantic cruise plans or you have any transatlantic flights, specifically to say London Heathrow International Airport, maybe Charles de Gaulle in Paris, or if you're going to be going to perhaps Portugal, that's here, or Spain, listen up, this system, by the time we get to Wednesday, all eyes are going to be on how Kirk is going to impact the weather along the west coast of Portugal and then into Spain. Things could get really rough, just to say the very least. So we're going to be watching Kirk very carefully, especially for our friends and neighbors across the pond. Meanwhile, a little closer to home, this is Hurricane Leslie, currently a Category 1 storm. You'll see that it has a well-defined eye, or that center of circulation. It's in a low wind shear environment. There's plenty of moisture here, and the water temperature's like bath water, meaning it's all systems go for Leslie to survive and to really thrive. It'll perhaps strengthen some by the time we get to your day tomorrow. Kendall, the good news is no big influences or impacts to land is what we're expecting. The general consensus with Leslie is that it'll move into the open waters of the Atlantic Ocean.
All
And some South Florida families getting rain ready as Tropical Storm Milton continues its path toward our state. The storm churning in the Gulf of Mexico, posing flood threats for the already saturated soil in our area. On Saturday, people in Fort Lauderdale soaked by relentless rain. Now, our area does remain under a flood watch, and Tropical Storm Milton is not even close just yet. First off, though, a live look over downtown Miami on this cloudy Sunday start. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Jordan Segunda. We will begin with a check of your forecast. Meteorologist Erica Delgado is joining us this morning to break it all down. Good morning, Erica.
Jordan, and I want to emphasize what you just said. We saw so much rain yesterday, and Milton is so far away from us, still near Mexico. The rain that we saw yesterday, the rain that we're going to see today, and the rain that we're going to see tomorrow, unrelated to Milton. It has to do with another little disturbance that's just off the Florida Peninsula that's already spreading a lot of rain up and down our state. But here's the latest on Milton. As of 5 o'clock this morning, a tropical storm with winds of 60 miles per hour. It's now moving towards the east, but it's taking its time. So it's going to have plenty of time to soak in the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico and strengthen into that hurricane status as it is being forecast. And you can see along the Yucatan Peninsula there, Progreso, that's where it's being tracked out of. So here's that latest forecast track. Tropical Storm Milton. We have tropical storm watches that have been issued for the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula from Celestún all the way through Cancun. And then as we continue through the day today, Milton will be pushing towards the east there, at times going from north to south, but you can see over the Gulf of Mexico, steady strengthening, possibly becoming a major hurricane, Category 3 with winds of 120 miles per hour. Still far removed, though, from the west coast of Florida. So this is still going to have time to strengthen even more from Wednesday early morning before that landfall. And that landfall could be anywhere as far north as the Big Bend, as far south as the southwest coast of Florida. So let's take a zoomed in look at that cone. We always like to look at this because any little shift in that cone, in that track, could change impacts felt up and down the state. So heading into late Wednesday into early Thursday, landfall could be as far north as areas near Cedar Key, as far south as the Naples area. And I want to emphasize that because a landfall near the Naples area would bring hurricane force conditions for southeast Florida, even though we are now out of the cone, even though yesterday morning portions of South Florida were included in that cone. So let's not focus on the center of that track, but the whole track itself, because again, any shift could mean hurricane impacts for us here across southeast Florida. Regardless of this, between the disturbance now and Milton down the road, we could be looking at an additional 5 to 8 inches of rain along the southeast coast, higher amounts possible. Yesterday, some areas saw already 4 inches of rain. This is why the National Weather Service has issued a flood watch for mainland South Florida beginning at 11 o'clock this morning, running until Thursday morning. Wet conditions, multi-day rain event. No flood watch has been issued yet for the Florida Keys. We'll wait to see if any are issued, but you can already see downpours developing across all of South Florida and all of it coming together. So we'll take a closer look at that in your forecast that's coming up in a few minutes.
Latest advisory just coming in, the 11 o'clock advisory. Want to bring in Brian Norcross, who's our hurricane specialist. Brian, looking at the forecast here, lots to be read and to digested in their forecast. One of them is the intensity is still difficult to forecast, saying some of our models still showing anywhere from Category 1 to Category 5. That's a big difference, and those differences will have really big different impacts for the people of Florida.
Yeah, the headlines from this advisory, that's one. We still have this extreme uncertainty about how strong it will be at landfall, but if it expands in size at landfall as anticipated, that will negate some of the question about the intensity because that will spread out the effects. The headlines here, I think, is the hurricane hunters out there have located a solid center. An eye wall is trying to form, so it's in the intensification process, but a little farther south than was anticipated, and that has pulled the track south, and then they're going to see how it goes and perhaps even adjust a little farther south in terms of the cone. So as expected, as storms develop, then we get a better idea of exactly exactly where it's going to track and where it's located, and that can indeed affect the downstream track. So we'll look at all that here as we look at the new advisory. 65-mile-an-hour winds is the peak detected by the NOAA research aircraft that are in there right now. Now moving east-southeast at 6, so a little bit of a southern movement on it. That's going to bring it closer to the tip of Mexico here, so they have tropical storm watches in effect for that area, just kind of for fringe effects. And 991 pressure is measured. So the pressure has really dropped here in the last day as the storm has intensified. As I said, the hurricane hunters are indicating some portion of an eye wall developing in this cluster of thunderstorms you see right here. So when you see a very solid cluster like that over where the hurricane hunters have located the center, then that tells you that you're likely in a development stage. And we can also see that we have curved bands kind of coming around here now. All these indications, this all just indicates that it's on the way to being a hurricane in relatively short order.
Tonight, all eyes are on Hurricane Milton. The Category 1 storm is expected to strengthen even more as it heads toward Florida. Milton is expected to become a major hurricane by tomorrow.
Many people in Milton's path are still working to recover from the damage caused by Hurricane Helene. Debris caused by storm surge there lines the streets in the Tampa area, and now mandatory evacuations are underway.
And a state of emergency remains in effect for 51 counties in Florida, including Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Alina Machado.
And I'm Chris Hush. We have a lot to get to tonight on this. We have live team coverage for you tonight with the preparations underway locally in Miami-Dade and Broward counties.
But first, we want to get right to NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales. John.
Thanks, and good afternoon, everyone. This Hurricane Milton has been rapidly intensifying already, going through a rapid intensification cycle that has brought its maximum sustained winds to 85 miles per hour. And with every pass of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft, they find the barometric pressure to be lower, and therefore the process is continuing. And it's expected to, yes, as Alina said, become a major hurricane sooner than later. Current winds are 85 miles per hour. It is moving just south of due east at 7 miles per hour. Notice there are tropical storm warnings here. You barely see them. They're behind this banner here, but that what you see in blue for the northern section of the Yucatan Peninsula. There's also a hurricane watch in effect for that area, because as I show you the forecast path from the National Hurricane Center, you're going to see that it's going to be a close brush by for them on the dirty or active side of the hurricane. So with that proximity right at the edge of the cone of uncertainty, the government of Mexico decided to put up that hurricane watch for that area. Notice, of course, the intensity, right? That really jumps out at you. I mean, every 12 hours, jumping a category. 2, 3, category 4, eventually becoming a 145 mile per hour hurricane. And the National Hurricane Center indicates that, well, it may be more. They're not explicitly calling for more, but they're indicating in their discussion that it could be even stronger at some point. Now, beyond that, as you see it turning towards the northeast, towards the state of Florida, and approaching the state of Florida still as a Category 4, would it make landfall as a Cat 4 or even higher? Probably not. So I'll now click the button here, and you'll see how the actual forecast is for a Cat 3, still a formidable hurricane with devastating damage for parts of western Florida, but not a Cat 4 or a Cat 5. And I'll explain the reasoning behind that in a second. But part of the reasoning is going to lead to this next image that you see here, which is not a tropical image. It's an area of low pressure. What does that mean? Well, it means that it's going to lose its tropical characteristics pretty quickly because it's going to get absorbed by a cold front. This is a Sandy-like type of transition, which we would see, but the timing of how that's going to happen is very difficult to right now make a call for exactly with the timing of how all that will happen. I can tell you right now the hurricane is feeding on above average sea surface temperatures all across the Gulf of Mexico, hottest in the southwest Gulf of Mexico, hottest in the loop current, so that is going to feed the hurricane and make it stronger. But a dip in the jet stream that you see coming here from the continental U.S. is going to dive towards the Gulf of Mexico, create wind shear, drive a cold front in that direction. That's how the cold front can absorb this system and make it eventually extratropical, make it lose its tropical characteristics. In that process, watch the wind field grow. So the wind field, tiny at the beginning, there you see it crossing near the Yucatan, and by the time it's in Florida, it's a pretty broad wind field with impacts across almost the entire peninsula of Florida of tropical storm force winds. So that's something for you to consider. Now, some of the good news we're getting from NOAA and the Air Force Reserve Unit is that we're seeing them flying missions into the heart of the hurricane as well as all around the hurricane. That'll feed into tonight's models. We'll get a much better idea of the future path of this system. I want you to be aware that even though South Florida is outside of the cone of concern at this moment, the impacts are going to stretch far beyond that cone of concern. Plus, should the hurricane have a more southern track on the southern end of the cone, then the impacts will be stronger. For now, the chance of tropical storm force winds is about 50-50 in Fort Lauderdale. It's about a 1 in 4 chance for Miami. But again, that's in flux, that is changing, and you need to watch very, very carefully. Other impacts include the risk of isolated tornadoes for our area, and of course, the flooding rains. And in just a bit, we'll have Ryan Phillips covering the local impacts that we're already seeing from another system that's drenching our area. Back to you guys.
Welcome to the Weather Channel's special extended coverage of Hurricane Milton. Right now, it continues to strengthen over the southwestern Gulf of Mexico.
As storms brought heavy rain into Florida over the weekend, millions across the state are bracing for even more rain and flooding as Milton is expected to become a major hurricane really as soon as tomorrow. And this could make things even worse for hard-hit areas still recovering after Hurricane Helene, and those areas now facing even more significant impacts. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm meteorologist Todd Bork, along with former National Hurricane Center Director Dr. Rick Knapp.
Yeah, we are going to really break down what the latest models are showing relative to the ingredients that are fueling the rapid strengthening and what went into the Hurricane Center's latest forecast. So let's show you what the status of the storm is right now. And this is a close-up look. This is the high resolution in space and time loop of the GOES satellite zoomed way in on what is a strengthening Category 1 hurricane. And it is still a relatively small hurricane, but you can really get a sense here how it is building its inner core with a lot of lightning bursts there. That's often a characteristic of the hurricane when it's strengthening and it's building the inner core even before it becomes a major hurricane. And don't have an eye yet, but that will become apparent tomorrow, because this is expected to be a major hurricane by tomorrow and then peak out perhaps in Category 4 tomorrow night or on Tuesday. There is a relatively weak frontal low pressure system moving across Florida tonight. That'll be out of here tomorrow. So the weather will be better in Florida tomorrow than it was today. But then Tuesday might not be so great. And then Tuesday night, Wednesday, just downright awful. So we've got a couple of days to prepare for this. Now, we've had a couple of hurricane hunters in the storm over the last few hours, feeding into the Hurricane Center's assessment of the current intensity. The yellow track is the NOAA Hurricane Hunter, one of the P3s based in Lakeland, Florida. They're headed home to base, but the Air Force plane is going to be in there for a little while longer. And let's face it, for a Gulf of Mexico threat of this magnitude, it's going to be essentially nonstop coverage from the hurricane hunters now up until the time of landfall. So maximum winds now up to 90 miles an hour, still a Cat 1, but it's going to rapidly intensify overnight and tomorrow. No changes to the watches and warnings. Mexico, northern coast of Yucatan, still under the hurricane watch and tropical storm warning. But I think at 5 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow morning, that's when hurricane watch and storm surge watch and maybe some tropical storm watches going up for some portions of the Florida peninsula, because by tomorrow morning, we will squarely be within that 48-hour time frame before the winds of tropical storm force arrive. Now, we already have flood watches up, and these are going to be up for the foreseeable future, really. And it's a level 3 out of 4 risk already for Wednesday. And we're only on Sunday right now. And that combined with the rain that will be happening on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. You combine that with the storm surge that we're going to get. This is going to be a big water event, Todd. So we're going to really break down the models and what that means for wind and surge here in a little bit. But no big changes to the latest forecast, just kind of we're into that phase I like to call a watch,
yeah,
right?
That's right.
So we're going to get the hurricane and storm surge watches in the morning. Monday and Tuesday, so critical preparation time for this dangerous storm.
This is CBS News Miami Morning Edition.
Hey, everybody, good morning to you. It is 5 o'clock on your Monday, October 7th. We are watching the radar very closely. I'm Betty Nguyen.
Hey, I'm Austin Carter. Here we go again. Hope you got some rest this weekend because, boy, we're going to be in store for a busy week here.
Yeah, so we are tracking Hurricane Milton. The storm is intensifying in the Gulf of Mexico, expected to slam into Florida's west coast as a major hurricane on Wednesday. Right now, though, South Florida is under a state of emergency.
And this morning, we are dealing with rounds of rain rolling through, but important to note, this is not related to the hurricane. This is ahead of it now, but we've got you covered this morning with crews that are across our area as we are gearing up for a wet and windy week ahead here. But of course, we want to start it all off, though, with Lisette and a look at what we're dealing with out there here at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the latest 5-minute advisory just coming in from the National Hurricane Center. And we now see a tropical storm watch has been issued for the Keys. So this is important to note because we're now starting to see those watches and warnings issued for parts of Florida, including even for parts of South Florida for Monroe County here. As we take a look, also important to mention that Milton continues to strengthen. It's now a Category 2. Max sustained winds now up to 100 miles per hour, and that pressure dropping 972 millibars. And it is forecast to become a major hurricane, a Category 4, possibly by later today or into tomorrow. And then it remains a Category 4 throughout the day tomorrow, and potentially as we head into Wednesday could weaken. Still major, but a Category 3 that could be headed towards the west central coast of Florida, and then becoming a Cat 1 by Thursday early in the morning before it continues to move off to the north and east. Now, although we are not in that cone, we are still going to be dealing with some impacts here in South Florida. I do not want you to let your guard down yet, and you know how it is. Sometimes we can see some shifts and wobbles with the forecast track, but here's a look at a very dangerous Hurricane Milton already, and ahead of it we have a low pressure system that is bringing us some nasty weather today. In fact, we're dealing with more rain this morning here. Broward County getting drenched, Lauderdale by the Sea, Wilton Manors, Fort Lauderdale, Port Everglades, Chase Stadium, Lauderdale Lakes, Plantation, Ferncrest Village. Also seeing the rain around Aventura, North Miami, Liberty City, and through portions of the Keys as well. So hang on to your umbrella as we have a flood watch in effect through Thursday. I do want to show you our next weather rain tracker. It is a mess today. Throughout the day, we're going to continue with these heavy downpours, flood advisories, flash flood warnings could be issued. So we're already seeing that it is a little cooler because of the rain, but we're seeing those high rain chances throughout the day. And we'll tell you more about the potential impacts from Milton for us locally ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for staying with us here at Fox Weather First. I'm Britta Merwin.
And I'm Michael Estime. A week into October, and boy, oh boy, it feels like the climatological peak of hurricane season. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as you know, issuing states of emergency for over 51 counties, included in that every county around the Tampa Bay region.
Evacuation orders are being called this morning. Let's get right to where we sit right now with Milton. The latest information coming in.
You have time to prepare. There will be voluntary and mandatory evacuations in effect in a number of communities throughout the state of Florida. If you're on that west coast of Florida and Barrier Islands, just assume that you likely are going to be called upon to evacuate.
That was Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis urging Floridians to do their hurricane prep, and they were doing it this weekend. I got to be honest, there's a lot of hotels that are already completely, full. We have people that are living in hotels right now because of Helene, and then we have evacuation orders that are being called. This is a bad setup It's going to be hard to find resources, so time is not on your side. This is a very different setup for evacuations because Helene happened. Now, as of this morning, Milton is now a Category 2 hurricane. It was a Category 1 hurricane about, an hour ago, and we will be at a Category 4 strength by tomorrow morning. Expect explosive development. That's what we're going to see. And in fact, this morning, it's interesting, and you can see it on satellite. There's been a distinct jog to the south. In fact, right now, the forward motion is east-southeast. That is a jog that won't sustain itself, but it's an interesting note in the forecast that we need to keep in mind because there's a big gap here for landfall. Right now, it could be anywhere between Cedar Key and Naples. That's a big stretch. And the average error in a National Hurricane Center forecast day 3 is 100 miles. Now, some hurricanes are easy to nail down, like Hurricane Helene, where I would say that the error is probably going to be less than 100. With Milton, you got to be prepared for that error of 100 miles because there's still a lot of discrepancies between the computer models. In fact, last night, we had some models that were calling for landfall in Cedar Key, while other ones were pushing landfall south of Tampa. And it will come into line. We'll have a more focused look. But unfortunately, with this storm, it is one that will take a long time for the computer models to catch up on. I'm actually going to go back to the previous graphic. This is important to hone in on because it's brand new information. The watches and warnings that are being issued from the National Hurricane Center when it comes to the state of Florida. So we have hurricane watches that are up across the peninsula. Again, this is going to naturally trigger evacuation orders, which are now currently in effect for multiple zones out of Tampa.
And your storm stations tracking Hurricane Milton, located in the southern Gulf of Mexico, and nothing stopping it from continuing to strengthen. At 5 a.m., winds were at 100 miles per hour. 7 a.m., we got an update from the Hurricane Center. Winds went up to 120. And now the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. Hurricane hunters and Air Force have been out there gathering more information, and winds have gone up to 125 miles per hour. So really nothing stopping it from continuing to grow. It is moving east-southeast at 8 miles per hour, 745 miles west-southwest of Tampa, Florida. And here's a good view of the forecast cone. It has shifted a little more towards the south, so it's going to be clipping the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula as a Category 4 system with winds on Tuesday morning of 155 miles per hour. It'll remain a Cat 4 through Wednesday morning with some weakening happening before landfall, but it's still going to be a major storm impacting the Gulf Coast of Florida, anywhere between Cedar Key and as far south as Naples. But the entire state of Florida will be feeling the effects of Milton.
And Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will be holding a briefing at the bottom of the hour. We will bring it to you live. But we do have some breaking news now about Hurricane Milton. Jordan, now a Category 4.
150-mile-per-hour storm, right? So when was the last update?
Well,
7 o'clock is when
they did 7 and then 8.
And then 8, and then now at 9.
The hurricane hunters are flying through it, and they must just
every hour it seems like we're getting new information coming in as the hunters are, like Steph said, they're currently flying in there right now, so we can look at their data, and just looking at what they're finding is like jaw-dropping, eyebrow-lifting, like the amount of speed that this thing has been increasing just within the last 6 hours is like, whoa. And so clearly looking at this right now, what you need to know is that we're still strengthening this storm system as it's kind of working its way east-southeast. Kind of an interesting direction, heading back towards the Yucatan Peninsula, but what's going to happen is it's actually going to kind of skirt back and then go back to northeast eventually over time. And the forecast does keep it away from making landfall in the Yucatan, but as you know, forecasts tend to change, and we'll watch that closely over the next 24 hours before we see the big impacts down the pipeline here into Florida. There are the hurricane hunters. You got 2 flights going on right now, whether it's the Air Force or NOAA, both getting us the data that we can tend to look at. And yes, you can definitely confirm that 150-mile-per-hour wind that they're fighting there in the storm itself with a clearly defined eye and a lot of convection around this thing as it's growing in speed and obviously as it's growing in size. There's the latest as it was just coming through, and they'll make another pass here likely to see where those peaks are within the center of the storm itself. So Category 4 storm, where does it go from here? We know it's going to eventually kind of, as I mentioned, skirt the Yucatan Yucatan and then back up into the northeast with its, we call these kind of more of a spaghetti model here because we take each individual model to show you what it sees, and then you take a general consensus. So one of the reasons why the cone is pretty large right now is because we have several areas that we could see landfall, all right? I know we're focusing a lot on, Tampa and the Big Bend after just getting hit, or down towards Fort Myers after getting hit by a Cat 4 Ian, what was that, just a couple years ago? And so everyone needs to be on alert here. The shear is on the north end, which is not impacting the storm right now. It will later, and that's why Steph said even if this thing downgrades prior to arrival, the problem is it's already got a huge size prior to landfall, which is going to really exacerbate the storm surge threat up and down Florida's west coast here. So this is a look at the European forecast, and here's the timeline. Wednesday night arrival, Wednesday evening, and notice if it stays just south of Tampa, we could be looking at really big heavy rain on that north side with big surge all the way down the coastline here. An overnight situation where a lot of you folks are going without power through the evening hours, and of course that's kind of more in the middle of where the National Hurricane Center's cone is, and that's at least what the European is saying. Let's go ahead and take a look at the GFS. You're going to notice a timing difference, and you're going to notice a location difference. So you take a look at the location. Now we're looking at maybe early Thursday morning, just prior to sunrise, moving into sun, and then look at the location. I mean, this thing is 180, 200 miles to the north, closer to Cedar Key, closer to the Big Bend areas that just got hit, and big flooding for Jacksonville, which would need to be on alert if that were to basically come to fruition. So that's going to be on the north side of the cone. One of the reasons why everyone needs to prep right now, Jim, I'll leave you with a look at the overall rain estimations. The European puts the heaviest down south towards the middle part in the southern edge of the peninsula. Meanwhile, the GFS has 12 to 18 from Cedar Key all the way to Jacksonville. So Jim, we'll bring in Jim Cantore here as he's kind of hanging out with us in and around the Tampa area. Either of those situations could be devastating.
Yeah, whether you bring the surge in and it's double what it was last time and all this floats around and gets blown around with the wind, or you don't bring the surge in with a system to our south and you just blow all this around with 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Either way, it's not pretty because you've got just tons and tons of these piles. And I was just told by one of the neighbors that they've already picked up some of this. So this is the second pile. A lot of these homes down the street have their second piles out because they've literally had to take away 4 feet of wall or more, depending on the house. All right, guys, again, if you're just joining us, 150 miles an hour. So yesterday morning at this time, we were 60. Now we're 150 miles an hour. So that's 90 miles change, 90-mile-an-hour change. Absolutely incredible. I want you to look at this satellite picture because, you've got this perfectly defined eye. It's not completely clear, but the pressure, again, down toward 940. And you wonder when this may go through at this point now an eye wall replacement cycle, which is only going to solidify this as a strong Cat 4, or maybe we get to Cat 5 before that happens. We're only 7 miles an hour from a Category 5 hurricane. But that is about as perfect a structure as you can get in terms of watching this pressure fall this morning. Again, the track cone is still wide. It will tighten over time. The big question is, does the storm go north or south of Tampa? Either way, there are absolutely unequivocally going to be impacts here, as there are going to be in Sarasota and Bradenton and Longboat Key and Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda and Fort Myers and Naples. All these areas will be into this. We go ahead and look at the wind for you, whether you look at the European model or the GFS. I showed you the debris behind me. A lot of this just, boards sitting out here that had to be ripped from someone's home. And these are going to fly around with 50-mile-an-hour winds, not to mention 100. Then they become projectiles. And we got a lot of these boards sitting around just about everywhere. Storm surge watches will become warnings tomorrow. And as I said, anticipate some of the highest storm surge you've ever seen. And if we get 10, 12 inches of rain inside where you're maximizing that storm surge, even if it's Tampa Bay, how is that going to get back out in the Gulf? It's not. So now you've got a saltwater flood from the surge, and you've got a freshwater flood in areas where they've probably never seen it flood. Guys, this is really a daunting look at what's happening here. It's Tampa, it's Fort Myers, it's Charlotte Harbor. Be ready.
Yeah, our storm specialist Mike Siddell was talking about some of the debris on some of those heaps, and a lot of it is roofing material or material that can easily just fly around, and that would be a concern. Nails, yeah, all of that. Yeah. The track, as you see there, we'll wait for the update to come in from the National Hurricane Center in just about an hour or so, just under an hour. We'll bring that to you Eastern time. You'll notice this will go just to the north and northeast. So right now it's headed southeast, but area of high pressure is going to redirect that. Category 4, look how tightly wound this storm is, intensifying. Marissa, to your point, you talked about earlier how cold those storm tops are. They were talking about the hurricane hunters, how rough the flight was, plus hail within that. Of course, those are way up there, and you got cold air aloft, and just look how tightly packed it is around the center of the eye. And the eye is not very big from what it looks like here, and that just indicates just how strong this is. We've been talking with Matthew Booley, behind the scenes meteorologist, and all a team effort here to watch what's going on. And right now, 750 miles or so from Florida?
Yeah, and what did Matthew say? The eye about 8 miles wide. I mean, to me, it looked like a spin top. It is so tightly wound, which makes it easier for it to strengthen and intensify so quickly, especially when you're dealing with warm water, not a whole heck of a lot of wind shear, and not a lot of dry air. So at this point, what's going to be the roadblock? Those towering thunderstorms, you talk about hurricane hunters reporting severe turbulence going through portions of the eye wall, and also that hail, just speaking to just how towering they are. When you look at it, we now have visible satellite now. Thank you, Matthew.
Sunlight. Thank you, Matthew.
You can see where the center is, where the eye is, but it has a little bit of cloud overhead. But either way, you can still see it, and you can see just the overall spin around Milton. I mean, it's much different looking than Helene.
Yeah, exactly. And as it continues to track over closer to the loop, going to tap into some more warmer waters as well. This is always impressive. Once we get the sun come up, you can see those bubbling clouds near the center of it, and then some of those tops, kind of like popcorn, around some of the outer portion of it. There's a lot of moisture that this thing is working with. And look how tightly wound it is. When you're talking about those hurricane winds, they're pretty close, 40 miles or so from the center? Looks like, and then 75-mile-per-hour winds. There we go, 25 miles from the center. Sorry, thank you. So 25 miles from the center. So that's not very wide. That's
just goes to hurricane specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, I don't know where you want to start, but there's a lot to talk about at this point. So let's go ahead and talk about that rapid intensification, because yesterday morning we saw a tropical storm, and here we are now with a nearing Cat 5 hurricane.
Yeah, it's a really rare thing, Marissa. We've only seen this, as a matter of fact, in my time twice, and I've been doing this a long time, to see a storm intensify this quickly. You've heard about rapid intensification. This actually meets the definition and far exceeds the definition of extreme rapid intensification. And the bottom line on what this means for Florida is that it should, if things work the way we think they will, encourage the system to be larger, because what's going to happen, since it has intensified so quickly, it'll go through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle and probably weaken during that process, but expand. So this is all bad news for the storm surge threat. I don't think it makes much difference in terms of the intensity of the storm at the coast, because it's going to go through several steps before it gets to the coast intensity-wise. But it's the size that generates the storm surge. So the storm surge threat is extreme. In fact, it's the highest storm surge forecast the National Hurricane Center has ever made for the Tampa Bay area, and we are very, very concerned if anybody doesn't take that and take action, take that seriously and take action on it right away. Here's where we are: 155-mile-per-hour hurricane here as of the latest advisory. East-southeast at 9, still drifting south a little bit, and there's the pressure. Just the bottom is falling out of this system. It's really incredible. There it is right there. Now, interestingly, you have this up in here and all this over here. This is kind of a front in here, which is a non-tropical system, and that's what we think is kind of deflecting this south just a little bit. There you see the just incredibly iconic look of a super strong, this is a Hurricane Andrew, Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Camille type hurricane. Now when we look at the visible, this is like a photograph from space, you can see the track there, and see it's kind of beginning to make a little bit of turn, maybe to a more easterly direction. The computer forecasts all insist that's what's going to happen.
All right, right, here we go. All eyes are on this massive storm, Hurricane Milton, as millions across our state brace for impact again. Right now, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe counties are under a state of emergency.
We bring you team coverage this midday from the local impacts to the latest advisory. We want to begin with hurricane specialist John Morales. John, now this monster of a hurricane is a Category 5?
Yes, that news just came out right now, and it's certainly, it's just an incredible hurricane. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific. Maximum sustained winds are 160 miles per hour, and it is just gaining strength in the Gulf of Mexico, where you can imagine the winds, the seas are just so incredibly hot. Record hot, as you might imagine. You know what's driving that. I don't need to tell you. Global warming, climate change, leading to this and becoming an increasing threat for the Yucatan, including Mérida and Progreso and other areas there. Let's see if I can show you the latest. There's the Cat 5 information. Winds 160 miles per hour, moving east-southeast at 9 miles per hour. And on that track, you're going to notice that this system is going to come very close to the Yucatan, and the dirty side of this hurricane, folks, is on the right-hand side of its progress. So therefore, they're going to get the dirty side there. These communities, many of them, as you might imagine, many folks, in that area have just the very basics, nothing else but that. So it's going to be very tough. Now let's transition to Florida, because even though it is expected to weaken on approach, it is so incredibly strong right now that you're going to find it very difficult for it to be nothing less than a major hurricane when it makes landfall in Florida. And where it makes landfall is going to be crucial, because there and south of there, we're going to get a very high storm surge, which could be 12 feet deep. Now, the warnings and watches that you see on screen, there is a tropical storm watch for the Florida Keys. There is a hurricane watch for much of the Florida coast, as you can see, and inland locations too, as this hurricane is expected to go that way. Keep in mind, the impacts will extend beyond the cone of concern. What's fueling this intensification? Above normal sea surface temperatures in the Gulf of Mexico, including some really hot waters right there where it's at right now, and also additional hot waters that would be in the loop current in the Gulf of Mexico. But what is going to weaken it? Well, what would weaken it is a dip in the jet stream that's coming from the central section of the U.S. and diving towards the southeast. It is going to create upper level wind shear. It's also driving a cold front. The cold front would eventually absorb Milton, and it would undergo an extratropical transition. It would become extratropical. What does that mean? It means that its wind field would expand. So as it crosses Florida, more sections of Florida are going to be affected. Listen, places like Orlando right now, based on the 11 a.m. advisory, a forecast for gusts to 134 miles per hour in Orlando. Okay, that's the current forecast based on the 11 a.m. advisory. Now take a look at these storm surge forecasts. This, of course, is a killer and can also produce very major damage. We're talking 8 to 12 feet of storm surge in Tampa.
Special report.
We are coming on the air right now with breaking news and a major update. We just got about a life-threatening hurricane set to take a direct hit at Florida this week.
Hurricane Milton just strengthening to an extremely powerful Category 5 storm right now. Florida's Gulf Coast now in the bullseye, with Milton expected to make landfall on Wednesday near the Tampa metro area.
And to be clear, this hurricane is a monster, now with winds up to 160 miles per hour, with life-threatening storm surge expected when it does in fact hit.
A storm of this strength has not hit the U.S. mainland in years. This comes just weeks after Hurricane Helene battered this same region. We want to go to Dana Griffin now, who's standing by in Naples, Florida. No evacuation orders there in place just yet where you are, Dana, but what are residents being asked to prepare for?
Tuesday, with tropical storm force conditions taking over, you can see the south wind here, anywhere from 35 to 45 mile per hour winds as we get into Wednesday, lasting into Thursday as well. As it moves across Florida, it's still going to give us those wind gusts, even though it's well to our north. And then we'll see the winds shift, become northerly. The rain chances will fall off for us as we round out this week. But with that in mind, the chance for rain is in our forecast. We're already seeing flood advisories. We're already seeing heavy rain that will take us through the day today. Again, this is not associated with Milton. As we get into tomorrow, scattered showers and storms stick around. This is with that low pressure center that's just off the coast. And then getting into Wednesday, tropical downpours and isolated tornadoes move into our forecast. You'll notice we're not under that widespread risk for flooding concerns as we get into Wednesday, but any round of rain could lead to quick flash flooding, or at least some flood advisories to be issued. And we're likely to see, again, like I mentioned, several tornadoes possible in those outer bands. But for now, there is a low pressure center that's just off the coast of Florida. That is what's giving us all of the rain right now. And then you can see this monster of a storm just to the north and west of the Yucatan Peninsula. So we will be tracking that. But we also got to track what's out there this morning and into this afternoon. Widespread rain is already coming across the area. So places like Fort Myers, even up to Tampa, we're going to see rain in the forecast today. We'll see rain in the forecast tomorrow. And so when we're getting anywhere from 4 to 8 inches of rain between now and Wednesday night into Thursday morning, it will lead to flooding risks. Steady but heavy rain showers working into mainland Monroe. We're seeing some of the heaviest rain exit Broward County, moving up towards Pompano. Boca going to see some of that. We've had flood advisories ongoing. We still keep the Broward County flood advisories in effect until 12:45, and then we're into Miami-Dade. That is until 12:15. So this one's about to expire, but we're not done with the rain just yet. Again, notice more showers popping up already, and more rain will be working through. But I'll have more timing out the rain showers, and we'll look at some more of those impacts in the extended forecast still coming up.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, we have Category 5 Hurricane Milton in the southern Gulf of Mexico, probably close to its peak intensity. We'll see. There may be some room upward still a little bit, but right now at 160 mile per hour wind and a 925 pressure, it is remarkable what has happened in just the last 24 hours, where it wasn't long ago, yesterday morning, it was, as far as we could tell, a tropical storm. It is now a Category 5 hurricane with a pinhole of an eye. When you see a tiny little clear spot right in the middle, that tells you that this is an absolutely ferocious hurricane with incredibly intense thunderstorms around it, forcing the air to descend right in the middle of it. And you can tell by the lightning almost symmetrically encircling the center of rotation, which is actually right about in there. So when you have a ton of thunderstorms right closing in on the middle, well, then you're forcing the air downward. That warms it, and then you're lowering the pressure in response to that. And in response to that, you pick up the wind speed. So when we see lightning like that right in the middle, all the way around it, you know that this is a dangerous storm with maybe even a little bit more room to get even stronger. How about this for the Hurricane Center's most recent pass a little while ago? 925 on the pressure, flight level wind between 8,000 and 9,000 feet up, about 158 knots, which is like 180 miles per hour. That translates to obviously a Category 5. Now, exactly what the surface winds are, we don't really know for sure. SFMR data, some of the surface instrumentation that we use, hard to come by right now and a little bit uncertain on its accuracy. But when you do the adjustment from the flight level wind to the surface wind in a case like this, they are not that far different, because when you have such an intense convection and thunderstorm activity right around the center, the flight level wind and the surface wind are almost the same, and that is remarkable. Look at, speaking of remarkable, what has happened to the pressure over just the last 4.5 hours, going from that earlier fix to the most recent one. We've lost, wow, over 20 millibars in about 4+ hours. So this is a deepening rate of very, very uncommon caliber, and that is something to keep in mind, because this is testimony to an extremely powerful Category 5, which thankfully is compact intact right now. We are not seeing really significant wind or weather impacts that are different than any other normal October day, thankfully, right now in Mexico. That is testimony to how constrict the wind pattern is right around, or constricted it is right around the center of circulation. With that said, and that's actually kind of good news for northern Mexico, because it is possible, if indeed not likely, that the worst of it bypasses the Yucatan and keeps its hurricane force winds offshore. Cross your fingers on that. Then we've got a much bigger problem for the United States, and in particular in Florida, very likely early Thursday, with Milton coming dangerously close to the coast as early as early Thursday, bringing in extremely strong winds and storm surge. Exactly where this lines up, we're going to talk about this more at the top of the hour. I'll have more time to it. But where the center goes matters a whole lot. There is some suggestion, and there's still some room for the center to pass near or north of Tampa. The strongest and most dangerous of all the impacts then are south of where that center comes on board. And in a scenario like this, that could include Tampa and areas farther to the south. Either way, it is likely to be bigger, Milton is, than it is now. Maybe not quite as intense, but that's going to spread the impacts over a very large area up and down Florida's west coast. And for that matter, Molly and Alex, Florida's east coast. We need to consider that, because this thing is going to be moving across the peninsula at a pretty high intensity as a major hurricane, bringing impacts across the state along the east coast as well. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we have a Category 5 hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico that continues to intensify at an alarming rate. Maximum winds are around 175 miles per hour. This is a Cat 5, as I mentioned. Pressure down to 911 millibars. This is remarkable because it wasn't just a little more than 24 hours ago that this was a tropical storm with a pressure about 80 millibars higher or so. It continues to defy all expectations and intensify at a rate faster than anybody expected. There it is with a pinhole eye popping out. This thing has all the hallmarks on the satellite presentation of the highest end of a tropical cyclone that can be observed in this part of the world. And it's certainly near its theoretical maximum. We'll see if it continues to strengthen. But note that the eye wall continues to exhibit a ton of lightning. I mean, right around the encircling here, the middle of it, all those yellow dots, those are lightning strikes. And so the convection remains symmetrical around the center. The vigorous lightning around it suggests that there is substantial subsidence or descent right in the middle, right in there. And that is clearing out the clouds and giving us those lower pressures, because when you clear out the clouds, you lower the relative humidity, you warm the column, the pressure underneath goes down, and the winds around it go up. That's a lot of talk for the fact that this thing continues to intensify. And the hurricane hunters, this group, the Air Force Recon, thank you for your work. And they're finally now going home. You deserve a break. You've been in this tracking it all morning long. Now, again, flight level winds remain at about close to 160 knots, which is over 180 miles per hour. But look what has happened to this thing just in the last 6 hours. We went from 947 6 hours ago to now 911, a deepening rate unlike any that I can think of on my modern record book in my head. So this is a remarkable, remarkable event, and we can only hope that the core of it, I should say the worst of all the weather by far with Milton, is concentrated very close to the center, very close. Once you get outside of the eye wall, the winds and the bad weather radically gets better. So we think that the core, the eye wall, right in here, the worst of it, is going to remain north of Mexico, of the Yucatan. That's good news. But that's not the case for Florida. The eye wall, whatever's left of it by the time it makes it to Florida, will cross the West Florida coast. It's coming, and it's coming perhaps late Wednesday or early Thursday, timing yet to be determined. But either way, there's going to be destructive impacts, life-threatening surge, all the trappings that come with a major hurricane. And that's what we think it's going to be, a major hurricane. Probably not as strong as it is now. Probably not a Category 5. I say probably because there's still a possibility, but probably not. Regardless, be prepared. Now is the time to make those preparations to protect life and property, because not just in Tampa or other areas. We don't know exactly where this is going to go, and where it exactly goes, where the center goes, matters a whole lot. Remember, here's a set of simulations that suggest maybe along into the north of Tampa is a viable scenario for the center to move onshore. That is certainly the case. That would, if it were true, bring the worst of all the impacts along and to the south of that, including Tampa and areas well to the south. Devastating consequences there, bad impacts elsewhere, but the worst of it along that zone. Again, there is going to be movement in this forecast as we know better on the steering patterns upcoming in the next few days. But what we have it right now is a major hurricane landfall, a certainty for Florida. Exactly who gets the worst, we don't know yet, but everybody is going to feel it, and it's going to be very, very bad.
And this is a Fox Weather Alert as the United States braces for another landfall from a major hurricane, a little bit more than 48 hours from now. Good Monday afternoon. We thank you for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now it's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. Right now, residents all along Florida's west coast need to be paying close attention to this. Have your plan ready to go. In fact, you may have had to implement it already if you've gotten that mandatory evacuation order issued by your local municipalities. Keep in mind, Floridians, they're a hardy bunch when it comes to hurricanes. This is not one to play around with. This represents a very serious threat, as we're now talking about a Category 5 storm in Milton. And we continue to track Hurricane Milton, and while it won't follow the same path as Helene, it will impact some of the same areas. In fact, in a much more direct way, particularly around the Tampa Bay area. That's where cleanup is still underway. Fox Weather hurricane specialist Brian Norcross joins us now. And Brian, you and I had talked about this going back a couple of weeks ago, that this wasn't the worst case scenario for the Tampa Bay area when we were talking about Helene. We didn't think that it could be less than 2 weeks later when all of a sudden that would be a possibility.
Yeah, Ian, there are so few examples of storms like this in the record book. Really, the one that comes to mind is 1848, the big Tampa Bay hurricane. And by the way, there was a second hurricane just over 2 weeks after that one that also hit Tampa Bay. So these back-to-back storms have always happened in history. Although the Tampa Bay hurricane at that time kind of came in at full force, and we think this one will be weakening and unraveling and spreading out. But that spreading out process just expands the distance that the storm surge extends out from the center. So there's good and bad in that. Less wind damage, more storm surge damage down the coast. It's really easy to get wrapped up in the meteorology of this because it's so rare that we see a hurricane that looks like that on the satellite. 175 mile per hour winds. As a matter of fact, in these top end storms, the way that the hurricane hunters detect the wind at the surface is kind of controversial, and they're trying to figure out the calibration exactly, because if you actually look at the pure readings, it's actually stronger. But the Hurricane Center has analyzed that to be 175, the 911 pressure. And let me say this, the specialty hurricane models that have been developed over the last few years, called the HAFS, H-A-F-S models, predicted this, and they predict it to get stronger here over this time while it's over this part of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, the main effect of this is going to be that it's just going to get a lot of water moving and a lot of air moving in the Gulf of Mexico, so that's not going to help the situation. We still think that when it comes near Florida, it's going to weaken and all those other things are going to happen, but it starts out stronger and maybe bigger because of all of this activity. Looking close up here, we can see it is as ideal, I hate to use words like that, but a hurricane as you're ever going to see. Here, when we look at the visible picture, you can see that it is now beginning to turn to a more easterly direction. It's been driven south a little bit by kind of low pressure in the eastern Gulf, but now it looks like it's going to pass by just to the north of Yucatan. Hurricane warnings up there because it will brush by. Look at this close up here, and boy, you can see the perfectly developed eye there. It's just so rare that we ever see that. We're looking down in the eye. Stunning pictures from the GOES satellites.
While the storm may weaken as it gets closer to Florida, its growth and size could more than make up for that.
Yeah, let's discuss with the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome. Thank you so much for being with us, Jamie. What will that growth mean for the west coast of Florida and what they'll see over the next few days?
Yeah, great question. So a lot of people are going to misinterpret this forecast. They see it now as a Category 5 and then forecast as a Category 4 and think that is good news because it appears like it's a reduction. It's a reduction in the traditional peak wind speed, but at the same time, the storm is going to grow in size. It's going to get larger. And we saw this in Helene. These big storms, these large-sized storms, produce more impacts. So this growth in size is going to more than compensate for the reduction in intensity, and it's going to cause problems because you're going to get a broader swath of impacts. And then things like storm surge are actually made much worse by bigger size.
And so the last Hurricane Center update said that Milton is explosively intensifying. This is so unusual. Why should people be paying a lot of attention to this?
Well, this part of the Florida Peninsula, this west coast of the Florida Peninsula, is incredibly susceptible to storm surge. We saw that in Helene. Even though Helene sort of passed to the west, you still got this catastrophic storm surge along portions of the Florida west coast. This case, it's going to be a direct impact, a direct shot, and more powerful at that. So we're going to have, potentially catastrophic wind damage over a densely populated portion of the Florida Peninsula. This is the I-4 corridor, heavily populated area. Plus the storm surge is going to be worse than we saw in Helene in some cases. So, this is we got a lot of evacuation orders that are in place along the Florida west coast. I'm hoping people are heeding those warnings.
Jamie, when it comes to the compound effect of having Hurricane Helene, as you noted, with that storm surge rise up the west coast, and now this Category 4, supposedly when it makes landfall, it'll be Category 4. What does that do?
Unfortunately, where the major hurricane force winds occur and their storm surge, it's crippling if any area receives both of those at the same time. They sort of pack a 1-2 punch and leave utter destruction in the wake. Power is out for days or weeks. Roads are impassable. Stores are not open. It's impossible to get out and move around. It's impossible to get goods and services. Fuel can be next to impossible to obtain. And so this is why evacuations are often ordered. So some people will say, well, I live on high ground. I don't need to evacuate. But what they're not thinking about is what happens to the community after the fact and the living conditions that can ensue after a storm passes.
All right, Jamie Rome, thank you so much for the very latest. We do appreciate it. We'll be paying some close attention to it.
Yeah, kind of interesting here up towards Nassau, the Bahamas, the capital. There we go. That low pressure off the coast of Florida actually now highlighted by the Hurricane Center to develop tropical characteristics of its own. Now, it's just a 10% chance, so it's a very low chance, but you're saying there's a chance. Yes, there is, of development there, maybe just to the east of the Bahamas, potentially approaching Bermuda. We will watch that, of course, all eyes on Milton right now. A couple of systems off towards the east. We do have Leslie and the remnants of Kirk as well. Now, this is an interesting one. Winds still very, very strong, 75 miles per hour. And looking forward here, we do expect it to make impact to the western side of Europe, potentially around the Brittany area there of France. I'll show you the cone here. Not often time times you see this kind of cone, but it actually looks like they moved it a little south. It's not often you see a tropical cone over Paris, France, but that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Leslie, a Category 1 hurricane out there right now, 80-mile-per-hour winds, and it is kind of moving out into the open waters of the Atlantic as well. Looking at the last 3 hours, some of the buoy stations around Milton, we are seeing breezy conditions pretty far and wide across the Gulf. Of course, the most intense activity would be right there into the Milton itself, of course. That is where we are looking at a Category 5 hurricane right now, life-threatening storm surge looking more likely as we go into your Wednesday. Please prepare. We'll have a look at your West Regional forecast next.
The new advisory from the Hurricane Center includes the expectation that somewhere between north of Tampa Bay to south of Tampa Bay, including the Bay, could get 10 to 15 feet of saltwater flooding. It doesn't mean Tampa Bay will be the place, but they're in that zone that has that potential. And we are now in the hurricane warning and storm surge warning phase.
Well, we looked at, some of those marshy areas up in the Big Bend area that had that kind of surge. Now we need to think about those kind of water levels getting into these very populated areas in and around Tampa Bay. There are so many homes, vacation homes, communities where people retire, high-rise buildings that are going to be inundated.
And when you think of one of the most dangerous hurricane tracks, going into one of the most vulnerable, highly populated storm surge areas in the world. This is serious business, and I don't want anybody thinking, well, it's not going to be a Category 5, so I'm not as worried about it because it's going to weaken. That is not the mindset to be in. Former Cat 5s tend to be large, devastating Cat 3s or 4s, and larger hurricanes of that strength, I mean, this could rival the most expensive hurricane in U.S. history if it impacts these huge metro areas at the coast and inland as much as it has the potential to do.
You brought up, and I'm glad you did, Katrina. Katrina was a Cat 5 over the Gulf. It weakened to only a Cat 3, but we saw the devastating surge it did for a vulnerable part of the coastline. That's exactly what Tampa is. Could this storm be that kind of scenario for this part of the world?
Yeah, and so another way to put all of that is a large Cat 3 can produce just as much storm surge as a smaller Cat 5. So even if it's not as big now as it will be later, it's still pretty big.
Yes.
Look at the view from the International Space Station.
We look at this, and this is a textbook hurricane. I mean, we saw these pressures just continue to bottom out throughout the day. Very small eye wall with this, the space station flying over. The satellite views have been impressive, and soon enough, as we get into, late Tuesday and especially Wednesday, we're going to start to pick it up on our Florida radars. So the time is running out. You mentioned, Dr. Nab, we are now within warning time frame. So this is why we always urge people to have those evacuation kits ready to go. Have everything ready to go because we need to move now.
Yeah, and the warnings are issued with 36 hours lead time of the arrival of winds of tropical storm force and or waters rising, the salt water that make evacuations and other preparations no longer safe to do. 36 hours from now is early Wednesday morning. So unless you want to stay up all night Tuesday night and try to rush things to completion early Wednesday morning, plan to get everything done, evacuation, all your preparations, and into your safe spot for the duration of the storm and the aftermath by the time you go to bed tomorrow night. So we got the rest of today, we got tomorrow. So there is time to calmly, but in a very determined way, get ready to save lives. And this is now 180-mile-an-hour Category 5 with a pressure of 905 millibars, continues to strengthen. Look at the enormous area now under a hurricane warning. Goes all the way down to the Fort Myers area, goes all the way up to Cedar Key. It goes all the way inland through Metro Lakeland and Orlando, this whole I-4 corridor, and now Daytona Beach and this entire east coast of central and northern Florida under a hurricane watch. So that, combined with the storm surge, means mass evacuation because we got to get people out of the storm surge areas completely, as instructed by local officials, and mobile homes and manufactured homes in these hurricane watch and warning areas, maybe even outside, because tropical storm conditions are dangerous, they need to evacuate. So a lot of people have to go, and that's a lot of people on those roads. So we've got to get going as soon as possible. So this is our storm surge warning now. Basically, you take the whole watch that was on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula. It's now a storm surge warning. This is the danger of life-threatening saltwater flooding. And look at the watch on the east coast side. And these numbers have gone up. Okay, the 8 to 12, we're now talking 10 to 15. The numbers keep going up as the certainty gets a little greater. So we'll update this graphic, but the magnitude of the surge continues to increase. The extent of the surge that's life-threatening is about the same as before. And again, here's that track and intensity forecast with the new cone, keeping it a Cat 5 all the way into early Wednesday morning. Now, there could be ups and downs in intensity with a major hurricane of that intensity, and that could cause eye wall replacement cycles that causes it to go weaker and then get larger. And then eventually it runs into some wind shear. But this forecast around the time of landfall. Now, again, if it's farther north, it comes ashore later. If it's farther south, it comes ashore sooner. But what this forecast implies is a hurricane right near the Cat 3-4 threshold that is much larger than what Milton is right now. And the center could go left side of the cone, could go right side of the cone, anywhere in between. There's going to be a lot of swerving going on in there. The GFS ensembles are a good example of how we can't guarantee, and you shouldn't expect, that the center will go right down the cone. There are possible tracks from this modeling system all the way from Cedar Key down to Fort Myers and in between. But look at how many left and right turns this could make. So the details are hard to work out. But Mike Bettis, who's in Clearwater Beach, this new forecast should not make people feel any better. It should just amplify our need to prepare. And there's the updated storm surge numbers, 10 to 15 feet somewhere in that purple zone from north of Tampa Bay up to Anclote Key down to the Edgewater area, and that includes Tampa Bay. Now, we don't know who's going to get that worst, and you're going to get 10 versus 15, depending upon the track and whether it's high tide and all that. But it's ante up on the storm surge risk, more motivation to evacuate.
Thanks again for tuning in. Hurricane Milton at this hour, 180 miles an hour. And if you look very closely at your TV screen, you will see the size of the eye shrinking in this 3 to 4 hour time span. Now, what's going to happen is hurricanes, especially strong ones like this one, go through what's called an eye wall replacement. When that occurs, the eye wall and the core of it collapses, and then it reforms a new one. And what can happen in that transitional phase is it may temporarily weaken, and then it could strengthen once again. So we'll have to see how things evolve. Normally, when you see that eye shrinking and shrinking, it's going to eventually collapse, and then it will restructure itself, weaken a little bit, and then once it does form that new core, it could strengthen once again. That's very typical of very powerful storms like Milton. And it's going to be moving over water temperatures that are warmer than average for this time of the year. Here are the stats. If you're just tuning in and joining us, the winds 180, pressure 905 millibars. You are looking at one of the strongest hurricanes ever recorded in the Gulf of Mexico. There are a couple that have been stronger than this one, but it is certainly up there. Winds east at 10 miles an hour. That's the movement and its forward progress. The wind field right now about 170 miles wide in diameter. It is not a big storm, but it is intense and packing a punch in its core. And this will be expanding, though, as we go into time. You can see that with our future track model. The yellow, tropical storm force wind, the red, hurricane force, and the pink, that is the major hurricane force wind field. The overall wind field won't be as big as Helene, but that doesn't diminish the threat, as it will be working its way towards Southwest Florida and Tampa Bay as we approach second half of Wednesday all the way into Thursday morning. Again, to reiterate, we look for consistency. We look for trends in these models. They're always subject to change. We've been through that song and dance before. Right now, they've been clustering towards about Tampa, all the way towards Sarasota, but it's not impossible that they do try to shift towards the south.
Well, this is going to be much worse for some parts of the west coast of Florida than Helene. Obviously, Helene, because it paralleled the coast, affected the entire coastline. This is going to affect mostly, not entirely, but mostly where this comes ashore, because it's coming directly into the coast and south, although in the area around the storm, there will also be effects even on the north side. Look at what we have right now, 180-mile-an-hour Category 5 hurricane here near the northwestern tip of the Yucatan of Mexico. Pressure estimated at 905 millibars. Hurricane Hunter is out there and going to investigate and give us more information on this, and the very best, most modern hurricane computer forecast models that we have indicate that this could continue to strengthen and actually get stronger and more intense in this next day to slightly over a day, heading into the overnight tomorrow night. So just an incredible event that we saw happen today as this spectacularly rapid intensification took place. Take a look at the radar. Now, this is coming out of Sabanquí in Mexico, and Sabanquí is located way down here. So this is a pretty long reach of the radar. But if you notice the eye there, look at it. It's like a perfect donut, and it shrinks. And when it shrinks, that's like a figure skater bringing in the arms and spinning faster. So that's what's happening. The other thing that we see going on there is look outside of the eye, and what you're going to see is the beginnings, what look like what's called a moat right in there. You see that kind of outer donut there? That's an indication that it might be developing another wider eye. If that happens, the top winds will come down and the storm will get bigger. So that would be a normal process for a super intense, relatively small hurricane.
Here's the worst case reasonable scenario for water levels from the storm surge. Remember, storm surge is when the wind pushes the Gulf of Mexico salt water up onto land. It may be as high as 10 to 15 feet. That is likely to be record-breaking, or at least the worst storm in 100 years for Tampa, if that comes true. There you see the sun is set now on the visible satellite, but here's the enhanced infrared. And Bruin, as we take a look at this, it doesn't get any more textbook than that. And there's that pinhole eye I was talking about, only about 4 miles across. A lot of hurricanes and tropical systems can have eyes as big as 20 miles across. So it's another one of those signs that this is just an incredibly powerful storm.
Oh, and because of its compact size, which is also why it's been able to intensify so quickly. It's so symmetrical, and it's almost trying to hold on to that. I mean, look at those deep purples and pinks that you see. It's still showing intense returns.
Yeah, it is a small storm right now. The winds, the hurricane winds only go out about 30 miles from the center of the storm. But when we go through this eye wall replacement cycle I was just talking about, the wind field will expand. And so if we go through a couple of those, especially, we are expecting a much larger storm at landfall, which increases the storm surge.
Yeah, so we expect, as you mentioned, the eye to expand, but the storm itself also going to be growing in size, spreading out those hurricane winds to a much larger distance.
Taking a look right now here on Storm Center of evacuations underway. This is Interstate 75, or 275 rather, north of Tampa. It is bumper to bumper as people try and get out of harm's way as Hurricane Milton approaches this area. It's going to be slow going, that's for sure. You might notice one extra lane there. Emergency shoulder use is waived. It is approved. They don't do contraflow, according to Kevin Guthrie, emergency management there in Florida, so that resources can get in. And he tells us that resources are coming in as far away as California to help out. It's tough in the wake of Helene that now we're dealing with another major hurricane. Hurricane hunters are flying into the storms right now, sampling data to get better information, not only on the intensity and the position of the storm, but also they sample the environment around the storm at higher levels. That flight happened a couple of hours ago. to get a better idea of how this may be steered. That information goes into our computer models, which gives us a better output and a better forecast ultimately. Can you imagine what it might be like for these hurricane hunters right now? Such a turbulent ride. This is a small storm, by the way. It's only got hurricane force winds out about 30 miles from the center of the storm, so it's compact, helps it to maintain its strength right now. But notice we're having a tough time now on satellite to be able to see the eye as well as we did before. So that eye is closed in. It's gotten smaller, a pinhole eye as we call it, only about 4 miles wide. And we think that this is now in the process of undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. And what happens is that a new eye wall forms outside of that one that's much larger. And as that one grows, the inner one collapses. It actually brings the intensity of the storm down, which is a good thing, but it increases the wind field. So those winds will extend out farther than from the center of the storm. That's why we're expecting this to become a larger storm before it makes landfall. This will show you how the pressure has been dropping rapidly today. The wind speed has also increased rapidly today, and it is now down to 897 millibars. That is down from 981, and this makes it the 5th strongest hurricane on record that's been measured in the Atlantic basin. So top 5 intense storm, 897 millibars. The lowest, you might remember, Hurricane Wilma back in 2005.
And that evacuation orders are being listened to. Lakewood Ranch, Florida, similar scene there. This is truly the calm before the storm. Enhanced satellite shows you the cloud tops of this particular storm of Hurricane Milton. And so when we look at the cloud tops, we're not looking through to the surface. And so we are watching, though, a very symmetrical storm, and you can see how that eye has closed in a bit, but you can see the overall structure, especially getting into the upper levels, is growing in size. And so that is one thing that we are going to be looking at over the next, I think, 12 to 24 hours is, okay, where was that peak intensity? Have we gotten there with Category 5, 180 mile per hour winds as of this last advisory? Now that that eye wall replacement cycle is happening, once it starts to reorganize a touch, that eye gets bigger, still sitting into that pristine environment, do we see strengthening continue? I think that's going to be the question, and truly models have had a difficult time with forecasting the intensity of this storm. I mean, who would have imagined 24 hours ago that we would be talking the monster that Milton is? This is what it looked like through its peak intensity going into the afternoon, just before we lost that visible satellite imagery. Once the sun set. Now, the thing is that this storm pushing off to the east at 10 miles an hour, it is going to be making a brush with the Yucatan. And unfortunately, the dirty side to this storm is brushing many of these communities that are rural and don't have much. And so this is the worst case scenario for the Yucatan, to have a storm of this magnitude so close, pushing its way on through the way. Now, this is the Hurricane Hunter information. So as of the last advisory last hour, we were down under 900, 897 millibars. But you can see with that eye wall replacement cycle, how we have seen some gradual weakening with that storm. The pressure has come up, and the overall diameter of that eye has gotten bigger. They were measuring 2 concentric eyes at the same time. Eventually, that eye wall replacement cycle means that we're going to see it grow, and then from there, we are going to watch as this storm starts to take over. Now, the storm growing in size is what we're most concerned with, because that means that those impacts, especially on approach to Florida, are going to be of a much greater scope and area, being felt by many more millions.
Want to show you now, and it looks like we've got a brand new forecast, I believe, that has just come out. Could that be that has just come out? Because that line looks like it could be different here. I think that is the new official forecast, and we'll
the
check
new
on that for
update's
you.
in. Yeah.
It is in? Okay. So that's the new official forecast right there, which is interesting, because the last official forecast was a little to the north right in there. Now, you look at all these ensemble members. So this is when they take the global models and they rerun those models 20, 30, 50 times in some cases to account for possible errors getting into that main operational run. And you get a slightly different scenario when you tweak those models, and that's how we get these ensemble tracks. So if it were to be one of these tracks more to the north of Tampa Bay, again, that's the worst case scenario in Tampa. If it were to be right over Tampa, also terrible, terrible situation. If it were to be a little to the south, that could be a little better for the Tampa area, but again, that would be absolutely terrible for points farther south. That would raise the stakes for places like Sarasota and Venice and Fort Myers Beach and into Sanibel Island as well. There's the latest, the stats from the Hurricane Center for the storm. Still a Category 5 storm, but it has weakened some, which is certainly what the satellite imagery has been bearing out here. 165 mile per hour storm now, moving east at 9 miles per hour, and the pressure up considerably to 914 millibars. And so, you know, we saw again a record pressure with this storm. It was at 897 millibars, making it the 5th most intense hurricane on record in the Atlantic Basin, now back up to 914 millibars and is moving east at 9 miles per hour. We do have a new track to tell you about, a new forecast track from the Hurricane Center. Not a lot of change with this track. And, you know, we've been talking about the ensemble guidance and how there was just a very subtle, slight southward shift today there in the central part of Florida. And so this track does appear to reflect that, with the center line being just a little bit farther south, but still the center being right over the Tampa metro area. And again, that would certainly be very close to, if not maximizing, the storm surge potential there in Tampa. And then points just to the south of that, including Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key and Siesta Key and Lido Key, those areas, Sarasota, getting hit very, very hard by surge in that scenario. So, you know, Chris, in terms of the broad strokes here, it looks like we're pretty much on track with the storm. Not a lot has changed.
Eco Clemens standing by there in Tampa, where people are gearing up for yet another hurricane.
Jamie Garola and Kim Wynn will take us to perhaps in South Florida. But first, we kick things off with First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips with the latest. Ryan.
Okay, guys, good evening to you. And all of our reporters in the field have some very valuable information for you forthcoming. Let's start with the 11 o'clock advisory. You know, 21 hours ago, we started off our Monday with a 90 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane across the southwestern Gulf. Today, turning into this giant, a Cat 5, maxing out with 180 mile per hour winds as this storm draws ever so close to the Yucatan Peninsula, anticipating an eventual turn that will bring it closer to Florida. We spent a lot of time just analyzing this system taking off today. 165 mile per hour winds now with the 11 o'clock advisory, moving off to the east at 9, still east, no east-northeast movement just yet, but we anticipate that will happen on Tuesday. And the pressure up to 914 millibars. Up? Yeah, that's right. We dipped below 900 earlier this evening to put Milton in the top 5 lowest pressures in the Atlantic Basin on record. Briefly dipping down to 897 millibars. Some familiar names on the list too here. Wilma back in 2005. Also Rita with 895 millibars of pressure. Bottom line, not much has changed tonight leading into our Tuesday. And so we are anticipating that eventual tug that will pull it off to the east-northeast and eventually to the northeast. All the while, through the bulk of our day tomorrow, this will still be a Category 5 hurricane. How rare is that? You bet. Then we pull it a little bit closer to the Florida Peninsula, at that point down to a 4. And then at least anticipating later in the time period of Wednesday evening, still a major hurricane is a Category 3 making landfall on the Florida west coast. Then crossing the peninsula, and keep in mind the density, the population density here from Tampa to Orlando over to Daytona here. We're going to put a huge field of hurricane force winds while we're running a surge up against the Florida west coast. This is going to be really an amazing event, and a destructive event at that. The system will run itself out into the Atlantic water. So we come back home where, again, the forecast track has not changed all that much. The warnings and the watches as of 11 o'clock have not changed at all. So keep you in mind and just remind you that southeast Florida here, Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade, tropical storm watch. There's a warning in the Florida Keys, and then focus on a hurricane warning here on the Florida West Coast in tandem with what I think is really the headline of this system. Yes, we were focused on it being a Cat 5 today, but the storm surge threat coming from Milton is just enormous. 1 to 3 feet of surge across the Florida Keys. Moving over to the beautiful beaches there in Collier County, Marco Island to Naples, that's 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. Then in areas hit in 2002 with Hurricane Ian, 6 to 10 feet of storm surge, and focus here in the Tampa Bay area, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Those are the impacts on the Florida West Coast. Here in South Florida, bracing for more rain and also some wind to contend with. We'll talk more about that as I continue my forecast in minutes.
Well, it's time now for one more thing, and we are tracking an exceptionally dangerous storm as it is now just north of the Yucatan Peninsula, 155-mile-per-hour storm, Category 4. As of the latest advisory, just a shade under Category 5 intensity. It is expected to remain a major hurricane as it is approaching late on Wednesday and early Thursday, coming towards the west coast of Florida, and it's going to pose a huge threat in terms of storm surge, as well as very heavy rain, and also looking at the possibility of damaging wind across a large swath of the state. There's the current view on the satellite picture, and the storm rather small right now, but it's expected to expand considerably as it is nearing the west coast of Florida, that large size contributing to the storm surge threat. Right now, the potential storm surge in the Tampa area, 10 to 15 feet. We have not seen anything like that for over 100 years there in the Tampa area. Farther south, 6 to 10 feet towards Fort Myers. A little bit of a shift in the track of the storm could make a difference in terms of who gets what. Maybe less on the north side of the circulation there, but certainly more on the south side of the circulation. And again, that wind threat is going to extend well inland into the central part of the state. And there's also going to be very heavy rain, generally from I-4 and on northward. But again, that too could shift depending on the exact track of the storm. Multiple hazards from this exceedingly dangerous storm. We're going to have complete coverage on the storm starting tomorrow morning at 5 a.m.
Ya acaba en el boletín de las 5 de la mañana. Muy buenos días. Hace cuestiones de unos minutitos, Eileen y Jorge, de ser un categoría 4. La diferencia son 2 millas por hora, para que tengan una idea. Con 157 millas por hora de viento máximo sostenido, es que es un categoría 5. Ahora tiene vientos de 155 millas por hora. Las ráfagas dentro del sistema son ráfagas violentas de 190 millas por hora y una increíble presión mínima central de 924 milibares. Lo más increíble de este ciclón fue que durante el día de ayer, entre la mañana y el horario de la tarde, esta presión mínima central descendió desde las 5 de la mañana a las 3 de la tarde, un periodo de 10 horas, unos 61 milibares, haciendo que esos vientos pasaran con fuerza de categoría 2 a fuerza de categoría 5 y llegar hasta vientos de 180 millas por hora. Ahora está un poco más cerca de esa bahía de Tampa, unas 500 millas al suroeste de Tampa. El rumbo, la trayectoria sigue siendo hacia la costa del Golfo de Florida, probablemente alcanzando esa costa de acá de Florida durante la madrugada del miércoles, amanecer del jueves como un categoría 3. Noten que ya ese cono se ha ido estrechando un poco más y desde la zona de Cedar Key hasta aproximadamente Fort Myers sigue siendo el área por donde estamos esperando que el centro del sistema pase. Los efectos indirectos se van a sentir, por supuesto, en otros sectores que no están dentro del cono de Milton, y es por eso que estamos nosotros muy pendientes a la evolución y la trayectoria de este sistema. Pero de forma directa, Milton no llega ni a Miami, ni a Broward, ni a Palm Beach. Las lluvias sí ya las estamos sintiendo, las vamos a sentir ante la llegada del sistema. Tenemos una vigilancia por inundaciones hasta el jueves en la mañana. Las lluvias, como ustedes saben, han sido incesantes durante las últimas horas. Ahora se concentra parte de estas lluvias en la zona de los Cayos de Florida, mientras en otros sectores hay llovizna ligera, pero definitivamente es un día donde nuevamente tienes que salir de casa con ese paraguas y esas botas de agua. Más adelante les damos un vistazo al pronóstico local.
But here you see it. Just advisories all over the state of Florida. Every inch except for the Panhandle has an advisory of some sort. The coast also has advisories, all right? Storm surge warnings. This is the big deal. Get out of the way of this water. This is going to be a storm surge like we've never seen, regardless if it comes in north or south of Tampa. We're still going to get 10, 15 feet. Longboat Key, Sarasota, Anna Maria Island. This is going to be horrible for you. Venice, all these areas need to be cleared out, all right? Even with an offshore wind this morning, we have a water rise. All right, so that water is already starting to be pushed. And I'm talking about the storm that was a Cat 4 and 5 yesterday is pushing this way. Wind field expands, you're still pushing in Cat 4 and 5 surge. So don't forget that, okay? And you can see these areas that we're talking about from Sarasota and St. Pete all the way down into the Tampa Bay. So this is a potential huge catastrophic hit, and certainly one that could be something, you know, we sit down Postel and we look at worst case scenarios. Now we are actually potentially living that should this center go just north of Tampa.
Yeah, and you know, you're exactly right, Jim. What matters so much with surge is the wind direction. If the wind is coming off the water, obviously you get a lot more surge. We don't know, as you accurately mentioned, exactly where Milton is going to go and where that onshore versus offshore wind is going to be. You're going to need to prepare for the worst. That's the best way to take it for now. Jim, thank you very much. We'll get back to you just a little bit. I kind of want to get to some of the more recent data now that the hurricane hunters are finding. You can see that Miss Piggy, a NOAA plane. I love the names. Miss Piggy, of course, there's Kermit as well. But Miss Piggy right now is flying through the eye again for like the third pass this morning. So far, we found pressure down around 930 millibars, which is thankfully a lot higher than it was yesterday. And no flight level wind, still very intense at nearly 140 knots, about 155 or 160 miles per hour, but still also a little bit weaker than it was yesterday, or I should say less intense. All it is a result of some internal structural changes. But let me take you back to yesterday morning and talk about what's happened and how quickly this thing became this monstrous Category 5 hurricane, the likes of which we have rarely seen in the Western Hemisphere on record. Yesterday morning, we were dealing with a 947 pressure as the system moved on off toward the east, and the pressure fell off the map. We ended up yesterday evening, in a matter of 12 hours, losing 50 millibars of the pressure. It came down to 897, among the very lowest pressures ever observed for a hurricane in the Western Hemisphere. And then last night, as I mentioned, it underwent some internal rearrangement, and we saw the pressure come back up to now where it is at around 930 millibars or so. So we rose the pressure last night, we lowered the wind a little bit, all of which was part of an internal cycle called an eye wall replacement cycle. Very important and a natural phenomenon that happens with these especially very intense hurricanes. The eye gets a little bit bigger, the wind field gets expanded a bit. But that happened last night. We're done with that. Here's what bothers me a little bit yet to come, is that the hurricane force winds right now extend about 30 miles out from the center in most directions, right? That's about how big it was yesterday, and I have a feeling that we are poised to undergo yet another period of intensification for a couple of reasons. The atmosphere is going to allow it. I won't get into that right now, but the ocean underneath it is going to be warm for a while and certainly contain with it a lot of fuel. Yet to come, there's what's called a loop current out here. There is very warm, and that water is very deep with that warm water. That is yet to be traversed by Milton. That's going to happen, we think, later on tonight and early tomorrow morning. As Milton moves along a path like that, look at all those red shades of the Gulf of Mexico where that water is warm and deep with a lot of fuel. We have all of that yet to come. So I think there's a chance that Milton gets stronger. It's done with that replacement cycle of the eye wall. Now we have a new environment to work with and a new internal engine to work with. And I do believe we are going to see Milton have at least a chance of going back to Category 5, a pretty good one. Then it has Florida in its sights as we go into the day tomorrow. By about mid-afternoon, do expect the weather to get worse across much of the western Florida peninsula. The wind will gradually increase. Off and on, we'll get some of these outer bands and some showers that could be gusty, but the worst by far is yet to come, and that would be likely late Wednesday and into early Thursday, as Milton, as a major hurricane, closes in on the central west coast of Florida. I mentioned in talking with Jim that the wind direction matters incredibly so when it comes to the amount of water inundation you're going to get. If you are on the south side of the circulation as it crosses the coast, let's say in this case it would be Sarasota on south. Now again, there's movement in this forecast. Stay tuned. But in this case, that onshore wind is going to push the maximum storm surge inland in this way. The offshore wind on the north side of the circulation is not nearly going to be as potent with the storm surge or the wind. Along and to the right of that track is where by far and away the worst impacts are going to be, with both wind and surge. But as I mentioned, we just don't know yet where that's going to be. And actually, Governor Ron DeSantis was right. Don't play games with it. There is still a lot of opportunity to have that center cross, north or south, from where the particular projected path is going to be. Here's a set of ensemble members showing you options north and south of Tampa by a good distance. And no matter what model you choose, there's a whole lot of spread and uncertainty left in this forecast. The Hurricane Center's track, rightfully in this case, takes the ensemble mean, essentially the average of all those tracks, and says by early Thursday, probably not long after midnight, we're going to be dealing with a major hurricane landfall. Exactly where that track is, we don't know yet. But if you're in that cone, in that swath, take precautions now and assume and prepare for the worst. Alex and Molly.
Thanks, guys. So we are seeing Milton rebound in intensity. And that is because during the overnight, we saw Milton undergo an eye wall replacement cycle, which basically means an outer eye wall takes over as the dominant one. It basically stifles the inner one, and the outer eye becomes the dominant feature. So that happened. That is typically associated with some momentary weakening, and we did see that happen overnight where the winds dropped to 145 miles per hour. But guess what? The winds have rebounded now, and the eye wall replacement cycle is complete. So now it's got a broader wind field, wider wind field, and it is still a formidable Category 4 hurricane with a risk that it could intensify further. Now let's take a look at the satellite picture here. You'll see the eye of the hurricane as it is generally moving in an east, maybe east-northeast direction there. Thankfully off the north coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, where they are getting some effects, but not the worst of the effects of this hurricane, thankfully for them. 150 mile per hour winds. Category 5 starts at 157. So we're just under Cat 5 here, moving east-northeast at 9, and the barometric pressure, which yesterday reached as low as 897 millibars, making this hurricane one of the top 5 strongest in the history of the Atlantic Basin, well, it is a little up, 929 millibars today, as again, the hurricane has undergone that process of eye wall replacement. So we look at the position of the system as we head into tomorrow morning, and I just want to give you an idea of how far away it's going to pass from the southeast Florida area. So from Miami, it would be over 300 miles away. From that distance, that's about the same distance that Hurricane Helene moved by our region. At the time on Wednesday, we could get some outer bands. I don't think it would be much more beyond those outer bands at the time. Now here's the official forecast as of 11 a.m. from the National Hurricane Center, with a major Category 3 hurricane striking the west coast of Florida. Where exactly it strikes is so crucially important in terms of what's going to happen in Tampa Bay, or what's going to happen in Sarasota, or what's going to happen a little bit further south in Fort Myers. This far out, the average error from the National Hurricane Center can still be 60 or 70 miles. So, you think 60 or 70 miles is going to mean something? You bet it will for those communities along the coast. If this tracks anywhere into Tampa Bay or just north of Tampa Bay, it is the worst case scenario, not just for that region, but for Florida in general. I would, if that was the case, anticipate this hurricane to become even costlier than the record-setting Ian that we had a couple of years ago. One more thing, notice how this maintains intensity at Category 2 even into central Florida. So, like I've said a couple of times already on the air, we're talking a Charlie-like event for Orlando with potential wind gusts of 100 miles an hour, and that's going to impact many locations in Central Florida. Now, the water. The water is such a focus here. And, you know, for Fort Myers, which experienced 10 feet above ground level, well, that's during Ian. Well, here's a chance for that to happen again, unfortunately, for that region. So they were just so severely hurt by storm surge and Ian, it could happen again. I told you what the scenario was for Tampa and Sarasota, and even north of there is a risk that you could see something. Even the East Coast, the northeast coast of Florida, not us in South Florida, but the northeast coast of Florida with a potential 3 to 5 foot storm surge. 15 inches of rain could fall, especially in that yellow and black area that you see in the north. And the winds, well, the wind field is going to expand. You can see that in this image as it grows and grows and grows.
Right, that was truly absurd, Bob. This went from Category 1 to Category 5 in just 18 hours' time. We did just get the new update, the 2 p.m. in from the National Hurricane Center. So let's check in with Fox Weather's hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Brian, that pressure is dropping again down to 923. The winds are back up. This is knocking on the door of becoming a Cat 5 once again. It did go through that eye wall replacement last night, but it did so in a super efficient way.
Yeah, and it looked like it was going to do it again today, and it may still. The eye is bigger than it was at its maximum intensity. The bigger the eye in general, the less intense the storm is in terms of the max. But looking at it now, I wouldn't be surprised if it's not a Cat 5 again right now. We don't have a hurricane hunter in there at this moment, but they're going to be heading out and checking this out before the 5 o'clock Eastern Time advisory, so we'll get the update then. But look at it. It looks back to that pristine, perfectly round, symmetric storm with a round eye. As we say, it's very rare that things are round in Mother Nature, exactly round. And when they are, they're usually super intense, like a tornado. So we'll see when the hurricane hunters get out there. But as of 2 p.m., 155 is the estimated peak winds, pressure going back down to 923 millibars. It's in that very pristine piece of atmosphere over very warm water. So no reason to think that it's not going to continue to be extraordinarily strong for a while. There's the way the track went during that eye wall replacement cycle. It's got an internal process within the storm. Think of it as a top that gets flicked or something, and then it wobbles like that, and then it goes about getting itself straightened out. Well, that's what's happened here. Now we can see, look, we can look right down all the way to the surface of the Gulf there. This is a very, very well-developed hurricane, and it's back on this path. Now, a question, one of the big questions from this set of circumstances that we've seen here today is this kind of dawdling here and slowing down going to affect the landfall time? I think there's a chance that it will. We were talking about in the evening tomorrow. Then we've been talking about after midnight. Now we might have to push that a little bit later. We'll see how this all developed once all this new information gets in the computer forecast.
So important to not just assume that everybody can get themselves out. Let's get everybody out. I wanted to show you kind of an MRI of the hurricane over the last 24 hours plus. This is microwave imagery. This was early Monday morning as it was about to rapidly intensify to a major hurricane. This is kind of the coiling up of the eye there. But then later in the afternoon on Monday, this little ball of red, there was a pinhole eye in there and you can't even see it. And then that small eye went away, and then look what we had when we got past midnight. A much bigger red donut with a bigger eye in the middle. That's what happens when it goes through an eye wall replacement cycle. Got rid of its tiny eye, and now it has built a new eye that is larger. And since that time, it has cleared out on the infrared. So we could see the eye in the microwave reappearing after the eye wall replacement cycle before we could see it on the infrared. Now it has cleared out, and now it can re-strengthen again, and then it might go through another one of these cycles. But later on, it's going to encounter some wind shear, so it will weaken, but it will be large. Every time it goes through one of these cycles and every time it weakens due to shear later on, it will get horizontally larger, and that's why the winds are going to go so far across the peninsula that we've got hurricane warnings on the other side. Here is that increase in horizontal size that the Hurricane Center is forecasting because of all of these factors. It'll be twice as large when it gets to the peninsula and makes landfall as it is now.
Tracking Milton, the hurricane taking aim at Florida. The powerful storm is expected to make landfall in the West Coast late Wednesday night.
And residents now racing against the clock. A grim warning from the mayor of Tampa to those who choose not to evacuate. Quote, she says, "You are going to die."
Here at home, here at home, flooding fears. A tropical storm warning has been issued for all of South Florida. The now Category 4 storm is expected to make landfall close to midnight Wednesday into Thursday.
And Hurricane Milton is packing dangerous winds and record storm surge as high as 15 feet in Tampa. Hurricane hunters are sharing this video from inside Milton. The crew said that it was quite a bumpy ride as they collected data on the hurricane.
Milton set to make landfall less than 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene ripped through Florida and several other states. Debris from Helene now a major concern for residents as they prepare to leave their homes behind. The latest advisory has just come into the newsroom.
And our chief certified meteorologist Betty Davis here now kicking off our team coverage. Betty.
Hi, it is back to Category 5. Wow. Re-intensifying, yes. So let's get the latest stats on Hurricane Milton. Very, very powerful. Maximum sustained winds 165 miles per hour. Pressure 918 millibars, moving east-northeast at 9 miles per hour. So still getting the fuel from those Gulf waters. And as of this advisory, the eye of the hurricane 480 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. Here's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. They're still showing it coming in as a major hurricane. So it starts to approach the coast, that west coast Wednesday night, and near Tampa, there it goes, causing all kinds of problems and wreaking much devastation and catastrophe, no doubt. But let's bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert, Michael Lowry. I don't want to delay. Hopefully you've had a chance to at least glance at some of the new information coming in from the National Hurricane Center. And as planned, it is just holding strong and just not ready to die and won't be dying, Michael.
No surprises with this one, Betty. This is back to a Category 5, but we sort of expect these fluctuations as it goes through these eye wall replacement cycles. Betty, I should note that the winds are estimates from their satellite. The hurricane hunters are in there going in right now, and literally any second here, they should be in the eye of this, and we'll have a more accurate not just an estimate, but an observation on how strong this hurricane is. It could be even stronger than what we see here. Winds of 165 miles per hour, pressure of 918, a little bit of a northward component to that motion now. It had been moving east and even a little south of east today, as the Hurricane Center noted, but the track strikingly consistent. As I said, this hasn't really changed much at all over the last few days, headed toward west central Florida, anywhere just north of Tampa down to Venice looks like the strike zone for this one. As a major hurricane, this one the winds may come down a little bit on this, but it's certainly not going to weaken. Here, the hurricane hunters I just mentioned, look at that airplane that took off from Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, nearing the center of Milton. As soon as it makes that first pass, that's when we'll know truly how strong this hurricane is. And as I sort of alluded to, Betty, I would not be surprised if this is even stronger than it was at its peak intensity yesterday, which is remarkable. These hurricanes, it's hard for them to get as strong as Milton was yesterday with 180 mile per hour winds. It's hard for them to do it twice. So it would be quite a surprise to see that. In terms of the winds right now, we saw overnight an eye wall replacement cycle, the inner eye giving way to a larger outer eye, the wind field expanding, but it's going to expand even more as it gets closer into the coast come tomorrow evening. Look at the wind field, the tropical storm winds expanding, almost doubling in size as this gets closer in. And that means even if the maximum winds come down just a little bit, the storm surge effects and the far-reaching effects of this hurricane are going to be more widely felt along the coast. The forecast here is for this to bring catastrophic storm surge to parts of the west coast of Florida. You can see those forecasts have not changed today from the Hurricane Center. Still expecting 10 to 15 feet, anywhere from, like I said, just north of Tampa down to the Venice area, but even some life-threatening, devastating type storm surge into Fort Myers that dealt with truly catastrophic storm surge from Ian back in 2022. So a wide stretch of coastline here are going to see the worst of this hurricane. The good news for us, though, Betty, is that it looks like the worst of our flooding is maybe behind us. We're going to have to watch for those rain bands, but the wind conditions, those tropical storm conditions, will be moving in tomorrow. Expecting those winds to stay below hurricane strength, though, for Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Broward counties.
This is a Fox Weather Alert as we're a little bit more than 24 hours away from devastation on Florida's west coast. Good afternoon. We thank you for being here with us on Fox Weather at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather Now. And right now, we got a very serious situation unfolding in the Gulf of Mexico. Just now, moments ago, while we were in the break, we got a special update from the National Hurricane Center. Previously, the minimum central pressure, which the hurricane hunters weren't there yet, it was estimated to be about 918 millibars. They've now flown through the inner core, and they're finding a minimum central pressure that's down once again closer to 900 millibars. Keep in mind, that's one measure of the energy in a tropical system. The lower the number, stronger the intensity that we're talking about. So we do want to go back over. We got the whole team here kind of ingesting this data in real time, looking into it. Cody, Dylan, Jane's in the mix now with us, and Brian's back. Brian, you had said this as you were watching in real time some of the data coming in from the hurricane hunters, saying, I think this might be stronger than 165. It is stronger, at least in a minimum central pressure sense.
And I am surprised that they went with 165 here based on the data coming from the hurricane hunters. I think we very well might have 175, 180 mile an hour hurricane out there once again. I mean, this is a classic Category 5 storm, but in any case, it really doesn't make any difference to the eventual outcome of this, because what we care about is what's really going to happen.
That's the question. That's what people want to know. What does this mean right now for what eventually plays out on the West Coast?
The main point is, this is when you start out with more energy, you have more energy, right? So that energy's got to go somewhere, and what's going to happen to it is it's going to get spread out. So in the new forecast, the updated forecast at 5 p.m. Eastern time from the Hurricane Center, you saw increased storm surge threat in the Fort Myers area with a little track shift to the south, but also an indication of more energy spreading out, hurricane watches farther south in the state of Florida. Let's look at this close up, and you can say, look at that. You're never going to see a better developed hurricane perfectly round like that, and the eye structure is just well, you can see it clearing out right before your eyes. We could see that here this afternoon. That's why I was so certain that they were going to have to upgrade this, and the hurricane hunters would find that when they got there, but they hadn't been there by the time the 5 o'clock advisory came out. And now the other thing that happened this afternoon, which is important, is that it made this little restructuring slowdown and jog here, which ended up taking it a little off the previous path. And that is what has been reflected in this slight jog to the south in the cone.
You were talking about this, though. Hurricanes, especially strong ones like this, they don't move in a straight line. Right. That line is an average of the motion that it took to get there, which could sometimes be something like this. Was this a significant enough shift farther off to the right? It's hard to say at this point.
Well, it is hard to say because it could shift back. You know, there are random factors involved here. When we look down here, look, you can see down to the Gulf. You can see what they call mesovortices. Those are the things that actually do the real damage around the eye wall. But the eye wall structure is almost certainly not going to be there when this thing gets to the coast. And exactly what the wind speeds are going to be in here, it could go up to 180. It could go up and down as it restructures. It's what happens up here when it really kind of unravels. And the idea of unraveling is it getting bigger and bigger and distributing that energy over a wider area. And that's why the Hurricane Center has adjusted these storm surge values. And you can see the cone, I mean, still certainly involves the Tampa Bay area. I mean, the center of the cone is there, and that doesn't really change what people need to do.
Right.
Because this little slight jog one way eye can be compensated for. Here, look, we actually did this. You didn't see this at the top of the hour at 5. This is the previous cone. There's where it was at 2 p.m. Now, watch as it moved through the afternoon, and you see that kind of shifted everything over. If this sticks, no guarantee it's going to stick, no way to know, right? If this sticks, this will be the maneuver that pulled the cone away from Tampa Bay. But
folks in Southwest Florida are watching that and saying that's uncomfortable.
That's really bad.
I don't love the look of that.
Not to mention Venice and Englewood and all the places in between. Yeah,
it's a very cautionary tale though at this point, because as you said, it could just as easily do some of the same things back in the other direction.
Thanks, Lorena. So at the 7 o'clock hour, I can tell you I've been looking at some of the reports coming in from Hurricane Hunter aircraft that are flying in the system right now. And they have an instrument that's in the belly of the aircraft. It's called a stepped frequency microwave radiometer. And I'm not going to explain exactly how it works, but I can tell you that it can remotely sense what the winds are at the surface. And there are many peer-reviewed studies that indicate that the accuracy of these measurements is quite, on target. Well, at looks like 6:20 p.m. there was a pass near the eye wall, and it looks like they had 167 knots. Now, I know that the highest sustained winds right now are 165 miles per hour, but that's not the same as 167 knots. 167 knots, you have to add 15% to that. So that, in theory, or in a remote measurement, is a sustained wind of 192 miles per hour at the surface, measured by the aircraft right now. So I would venture to say that in the 8 p.m. advisory, we are going to see a further uptick in the wind speeds. This is not the direction that we want the intensity of this hurricane to go, because it's going to be harder to get this hurricane down to a Category 3 if the winds are up, 30 miles above the threshold for even a Cat 4. In other words, if it gets to 185 or something, how do we get down to 155? Which is the high-end Cat 4? Anyway, I have a bunch of images to show you. It's just that there's so many astounding pieces of data from this hurricane that it's hard not to communicate that to you in these hits that I do for the station. All right, satellite picture. Very well-defined eye of the hurricane. There you see it. It is a larger eye. The wind field is expanding, and that is going to drive even more water towards Florida's coastline. 165 mile per hour winds. Pressure, I noticed the plane actually reported 904. The pressure is still dropping. I wonder if it's going to get to the 897 millibars we saw yesterday, moving east-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Cat 5 through tonight. At Cat 5 tomorrow morning. Then tomorrow afternoon, according to the National Hurricane Center, just on the high end of a Cat 4 intensity, and according to their projections, down to 125 mile an hour Category 3 hurricane hitting the west central coast of Florida late night tomorrow, possibly after midnight between Wednesday and Thursday. In other words, overnight Wednesday into Thursday morning. Also notice how the winds are expected to remain at hurricane strength throughout the entire traverse of the state of Florida, which means places like Orlando and Kissimmee and even the East Coast could get wind gusts of 90, 100, 110 miles per hour. So yeah, I've been talking a lot about water, but boy, that wind is going to bring an impact too. Listen, what can possibly bring this down to a Cat 3? It's this dip in the jet stream. And what are we looking for here? We're looking for these. You see how these clouds are starting to be kind of drawn out from the center of the hurricane? That might be the first signs of upper level wind shear that is approaching our region. Now take a look at the wind field. You see how it grew there between the Yucatan and us? And look at those hurricane winds in red crossing the entire state. Tropical storm force winds stretching to South Florida too as it crosses Florida. Now, Storm surge is the biggest killer. It's also very likely going to be the biggest damaging impact from this, with multi-billion-dollar impacts along the West Coast, especially if it hits Tampa, Sarasota, but even Fort Myers again this year to be impacted by another deep surge.
We're ramping up still at this time. It's been becoming a stronger storm throughout the day, throughout tonight, back to Cat 5 status, but we'll likely go through another eye wall replacement cycle, which means those winds might go down as we go into tomorrow, but there may be time to get one more in there.
Look at this,
before
though.
landfall.
I mean, we're 24 hours now, guys, from some of the worst of it impacts. There's Milton, and look at Florida right there. And new advisory has just come in. Winds have stayed the same, but the pressure has dropped a little bit, which is still showing signs of strengthening.
Yeah, so just a little bit, not a lot, but as pressure drops, then usually there's just a little bit of lag time when the wind speeds then tend to increase. But it's really powerful. It's really hard to stay this strong for a long period of time. It's also a little more susceptible to wobbles. So that's something else we're going to have to watch out for, as we had one of those big wobbles today.
Yeah, and I mean, you just look at this and you live on the west coast of Florida, you live anywhere in Florida, and you see that and you're like, how is this going to unfold?
And along with Reynolds and Paul, as Reynolds just mentioned, I'm meteorologist Chris Warren with storm specialist Carl Parker. We are live until 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, tracking Milton. Carl, still a massive storm. It's been growing stronger today.
Yeah, very powerful storm, and we expect that everything is pretty much on track, that it is going to be a major storm as it comes in. That will be late tomorrow and into early Thursday as well. There you see some time lapse of the eye of Milton earlier today. Very well developed eye. The storm going through an eye wall replacement cycle in the last day and getting stronger once again today. Now a Category 5 storm with 165 mile-per-hour winds. The pressure back down now to 902 millibars. And want you to notice, first of all, how well formed the storm is, but second of all, how the high cloud is kind of fanning out here off to the north and east. Favorable upper level environment, really not much standing in the way of the storm to continue to be quite strong as it approaches the coast.
La fuerza del huracán Milton esta noche más cerca de la Florida. El poderoso sistema que hoy alcanzó nuevamente categoría 5 se enfila hacia la costa oeste del estado.
Y el tiempo para evacuar acaba para los residentes de las zonas amenazadas. Muchos ya se han ido, pero hay quienes aún lo dudan. Y para quienes decidieron quedarse en las áreas de evacuación, la alcaldesa de Tampa les dice, van a morir.
Así comenzamos. ¿Qué tal? Muy buenas noches. Les saludan Alejandra Molina.
Y Fausto Malavé, tenemos amplia cobertura desde zonas donde Milton promete no tener piedad. Están desplegados Alexis Boentes, Alejandro Isturiz y Ana Cuervo.
Pero comenzamos con el último boletín del Centro Nacional de Huracanes de las 11 de la noche. Eso lo tiene ahora Ariel Rodríguez. Ariel.
Satisfactoriamente, poco cambio en el transcurso de este boletín. No tenemos ningún cambio radical en cuanto al cono de trayectoria. Sí, este sistema es extremadamente saludable. Se ve muy simétrico, el ojo completamente redondo y los vientos pues están descendiendo en cuanto a la velocidad se refiere comparado con más temprano. Solo 5 millas por hora. Están en 160 millas por hora. La presión también ha subido un poquito después de descender súbitamente en la tarde. Por eso es que han respondido los vientos justamente disminuyendo, pero ya se está moviendo hacia el noreste, un poco más rápido, a 12 millas por hora. Se recuerda ese movimiento errático que le comentaba a las 6, fue producto de este ciclo de reemplazo de la pared del ojo. Ocurrió cerca de las 8 de la mañana, hizo que se moviera más hacia el sur, pero ahora vemos cómo comienza ya a moverse más hacia el noreste. Ese fue ese movimiento errático que hizo que se trasladara levemente el cono más hacia el sur. Esto es lo que esperamos, que siga moviéndose al noreste, luego este-noreste y a las 8 de la mañana esté acá muy cerca de la costa centro-oeste de la Florida. Parece que va a estar tocando tierra cerca de las 4 de la mañana del jueves y eventualmente en esta zona, comprende desde Orlando hasta la porción norte del lago Okeechobee, estaría a las 8 de la mañana como huracán categoría 1. Así que va a atravesar toda la península como huracán. Más adelante hablo de los vientos a nivel local y los efectos. Los espero.
In 30 years of covering tropical weather in, let's see, international and national, in the Pacific, in the Atlantic, and the Gulf of Mexico, and the Caribbean, I can tell you that one common denominator often happens when people don't evacuate is the conversation comes up, why didn't you evacuate? And quite often the answer is, we never thought it would happen to us. It always comes like a shock to them. Well, folks, I got to tell you, if you have the opportunity to evacuate, please do so. If you haven't already, you got to get out. You got to listen to those orders because you don't want to become a statistic. And remember, if you're in danger, first responders are in danger trying to assist you. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and you see it right there. Now, what we're seeing on that particular map, the one right there, that is Milton. That is the strongest system on the planet. If you look at those winds of 160 miles per hour, that is an absolute beast. You see, again, some convection just to the northeast of it, but then look at that pinwheel. I mean, that is just a fascinating thing that we're seeing, this entity roaring its way through the Gulf of Mexico. Minimal shear, very warm water. You will see fluctuations in power, but we still expect it to be just an incredible force when it makes landfall. Now, you see this cone of uncertainty. What is also uncertain is that this is not going to be an absolute bedrock thing. There is room that it could wobble a bit more to the north, could go to the south, it could speed up, it could slow down. Any of those things that happen, it's going to change the overall narrative.
Meanwhile, back to the storm, Craig, and I want to bring you into this conversation. This very much could be the worst hurricane that this area has seen that anybody can remember. You'd have to go back more than 100 years to get to a point where we are right now. A direct hit from a powerful major hurricane, and because it is so massive in terms of the intensity, this is most likely still going to be a Category 4 once it makes landfall. Yes, we have the wind shear. Yes, we're going to have some dry air. But the problem is this is a Cat 5. You need a long exposure to those elements to make a significant hit. And unfortunately, I just don't think that we're going to get that exposure.
And Britta, and to your point, when you think about how widespread this is, right now it's going over the loop and over that warm water, continues its forward progression. When you talk about the hurricane warnings, they extend over all of central Florida, well over to the Atlantic side. When was the last time we saw this? I don't remember seeing this far and this wide.
The whole peninsula is under some type of warning.
Right. Absolutely. The red that you see there, tropical storm warnings. Brian Norcross yesterday was referring to 1921 and 1948. So as you said, in the modern times, no one really has seen anything like this. When you talk about the magnitude of this storm, how massive it is, we'll talk about not only the dry air on the side of that, on the south side of that, Britta, which will maybe limit some of the rainfall. Don't get me wrong, it is still going to rain in bands, but the heaviest rain for central and southern or northern portions of Florida, rather. And the tornadoes, Britta, we've already had some tornado warnings early this morning. I think that starts to pick up as we've been looking at that this morning before the hurricane even gets close. I mean, we're still quite a ways out, but look how massive this storm is.
Good morning, everybody. Hurricane Milton closing in on the Florida coast. Today is your day to be in your safe place. Conditions are going to be deteriorating all throughout the day today. We are expecting landfall between tonight and early tomorrow morning as a major hurricane. We know there's going to be life-threatening storm surge. Could be the biggest storm surge we've ever seen. Double what we saw just weeks ago with Helene, or the potential's there. Separate from the surge risk, we also have a high risk of catastrophic flash flooding. That's going to be the middle graphic there. Plus, the risk of tropical tornadoes, our Torcon, is up to 5 today. Remember, the greater the number, the greater the threat. Our scale goes to 10, and it is sitting at 5. This is America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele, alongside meteorologist Lynette Charles and Stephanie Abrams. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is going to be joining us live from Tampa this morning to talk about some of the implications that could be ongoing there. In the meantime, Seth's going to get us caught up with Milton since the new 5 a.m. advisory just came in.
Today is the day. This thing is going to come in tonight into tomorrow, so you really need to be in your safe place. Let's get you caught up on what we know so far this morning. The National Hurricane Center says Milton, quote, has the potential to be one of the most destructive hurricanes on record. For West Central Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis suspended tolls in Florida to make evacuations easier. That time for leaving is running out. The Florida Highway Patrol will close the Bay bridges in the Tampa area this afternoon. So here's the very latest. Our pressure's still dropping. It is absolutely wild to see this thing as a Category 5, but look how much faster it's moving today than yesterday. Yesterday morning, it was moving around 9 miles an hour. It's now moving at 14 miles an hour. And you're like, what is going to slow this down, Abrams? I'm super confused. And it's moving northeast, by the way, too, as you see, heading right towards Florida. What is going to make this thing slow down? I'm worried we're going to have a Cat 5 at landfall. Well, there is some dry air and some shear on the north side of the system, and it's expected that's going to be pulled into it, and that's what's going to take down these wind speeds that have just been shockingly high for quite a long time. But there's been nothing to stop this. It's just tapping into its fuel, which is that warm water. There's no shear, so this thing's a machine. These storms are literally machines, the way they bring in all of this air and tap into that warm, moist air, bring it up, evacuate it out the top, and that process just keeps going until something's there to stop it. That's why we do have hurricane warnings across the state, tropical storm warnings into South Florida, also North Florida, even into Georgia, with tropical storm watches into Charleston. There's that warm water, and there's that drop in the winds. Now, here's the problem. We still have a Cat 3 at landfall. That's not much better, I'll tell you that much. So you have to take this very seriously. There's the warm air. It's going to be traveling over, and we do have that shear and drier air to the north. So once this low gets a little bit closer to the coast, which is very scary, it is meant to pull in that dry air, hence why it's going to be a little bit drier on the south side, and the shear should disrupt it a bit. Now, the question is, does this kind of pop just a little bit to the north and help this storm keep its strength? Is something we're going to be watching very closely. But that is a buzzsaw that is headed right for the state of Florida. Absolutely terrifying. And notice we had a pinhole of an eye before, and that eye has widened. And once it taps into that shear, it's actually going to widen out even more. And that's why so many of us will be impacted by this storm. A lot of lightning. When you see a lot of lightning, when you see a lot of convection, that means that the storm is still growing, strengthening, and or just basically being the machine that it is and keeping the system intact. Now, remember, the strongest winds are going to be around that eye. The eye is clear. There's no winds in there, but it's the eye wall where you have the strongest winds coming in for this system. There's some of that shear. So as this gets more north, it's going to feel the impacts of this and the dry air as well. There's dry air here, and the flow of that is going to be pulled into the hurricane, and that's what is supposed to bring this down a notch. There's some of your dry air. This is a lot farther south than it was yesterday if you were watching us here. And so this is going to come into the hurricane, which of course it doesn't like. There's even a little dry air ahead of it here. But hurricanes like the moisture. They like the warmth. They like the heat. But as this all comes together, we anticipate those winds to go down. But again, this is still going to be a dangerous and massive hurricane coming into the West Coast. You can see some of those bands ahead of the storm, really, Jordan, coming in here. But it's still Tampa, Sarasota, and huge surge, Jordan, into Fort Myers as well.
What's been the biggest concern so far this morning is these little areas right here. They're these tiny little isolated cells that have rotation in them. And we've already seen a tornado warning this morning, several. And I think that we will see several more before the day is done. Dr. Postel?
You're exactly right. I mean, that tornado threat, Molly, is increasing across the west coast of Florida and for much of the southern peninsula overall, as we can see the outer periphery of Milton now bringing that tornado threat along the way. I'll show you in just a second some of the details of that. But right now, I kind of want to get to what the hurricane hunters are getting right now in their mission through Milton. This is a NOAA P-3 plane called Miss Piggy. Thank goodness we have the hurricane hunters out there. Both the Air Force and the NOAA, we can't thank them enough for doing their job. They're telling us exactly what's happening out there in detail, giving us an idea of what we have in front of us, because otherwise we really would just be guessing to a large extent. But there they are, and what they're finding right now with these what are called vortex messages. These are little sort of messages that get sent out of what they found through a particular slice of the storm. The pressure is somewhere around 920 millibars. This was extrapolated from an altitude of about 8,000 feet, but it's a good estimate of where we are. The pressure is a little bit higher now than it was yesterday at this time, of course. Flight level winds are still ferocious. At least in one of these earlier passes a couple hours ago, the flight level winds at about, again, 8,000 feet up were about 180 miles per hour, 155 knots. May not be as strong right now, but still very, very dangerous weather is hiding and lurking in the middle of Milton. It is a bad, ferocious Category 4 hurricane right now. Now, getting to that tornado threat, look at the radar. We're seeing a lot of sort of the presentation here that suggests there are supercells here, a lot of them, just to the southwest of Fort Myers, Marco Island, and Venice. These are right now offshore with a very significant waterspout threat. They will likely, these cells, maybe not these exact ones, but the pattern of supercell thunderstorm activity will be closing in on the Florida coast and that tornado threat today. We've already seen some warnings out there that tornado threat today throughout the region is only going to go up. The winds right now, very manageable across the region. The wind is not really a factor right now. It's going to be, but for now, it's not. There's that tornado watch that goes out until 9 o'clock tonight. I do expect to see a whole lot of tornadic activity with a system like this as we go through the evening hours. Farther to the north, Tampa right now, we have an offshore east or northeast wind. It is an offshore wind like that. That's good news. The question is, will it stay that way and keep the surge from Tampa and areas nearby at bay? No pun intended, but literally keep that storm surge in check. That may be good later on for Tampa, but that's worse for areas farther to the south. I'll show you in a second. So now let's talk about the size of the wind field. It is right now a relatively compact storm. Hurricane force winds, we think, extend out really only about 30 miles. But the tropical storm force winds go out about 100 miles. That's kind of confirmed by some of the observations and the buoys that we've seen around there. But now we have some good news here. A little bit, I think. Milton is going to be moving over some cooler water with less heat content, less fuel. The atmosphere is increasing its wind shear and the dry air penetration into it. I think both of those will conspire to allow a weakening trend along the way. But, as Alex said, it is likely to come on shore as a Category 4 hurricane. Here are some of the various track models, and they are right now, a large part of them, many of them, are centered on a landfall south of Tampa. What does that mean in terms of impacts? With wind, the strongest of all the wind is going to be probably along and to the south of that track, wherever it may be. Again, there's still uncertainty in this, but it does appear that perhaps Tampa and south, that's where the strongest winds are going to be by far, with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour, even inland, and even perhaps all the way to the Florida East Coast.
The breaking news, a brand new update on Hurricane Milton is now out this hour. The monster storm is a Category 4 storm that's downgraded slightly from where it was as a Cat 5. Wind speeds are now at 155 miles an hour. This is just shy of a Cat 5, but make no mistake, this is a behemoth. This is deadly and dangerous. It is expected to keep this intensity until it makes landfall in Florida along Florida's west central coast later tonight or early tomorrow morning. Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers, those are some of the cities that could all see a direct hit, with storm surge predictions that are being described at this point as unsurvivable. In minutes, we're going to speak with the director of the National Hurricane Center to get the very latest on the track and the timing and the intensity. Bottom line, Milton is on track to become one of the most destructive hurricanes in Florida's history. Moments ago, I spoke with the sheriff of Hillsborough County, that includes Tampa, and he is pleading once again for people to get out.
Why gamble? Why would you gamble with your life or the lives of your loved ones? Get out, even if it's outside the evacuation area, to a hotel, to a friend's house. We know it's an inconvenience. We know you're going to be uncomfortable, but you'll be alive.
CNN's Randy Kay and Isabel Rosales standing by along Milton's path. Let's get straight to you, Randy. It's very clearly starting to rain. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, good morning, Kate. Conditions are certainly deteriorating here. We are on South Shore Drive in Sarasota. So we are along the water where they are expecting here a potentially record-breaking storm surge of 10 to 15 feet. Keep in mind, the storm surge for Helene was about 7 feet, so they are quite concerned. If you just look at this dock here behind me, you can see that boat. That boat is potentially going to be taken out by that storm surge and possibly by the winds. There could be 140-mile-per-hour winds here along this shore. And then across the way there, if you can see, there are a bunch of homes along the water. Many of them have their hurricane shutters up, certainly boarded up. A lot of people have left town because of what they experienced with Helene. We've been driving around Sarasota. It's really like a ghost town. They seem to be heeding those warnings, and after officials said to get out or you will die in some cases, those people have left town. We did see a lot of debris all over the area here from Helene. It was left behind. People have been emptying out the contents of their homes. We've seen china cabinets and dressers and mattresses and refrigerators all along these neighborhoods. So it's certainly a concern. We did speak to one woman just yesterday who told me that her husband rode out the storm, Hurricane Helene, in Siesta Key, which is a barrier island off Sarasota, which is now closed. They've closed the bridge, so anybody who's still on those barrier islands is now stuck there through the storm. But her husband rode out the storm there, and he was up to 5 feet of water. Water was up to his chest. Here's what she told me about what their plan is for Milton.
That night, he got no power, he had no phone, and we lost touch with him. And we found out the next day there was a 5-foot surge of water in the house, and he was all night in the pitch dark in 5 foot of water. He sat there for hours on the top of a neighbor's high house until the water went down a little, and then went back in the house and laid on a wet bed until light came up.
And Kate, you would think that they would evacuate for Milton. No, they are staying right here in Sarasota for Milton. They're on the 9th floor of a condo building in downtown Sarasota, which they say was built to withstand a Cat 5 hurricane. So they're certainly hoping that they will be safe. Kate?
All right, thank you. The important thing we're seeing right now, conditions are deteriorating right where Randy Kay is. The new alert out. We're going to speak with the hurricane director, National Hurricane Director, shortly. New alert out. It's a Category 4. This thing is progressing. Randy Kay standing by. Randy, thank you so much. Let's get over to Isabel Rosales now, who is in Tampa. It's raining there as well. Tell us how things are going there.
Hey, Kate, good morning. I'm keeping my eye on the Hillsborough Bay right now. You can see during normal times, the water levels are already pretty high up. This is Bayshore Boulevard, an area that's notorious for flooding. Back during Helene, the storm surge got so bad that it actually reached the walls of the Tampa General Hospital, which is the region's only level 1 trauma center. So I am keeping my eye on the water levels here, especially in the worst scenario. We could be seeing double the storm surge here in the Tampa Bay region. Of course, that is very dependent on landfall for that. Obviously, the messaging from officials right now is very much go, evacuate if you can. This is the 11th hour. We heard that from the Sheriff Chad Cronister, and hopefully people are taking that advice. Kate.
Isabel, thank you. Randy, thank you. We've got people stationed all along the path.
All right, let's get right to the director of the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan. We just had the 8 a.m. advisory. Michael, if you can hear us, give us the very latest on the forecast and the track.
Yeah, at this point, unfortunately, Milton remains on track to make landfall along the west coast of the Florida Peninsula late this evening or overnight tonight as a powerful, large hurricane. Right now, it's about 250 miles southwest of Tampa, moving to the northeast faster now at 16 miles per hour. And you can see on the radar imagery, we're already seeing heavy rainfall moving up along the west coast of Florida into the Tampa Bay region, across central Florida, even into North Florida. So we're going to see the rainfall continue, the threat for tornadoes develop, and then we're going to see those tropical storm and eventually hurricane force winds move on shore later today and into tonight. And then we're going to see that catastrophic storm surge play out near and just to the right of wherever the center of Milton crosses the coast of west central Florida overnight tonight.
And Michael, you talked about the speed, 60 miles an hour now. Can you give us, just put that in perspective for us, because people want to know how long they're going to be in this. When it makes landfall, how long, well, and even before then, how long are they going to be in these catastrophic conditions? What are you seeing?
Well, we're expecting landfall to be sometime in the overnight hours tonight, early morning hours on Thursday. And then by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, we're going to see the center of Milton emerging out into the western Atlantic. But it's going to be a very rough 12 to 18 hours for most people. Those very worst conditions are going to first reach the west coast of Florida with the tropical storm conditions beginning this afternoon. Hurricane conditions tonight. That devastating storm surge is going to hit right around the time of landfall. Even though waters are going to start to rise this afternoon with each successive high tide cycle, the water is going to get higher and higher. And then as we go through the I-4 corridor, those worst conditions are going to be this evening and overnight and over to the east coast of Florida during the tomorrow morning and into the afternoon.
I know everyone's looking for wobbles at this point because a difference in 20, 30 miles in either direction, makes the difference for one city or the other. Where are you seeing? And I know that there could be a change at any minute between now and landfall, but is it moving north? Is it moving south? What's the expectation?
Yeah, we still have, various scenarios that could play out that could have the system come in, the center of the system come in north of Tampa Bay, which is the worst case scenario for funneling that storm surge into the Tampa Bay region itself. We could have the center come in over Tampa Bay, a little farther to the south, which would bring that catastrophic surge into Manatee, Sarasota, even down to Port Charlotte. So everyone is at risk of that. Those wobbles of 10 or 20 miles really aren't predictable on any kind of time scale. But as we see the general track of the center towards the west central coast of Florida, the risk at this point, when everybody needs to have taken those precautions and gotten out, we just can't tell you exactly what the exact location is going to get that worst surge right now.
Michael Brennan, thank you so very much. The important piece of this is it's not just tonight, and that's what Michael's saying. The water is going to start rising this afternoon. We see from our correspondents, conditions are already deteriorating.
Yeah, and after it hits tonight on the coast, it's going to go over Orlando and in cities as it moves out into the Atlantic, and they're going to have a long, long 24 hours.
This is a 7 News Weather Alert.
And South Florida, we have 2 tornado warnings actively out there, but the one that's located around Alligator Alley has actually produced a tornado on the ground, and it's located north of Alligator Alley. So there in the distance, we actually have video from Snake Road of a twister on the ground, and it's actually been growing in size. So you could see it spinning there from a distance, and there's a pretty strong tornado that is located in the area. A lot of heavy rain. There's lightning embedded within this thunderstorm that you're seeing on your screen, producing a tornado. And there is a tornado warning in effect for the area, and that's the one that's actually going to run through 10 o'clock this morning. We also have another tornado warning that's been issued with a strong storm that's lifting northward relatively fast between US 27 and I-75. But again, the storm that is north of Alligator Alley, that's the one that's triggered basically that's produced a tornado that's currently on the ground, and we have live video from Snake Road indicating that twister that's currently out there, hopefully not bothering anyone. We'll be back with another update in a few minutes, sending things back to the desk.
That's right, Tavares, and we'll start off with that tornado warning just because it's so close to home. We've been talking about outer bands pushing through the area, and this is why we are under a tornado watch. These outer bands very easily produce these quick moving tornadoes, and we've been seeing that as we've already had 9 tornado warnings across South Florida, Miami-Dade and Broward included, even if it was west of the metro, but still 9 already in total, and the day is just getting started. So we'll take a closer look at the 2 areas that we're watching. There was a tornado warning that was issued for this thunderstorm quick moving towards the north across western Broward. That one was allowed to expire at 10 o'clock, but you can see it skirting some of our western suburbs, areas like Southwest Ranches into Weston. It's now crossing I-75 there where it meets 595, and it is lifting towards the north. And then further west on your screen, we're seeing this one area that did apparently produce a tornado just along the border there between Broward County, Collier, Hendry as well. Lots of lightning with this one as well. The tornado warning that was issued was changed by another one when still capable of producing a tornado in that area. So we do have one tornado warning there in place until 10:30 this morning. And this is the one where we just saw some footage of an apparent tornado that was across interior sections of South Florida. Meanwhile, the one that I said expired at 10 apparently was continued a little longer just because it could produce a tornado. So we're keeping a close eye on that one storm that is across western portions of Broward County. Again, all day long, these outer bands will continue to push through the area, especially as Milton, a very powerful system, continues to move closer and closer to Florida.
So we're getting hourly updates now on Milton with the position itself because of its proximity to land. So now as of 10 a.m., moving towards the northeast at 16 miles per hour, a little over 200 miles of Tampa, Florida. So it is closing in on the west central Florida coastline. You can see outer bands pushing through Florida, but more importantly, those outer bands have been pushing through the west coast of Florida since this morning. Winds still making it a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles per hour. Latest forecast track does keep Milton making landfall anywhere near Port Charlotte, Boca Grande, all the way through the Sarasota Beach area and as far north as areas like St. Pete, Tampa into Palm Harbor is possibly a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 130 miles per hour. Landfall looking most likely between midnight tonight and 4 a.m. Right now, tropical storm force winds extend out 125 miles, so the system is growing. Hurricane force winds fan out 30 miles from the center, continuing to grow that wind field as it moves closer and closer to Florida. That's why we talk about impacts being felt up and down the state, but also as far south as South Florida. So we'll begin to see those tropical storm force gusts as we go about our day. This is why we're in a tropical storm warning until further notice. All of South Florida, including the Florida Keys and even areas of the Abacos, Grand Bahama Island and Bimini, with hurricane warnings extending north across central Florida, not just on the west side, but also up and down the east coast from the St. Lucie Martin County line all the way up through Daytona Beach. And those tropical storm watches and warnings not only extending through northern Florida, but Georgia coastline, South Carolina and North Carolina coastline as well. So this will be a system that will impact a large area. We're under tornado watch because the dirty sector will be pushing through the rest of the day, and that's what's favorable for possible tornadoes. We talked about that tornado threat a little higher across central Florida, but all of Florida you can see from Tampa all the way down, including the Florida Keys, remaining under that tornado watch until 9 p.m. So strongest gusts for us here, about 40 to 50 mile per hour, will be possible late today through Thursday morning with in and out downpours, especially within that isolated tornado risk, and storm surge flooding will be possible across the Florida Keys. That's the very latest. I'll have much more for you coming up in a few minutes.
This is a 7 News weather alert.
All right, South Florida, I just mentioned that there were 2 tornado warnings, one across interior sections of South Florida, capable of producing a tornado, but we're keeping a close eye, and this is live video right now. You can see I-75. It is an apparent tornado, possibly on the ground right now, about to cross I-75, and this is the storm that we were warning on that was very close to our western suburbs of Broward County, areas like Weston, and you can see just near that toll plaza, and it seems to be that this tornado is on the ground. They're just very close, awfully close to I-75 there across western Broward near areas of Weston, just to the west of the area, once again near that toll plaza. And that's the live video, that footage that we're seeing right now. It's near Big Cypress Seminole, but there is a tornado that is on the ground. It is coming awfully close there to I-75. And not good. We see cars there on Alligator Alley, and this is something that, you know, we warn about the outer bands, even though we're so far removed from this system, but the outer bands capable of producing those tornadoes at any given point, very quick moving and very quick to produce. So if you are just joining us now, we talked about a tornado warning that has been issued for western Broward near areas of Southwest Ranches, Weston, Coral Springs, all western suburbs of Broward County. And now it seems that there is a tornado on the ground near the toll plaza there of Alligator Alley that is about to cross I-75. We see cars on the alley, and not good news there. Hopefully they are able to hear this somehow, or have friends and family that are watching that can maybe give them a call that they need to get off the roads as soon as possible. On your screen right now, there is a tornado on the ground on western Broward. If you're wondering where exactly that area is on radar, we do have footage of that same storm. I think we're going to continue with these live pictures here of this tornado on the ground just off of Alligator Alley. If you're wondering where on the alley this is, it's very close to western portions of Broward County, just near the toll plaza, and it is it would look like it was about to cross I-75. It's west of Weston. You can see that on your screen near I-75. Rural Broward, let's hope it stays over areas that are not populated. So some light there at the end of the tunnel, but definitely a danger situation as outer brands continue to put. You can see that very thin rope-like structure there coming together. And it seems that this has been on the ground now for, I'd say possibly about 45 seconds to a little over a minute, and we'll stay with these live pictures as this is awfully close to some of our western communities of Broward County. Crossing I-75 there, areas where we still see cars possibly moving from west to east, trying to move away from the system. Tornado has crossed I-75, just getting word from the National Weather Service, and so they're going to keep this tornado warning in place here until further notice. Really, it's moving north and it's moving about 25 miles per hour. And right now it's on Alligator Alley, about 14 miles west of Sunrise. So this is something that we want to watch. It is moving towards the north, and we need to keep a close eye on this one, just because we have clouds on the road, cars on the road, and just the proximity to our western suburbs of Broward County.
And Erica, you talked about the, these images, stark images. We're taking them here live on air, but these cars driving along I-75, this has to be quite scary for people there on the road. This tornado touching down there in western Broward County, as you mentioned. I guess the silver lining of this right now is that there are no structures in the area, because we've seen the impact that tornadoes can make and the damage they can cause in communities. We talked about the warnings. You guys always talk about the watches versus the warnings. There was a tornado warning, and here it is. Erica, if you'll touch on that, the warning and the likelihood that this was going to happen. You guys have been tracking this all morning for us, and hopefully people took heed to those warnings and this impact won't be as bad with that touching down in western Broward County this morning.
That's right, Tavares, and this is why the National Weather Service issued that tornado watch that is in place for all of Central Florida, South, including South Florida and the Florida Keys until 9 p.m. today, because conditions are just right. We're in that right quadrant of Milton. We're not getting a direct hit by Milton, but the outer bands sometimes really pack a punch. And we're talking about these tornadoes that can quickly form. So that tornado warning was actually just extended for just a little bit longer. And that means that as it continues to lift towards the north along US 27, just near I-75, these are all areas that if you have friends and family, you know they're traveling, maybe give them a call right now and tell them, hey, you need to get off the road right now, get to where you need to be. And this is the reason why today a lot of schools are canceled, a lot of cancellations, because government officials just don't want people on the road. It's dangerous, even though if you're not getting a direct hit from the system.
And that's a great reminder, because you may hear that we're going to get maybe less rain, just some tropical force winds, and you're probably thinking, we're fine. We're not, because if you take a live look at your screen right now, on the right side of your screen, that's an active tornado happening right there in West Broward. On the bottom of your screen, a short time ago, you saw drivers still driving on Alligator Alley, maybe some still trying to evacuate the Tampa Bay area, as we've been seeing them do so for the last couple of days. Erica, I mean, what stops this tornado from moving? I mean, is there anything in the way that can maybe break this up? Is there something we can hope for? I don't know.
With the way the environment and the atmosphere are right now, it doesn't take much for this to produce, and really it's just in an open field. It seems to me like maybe it's lifting up just a little bit, maybe off the ground, so that could be good news. For this specific tornado warning. We're looking at radar signatures here. Doesn't look as impressive as it did before. You can still see that funnel cloud out, but it looks like maybe this might be improving. It is moving towards the north, and if it does continue to hold, then areas along US 27 could see it between 10:30 and 10:40 this morning. So if you are in the area of Broward County, just along US 27 there, if this tornado is still on the ground, you'll likely be able to see it here in about 15 minutes, possibly moving in your direction. So, Alex, to answer your question, with that that right quadrant coming in through South Florida, we're going to see a lot of this. We've already seen 10 tornado warnings issued this morning alone, and already about 2 or 3 apparent tornadoes, and this one is an apparent tornado that was on the ground.
And Eric, you talked about the speed there, 25 miles per hour, I think you last said. As this looks like it's reducing right before our eyes, how much damage can that do, 25 miles per hour? We would think about driving in the car, for instance, at 25, not very fast, but the fact that it is a tornado can certainly make an impact as we're seeing this happen.
And really, it doesn't need to be anything light. I mean, it could be someone in their vehicle. It could be any. We see pictures all the time of survey crews being sent out by the National Weather Service when there is an apparent tornado, and the damage that a flying object becomes a missile, basically. And the damage that this can do, it's awful. So when we see it out in areas that are not densely populated, good news there. But there are people out there, and there are cars that are on the road. And again, this is a reminder that even though Milton will not be a direct hit for South Florida, outer bands can really pack a punch, and it may not be constant, but as they come in, they're not only coming in quickly, but they're producing very, very strong winds, and a lot of them capable of quickly producing a tornado in a matter of snapping a finger, as we just saw.
Exactly.
And Alex, I think it seems like maybe it's trying to lift. I see another rope-like structure. Not sure if that's the same tornado that we were watching, but there is another one now a little closer on the left side of the screen. So just a reminder to talk about this tornado warning that you do see. It was extended, the tornado warning for western Broward, so communities just west of Coral Springs. It's heading north, and it's a tornado warning that was extended until 10:30, I believe, this morning. So we're going to keep on this near US 27. This is near I-75 and US 27, just west of areas like Sunrise and Coral Springs area.
And now, Erica, just to reiterate, this is a situation that could happen for anyone in South Florida, right? Because we are all dealing with those outer bands, whether you're watching from Monroe County, whether you're watching from Miami-Dade or Broward. This is a possibility, unfortunately, throughout the day today.
Correct. And this is why the National Weather Service felt it was warranted to issue a tornado watch. And that extends as far north as Central Florida, but it includes all areas south. So South Florida in its entirety, including the Florida Keys, we are under a tornado watch because conditions today will be favorable for quick moving tornadoes at any given moment. We talked about this the last couple of days. That's what you can expect with the outer bands. And that tornado watch, Alex, is in place for all of South Florida, including the Florida Keys, until 9 p.m. today. And I did get word from Jackson, meteorologist Jackson Dill. He did confirm that that was the same tornado that we were watching on the screen. Just sometimes they change in structure. Sometimes they're a little wider. Sometimes they take on this rope-like structure. Still very destructive nonetheless, as you have winds circulating, rotating within just this one funnel across the area. So, Alex, US 27, Broward County, west of Sunrise, west of Coral Springs. If you have friends and family maybe traveling along Alligator Alley, there's that tornado warning where we're keeping a close eye on, and it's actually in place until 10:45 this morning.
People have been boarding up their businesses and homes all through the region pretty much for the last 48 hours. Parts of the Gulf Coast are now already starting to feel the outer bands of Milton. Wind, lashing rains, flooding already affecting some cities and towns. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just this hour.
We are bracing and are prepared to receive a major hit. The National Guard is deploying 6,000 Florida National Guardsmen as well as 3,000 National Guardsmen from other states. This is the largest Florida National Guard search and rescue mobilization in the entire history of the state of Florida. While there is the hope that it will weaken more before landfall, there is high confidence that this hurricane is going to pack a major punch and do an awful lot of damage.
NASA put out this stunning time lapse from space. That's not a movie capture. That's real. That's Milton. And its target right now is Florida. Senior meteorologist Janice Dean is in our Fox Weather Center. Janice.
So we did get the 11 a.m. advisory, and the winds have gone down a little bit. We were anticipating that, but I think the bottom line is you can't look at the category. The category means the winds. We don't have categories for storm surge, and sometimes I think we should, because the storm surge is going to be catastrophic, historic. We set records with Helene's storm surge just 2 weeks ago, and this, in some cases, will be double that. I also want to make mention that within the latest advisory, they are talking about tornadic supercells. So this is another story that we have to follow in the next 12 to 18 to 24 hours, is the potential for tornadoes. You've already got that rotation from the counterclockwise motion, and that's causing friction with the land. So yes, we're going to see tornado damage in some of these heavily populated areas. And by the way, that's on the east coast of Florida. So this is going to be a big concern. Tornado watch until 9 p.m., and that's going to be one of the risks. We talk about the storm surge, though. That is going to be imminent along the west coast of Florida, heavily populated neighborhoods. Millions of folks live here, from Tampa down toward Fort Myers. And we still don't know the exact location where the strongest winds are going to be coming ashore. And that's going to be key as to who gets the worst storm surge. That'll be south of the core of the strongest winds. North of the core of the strongest winds will be the heavy rainfall, and we could get a foot to 14, 15 inches. So no matter how you slice it, it's going to be a very big event, one that's going to cause probably damage like they've never seen along the west coast of Florida. Already seeing wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour for Key West. And as you mentioned, the storm is going to weaken, but it's also going to grow larger. That's what happens. It's interacting with a cold front. It's kind of what happened with Sandy a few years ago in the Northeast, right? It interacted with a cold front, it became extratropical, and it got bigger, and it affected a wide area of real estate, and that's what's going to happen with this storm. So landfall, we think sometime overnight tonight, anywhere between Tampa and Sarasota. Fort Myers, you're not out of this either, but anywhere along these vulnerable coastlines, Harris, where that mound of water is just going to be pushed into the bays, the inlets, we could see 12 to 15 feet, depending on where that center comes ashore. Wow. And that will be devastating for this area of the country. The shelf is so shallow, it's like a ramp for all of this water to go inland.
Look, I hear it. I even said it because our team has been reading that it could be worse than Katrina. And I really want to make the point, it's because of how low the shelf is there. And,
yes.
And really how different this could be, and how much that we are seeing that's new.
It's going to change the coastline. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. It will. It's going to impact someone, and that's why we have the evacuations in place. You don't have a lot of time now, and if you're going to, wait out the storm, you need to pray.
Yeah. Well, Janice, we appreciate the update, especially bringing us what the National Hurricane Center said. So it has gone down from a 5. We're still at a 4. And your warning is, we hear you loud and clear. That's not that much difference. Certainly not.
Yep. Don't focus on the category.
Exactly, not the number.
No.
All right. Thank you. We'll bring you back as the news warrants.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Harris.
Roads and highways throughout Florida are packed. People are trying to get out of Milton's path. And right now, about 60% of gas stations in the Tampa, St. Petersburg area are out of fuel already. People are preparing for whatever comes ahead of the storm's life-threatening storm surge. The rain, the flooding already begun in some areas and will only strengthen throughout the day. Officials have told hundreds of thousands of people they must evacuate their homes and urge millions of others to do the same. Many in the area are terrified.
That's the rain going up into north portions of the state of Florida. So, yeah, we certainly have rain initially, and then we're going to deal with more coming in. And so that's one of the reasons why a flood threat exists, along with a tornado risk.
This tornado threat is becoming more and more significant as the hours go on. And this area we have been watching for quite some time now, with an observed tornado that went through the Clewiston area and is still moving to the north through Glades County.
Yeah, and I think we have some pictures there out of the Moorhaven area, at least there. And of course, that storm right now is just on off towards the north.
I have to get a little bit closer just to see.
Are we seeing that swirling there? It's hard to tell.
It's very hard to tell.
But there's clearly a nasty storm with some dark clouds, and it just certainly looks like things are certainly spinning and rotating in that area. So again, this is in Moorhaven, and we're looking on off towards the north of where that storm is, the Moorhaven looking north. is where the storm is right now in Glades County. And again, an observed tornado, that warning out until noon.
And the National Weather Service has tagged this as a particularly dangerous situation. And that's about as serious as the language gets when you have a tornado warning. And so if you are in this area, pretty much, I would say all around the Okeechobee area, you have just got to be very, very cognizant of these warnings, because we have seen more and more as the hours have gone on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because we clearly got the water showing up there on the left side of the screen, maybe we're looking south towards Moorhaven there, at least in the video, because when you look at the radar, you can see the storm is on the west side of that water. So yeah, there's the clear rotation showing up there just north of Moorhaven as the storm tracks its way northbound there at this point. Again, dangerous storm. Again, these things have been observed here as it moves its way northbound. You see some of the cities that could be in line to deal with this storm here in the next several minutes. Sarasota County, Colony, I should say, at about 11:48, and then just after the noon time frame, right on that northern edge of where the warning is, you got Brighton. So if you're in any of these areas, that's going to be the time to make sure you're seeking shelter. Innermost a portion of the sturdy structure and away from the windows is where you want to be.
Let's go to a few of the other tornado warnings that we're experiencing right now, and some of the newest ones around Cape Coral. So we've got Charlotte and Lee counties. Look how large this tornado warning is. And the reason for that, as some of these outer bands start to move on shore, there are a lot of areas inside this that are rotating.
Yeah, that's right, Justin. Thanks so much for that here. We've certainly seen a slew of them. And this is right now some video from not too long ago here. This is in Lee County, not too far from the Cape Coral area, with some very strong winds. As you can see, look at the camera. Basically rocking back and forth here. This was as a tornado warned storm was moving through.
Now, it's hard to say at this point, was this from a tornado or is this just from the punch that these outer bands are delivering? Because we know these are quite powerful as they've been moving on shore. And we've been watching this band for a while as it was out over open water, saying this is going to be a pretty big deal as it moves on shore. And here you have some evidence. Now, we're still tracking plenty of tornado warnings across the area, and that it does include still in parts of Lee County.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, just incredible. And look at that. I mean, look how things kind of cleared out.
Down. Yeah.
At one point, you couldn't see much at all. And there you can see some of the trees in the background there becoming a bit more visible. So clearly we had some big winds come through, some heavy, heavy rain. Again, as a tornado warned storm was coming through. Again, can't tell you if there was a tornado that moved through the screen, but clearly it was a nasty storm that moved on by. And we're only going to be looking at more coming into the West Coast as Milton gets closer and closer. What's going on with Milton right now? And there's the big overview here showing you the radar picture, which is really lit up, not just with the rain coming down, but the warnings that are showing up out there across South Florida.
I mean, it's essentially a tornado outbreak right now across parts of Central and South Florida. We need to watch out very carefully. That's going to continue. Here's one tornado warning for Fort Myers, including Fort Myers. You're not going to see it if there's a tornado hiding in there. There's a lot of rain. This is one of the big problems with landfalling tropical systems.
This is in the outer bands. So now we're starting to see some of those stronger bands work their way on shore. They're loaded with tropical moisture, but also the chance for tornadoes. Now, we talked about those right along the coast that are wrapped in rain. These are discrete supercells, and they have been extremely powerful as of late.
Yeah, a number of them have been confirmed, visual evidence, seen tornadoes here, and they continue to show very good signs of rotation.
And they're very strong rotation, likely tornadoes in progress, all moving north very quickly. So you can imagine yourself getting into a warning. Let's say in Sebring, if you track some of these storms out, you know, you may not think the weather's bad when you get that warning, but you're going to need to react because everything is moving so quickly.
I mean, look at this radar signature. This is something that you look at a textbook of a classic tornado signature on radar, and that's just not something that you see too often in a tropical situation. But the environment out ahead of this, where we've got warm temperatures, high dew points, this is allowing for this situation to unfold, and it's the environment's not changing anytime soon.
Right. Yep, all these ingredients are put together. Thank you, Milton, for doing that, even hundreds of miles away from the center. And that's what we're seeing right now. There's another hook echo right there for Okeechobee and St. Lucie counties in Florida. This is very likely a tornado in progress. This is what's called a TVS, a tornado vortex signature. That kind of tight rotation indicates there is a circulation, certainly to the ground.
Yeah, so yeah, these storms mean business. These storms are not a situation where you want to be trying to get out there and look and try to find things. It'll be on top of you too quickly. So get into your safe zone. You're in these spots that we've just talked about. Please get to that safe zone. Innermost portion of a sturdy structure and away from the windows is where you want to be.
And notice the motion of these. These are moving to the north. So areas to the north of Lake Okeechobee, you've got to be aware that there is a tornado threat heading in your direction, because we've seen these consistently hold together since they were across Alligator Alley. That's a long time.
Long time. You're exactly right, Molly. That's a really good point. And I'm also concerned about the increasing tornado threat closing in on Tampa with that very same band that we know has produced a tornado threat farther to the south. It's going to continue on its way. And we have that watch out that goes until
9 p.m.
9 o'clock,
9 o'clock tonight.
South of Tampa Bay changes the dynamics completely in terms of which direction the wind is blowing. It doesn't stop storm surge from occurring in Tampa Bay, but it means that the wind is not necessarily coming from the west directly into the bay. It can be coming from the south and driving water up into Old Tampa Bay or Hillsborough Bay, all the different parts of the very complex Tampa Bay area. You were showing the picture there from Anna Maria Island that is kind of south, just south of Tampa, off Bradenton. You can already see the winds there, tropical storm force winds right at the coast now, gusting up to 51 at last report at St. Petersburg. So it is beginning on the west coast of the state, and not to mention the bands producing tornadoes already. Here's the update from the Hurricane Center as of 1 p.m. 145 mile an hour hurricane pressure estimated at 935. And look at the wiggles and wobbles. And this is why I was stressing, I don't want anybody in Tampa Bay to think anything about what they're hearing about on social media. Oh, it's coming in. It's not going to hit us. It's going to hit Sarasota. It's going to hit. No. This is coming very close to Tampa Bay. And every time we see a little bend to the north here, and now another little bend to the north, you can see that's the direction it's heading. The only question is, when it makes the turn, where does it make the turn? We don't know that exactly. Somewhere between Tampa Bay and Sarasota, I would say. But there is nobody should be breathing any sighs of relief in the Tampa Bay metropolitan area at this point. All right, let's look at it close up and see what's going on with the storm. Well, here you can see, look, this is all dry air out here. That's the boundary. And the upper level winds are pushing like crazy on this thing. And that's why it's slowly starting to unravel. What does that mean? It means the top wind speeds are going to come down, but it means the storm is going to spread out. A more spread out storm pushes more water toward the coast, more storm surge farther south. You can kind of make that out here as the storm kind of has that kind of look about it there. But that process that the Hurricane Center has been forecasting is indeed happening. When we look at the radar, now remember, the radar is coming from the land, so we can't see the whole storm, but we're starting to see that we're getting a half an eye wall, and that's what we expect to happen moving forward, exactly because you can see the dry air coming in on this side here. But this will be fierce up here, and this is going to be to the north and northeast of wherever the center is. So this is not a typical hurricane where everything is to the right of the center. In this case, the strongest eye wall is going to be north and northeast of where the center comes in. And if it comes in south of Tampa, that will be right over top of Tampa, St. Petersburg, and Clearwater. So a lot to go here. All right, here's this, and then we have these bands, right? And the way the bands work, we had a band here producing tornadoes, thankfully just inland of the populated areas on the east coast of Florida. This band, though, is producing tornadoes over the populated areas on the west coast, and then another band, and another band, and another band. And each band that comes in gets stronger nominally. I mean, forgetting the tornadoes have been extremely strong, and these purple ones especially particularly dangerous. Looking close up, let's see where this one is. This one is just inland. This is St. Lucie County. Anything west of I-95 is generally unpopulated. And over here, we're east of Charlotte Harbor. And again, once we get west of I-75, we don't have too many people there, but we do have towns in there for under these bands. So everybody, I hope they're taking cover and being very aware, having some way of being notified, your Fox Weather app, keeping you notified, because this is going to continue through the day today. So this is phase one here with these bands and tornadoes, and then we get into the phase two, which is going to happen tonight with the arrival of the center. So Remember that the cone talks about the center's arrival, nothing about the bands, nothing about the severe weather, nothing about the dangerous conditions outside of the cone, only where the center of circulation is going to track.
Hola amigos, demos un vistazo en vivo al huracán Milton. Estamos en cobertura especial. Es un huracán de categoría 4, sigue siendo un huracán de gran intensidad. Se espera que esté bajando poco a poco, pero ahora mismo está a 130 millas al oeste de Fort Myers y se está moviendo a 16 millas por hora, lo cual es bastante rápido. Se está moviendo al norte-noreste, por lo tanto, poco a poco ya se está acercando al área de Florida para traernos las afectaciones. Y ahora mismo los efectos indirectos ya han comenzado y están en forma de numerosos avisos por tornado. Vamos a ver cada uno de ellos. Aquí están. Tenemos además algunos que son considerables. Hay uno ahora mismo que se está moviendo en los condados Broward y Collier, justamente cruzando el Alligator Alley. Hay uno un poco más hacia el norte, es indicado por radar. Justo al norte de Moore Haven hay varios indicados por radar, pero ahora mismo también hay algunos que están siendo reportados. Ahora mismo este de los condados de Soto Highlands también es por radar. Aquí en el condado Indian River, Okeechobee y Osceola es observado. Esto significa que hay un tornado pasando por aquí ahora mismo. Es considerable, incluso fíjense cómo se puede ver aquí lo tenemos, vean el gancho que está haciendo este tornado en esta zona, un poco más hacia el norte, cercano al Interestatal 95, los condados Broward, Indian Rivers, Osceola. E incluso ahora mismo hay un tornado que está siendo indicado por radar en el condado Polk y es para la ciudad de Harbordale, Haines City, Lake Wales, Winter Haven y además incluye la carretera Interestatal 4. Así que los efectos ya de las bandas externas comienzan a sentirse, los tenemos llegando ya a la península de Florida, a pesar de que el centro está todavía en el mar. Estamos bajo vigilancia por tornado hasta las 9 de la noche en toda la zona del centro y sur de Florida. Esto no quiere decir que todo el mundo aquí va a tener tornado, sino que las tormentas que lleguen a desarrollarse producto de esas bandas externas del huracán pueden generar tornado en cualquiera de estas áreas.
At the southernmost buoy in Key West, and as you can see those waves crashing against the pier there are still some people out there venturing out to see some of those impacts. That seems to be a little dangerous for us, but you see this every year.
You sure do. From the southernmost point, let's bring you to Broward now. Video captured this large tornado everyone is still talking about as that tornado crossed north of I-75 and west of US 27. People were taking video from the road, pulling over from parking lots and from homes as well.
No matter where you watch it, it's a scary sight. And so far, 54 tornado warnings have been issued across the state, and the threat of twisters remains in effect as we head into the evening. And as this system reaches our shoreline, NBC6 is on your side. We have live crews stationed along the west coast.
We want to kick off our coverage right now, 4 o'clock, our team coverage with NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales, who joins us live in the studio with the very latest on Milton. Hey, John.
Hey, Roxy and Jackie. Hi, good afternoon. Well, listen, I'll give you the good news first. You can obviously see that this hurricane is not what it once was. You can't tell where the eye is, at least not very easily. The hurricane is off of its peak. And, if you want to extend that a little bit further, this is the terminal, the initial stage of the terminal condition of this hurricane, because it is impacted now by that wind shear that had been forecast to start impinging upon the system. So, off of its peak of 180 miles per hour, we're down to a hurricane that has winds sustained at 130 miles per hour. So 50 miles per hour less in intensity. But now here comes some of the bad news. The wind field has expanded. That was predicted too. As we had some of these, things like jet streams starting to impact the hurricane, there would be some meteorological transformation. As the system goes from purely tropical to a hybrid to eventually a mid-latitude kind of low-pressure system, the wind field, instead of concentrating all close to the eye of the hurricane, tends to expand, and that's already underway. And why is that particularly bad news? Because a larger wind field drives more water from the Gulf of Mexico towards the west coast of Florida. So like I mentioned since a couple of days ago, even if this is coming off a Cat 5 and going down to a Cat 3 as is forecast for landfall, a lot of these impacts are already baked in because of how strong it was to begin with, how long it takes it for it to spin down, and now with the expanding wind field, the fact that it's still going to impact severely our state. So it is officially a Category 3 hurricane. Look, the winds are 125 miles per hour, so even 55 miles per hour off of its peak, moving northeast 17 miles per hour. And then this is really important. You know, this hurricane got down to 897 millibars. It is by barometric pressure, the 5th strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin. So thankfully, we're off of that incredibly strong hurricane level, and the pressure is rising, and it's rising pretty quickly. So that's definitely good news. Forecast from the National Hurricane Center, landfall is going to be tonight, and whereas one point, maybe yesterday, we were thinking it would be past midnight, looks like it's going to be before midnight, all right? So we'll see that come ashore 10, maybe 11 o'clock. Where? Still in question. And I know there's only a few hours left, but listen, it is so crucial to determine exactly where it's going to make landfall vis-a-vis the impacts that are going to occur in terms of storm surge especially, and even the windstorm, of course, that, you know, we can't tell you if it's going to be Bradenton, you know, right there, or Sarasota right there, or down the coast in Venice, or further down the coast in Punta Gorda. You know, those are all still in play because of wobbles in the track. And I know, you know, remember, don't focus on the skinny black line, said Max Mayfield from the National Hurricane Center back in the day. Well, you know, this time we really need to focus on the skinny black line, okay? Because I know the impacts extend beyond the cone, but where exactly it makes landfall is going to make all the difference for a lot of communities that are along the coast. All right, there is that transition underway. Look at that dip. Look at that dip in the jet stream that is impinging upon this hurricane. So that phase where it's going to weaken is underway. The wind field, though, very definitely expanding as it crosses through our state. We're thankfully far away from the core of this hurricane, but this problem, the storm surge problem, is certainly a huge one. And I hope during the course of this afternoon to have the opportunity to explain some of the nuances of the storm surge even inside of Tampa Bay and why the track matters so much to that region. In the meantime, there is a tornado outbreak underway in our state right now, and for that, here's meteorologist Yaris Abreu.
So as they mentioned at the top of the hour, 54 tornado warnings issued across the state, and 41 of those warnings came from right here, the National Weather Service in Miami. And we're not quite out of the woods. We've been watching those outer rain bands of Milton spin through the region as of right now. Thankfully, we do not have any active warnings. There is one over the Everglades out towards Broward, and that's that little red box. I'm going to point it right now, point at it. There it is. The active other tornado warnings that are in effect are further north, but we've been seeing this all afternoon, and it has been just one of those days where you can't keep your eyes off of the radar because just another one pops up. Here's a quick peek. Your radar showing a lot of the rain and those isolated tornadoes off to our west, but as the storm continues to move east northeast, we are going to get and see the possibility for those outer rain bands to move right into our region. And that's going to be the #1 concern moving forward for the rest of this afternoon, through this evening, and even through tonight before Milton makes landfall. We'll see drastically improving weather by this time tomorrow. So we're still not quite out of the woods. And as we zoom in, here it is, what's left of it. You could clearly see a little bit of a hook, a great signature of where we see rotations embedded within these thunderstorms. Luckily for us, this is well north and west of Weston, and this is going to keep traveling north. So we are in the clear as far as any trouble in our area right now.
Now, Milton is a Category 3 hurricane. It is sheared, it is weakening, but it'll still be right near that major hurricane threshold when it comes ashore in a few hours, right near, maybe just south of the opening to Tampa Bay itself. It's moving northeast at 17, although it is expected to slow down and turn to the right before too much longer, and those details will determine where the exact landfall location is. But this is a very north-loaded storm because of the southwesterly wind shear. Look at how much rain is on that north side. There will still be tremendous onshore flow here on the south side, but the rain and the wind on the north side will be noticeable. That northern eye wall is extremely active. So center going to come ashore, say 10, 11 o'clock tonight or so. This is a little bit after midnight, and this is tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to take about 12 hours to cross the Florida Peninsula, and because of the size of the storm, it continues to grow in horizontal size. Huge area under hurricane warning. You're going to get hurricane conditions south of and north of the track. Because of the way the structure is changing, this is not going to be necessarily the case where it's just the right side or the south side in this case that is the worst. Storm surge warnings still up for both coastlines, especially here Melbourne northward on the east coast, because that's where the onshore flow side on the north side will be. Now, some of these numbers have come down. Some of these numbers have changed pretty much not at all. This is still, this purple zone expected to be the greatest area of storm surge, but look at how high, double digit all the way down into the Fort Myers Beach area possible, and Tampa Bay still expecting somewhere in that zone 6 to 9 feet of saltwater flooding, and the Atlantic coast will get surge as it's departing. And here is a really big part of the story tonight that could cause life-threatening and damaging flooding, not just in coastal areas, but across the I-4 corridor and for a good distance both north and south of there. High risk of the rain-induced flooding. So here's the trough that has come in to cause this system to be sheared, but it's also interacting with a frontal zone. So that is why we're going to have so much heavy rain, and this is why it's so north-loaded and why we've got so much wind on the north side of it. And this is, because of the frontal interaction and all of the moisture and instability and low-level wind shear on the east side of this, that's why we've got that convergence of heavy rainfall on the northern side, and while we've got the severe weather going on today, we've had all kinds of tornado warnings, got lots of flash flood warnings. This is just the beginning of really serious flash flood warnings. This tornado watch goes till 9 o'clock. So how many reasons do you need to not be on the roads tonight? There's the low-level wind shear, the change of wind speed and direction with height on the east side. So that is just one of the many hazards that is extending hundreds of miles away from the center of circulation. But where the center is, it's a beam of Venice, Florida right now, and the winds are obviously already strong in the Tampa Bay area. St. Petersburg gusting to 58, Sarasota to 48, and then just to the east of where the center is, Venice is gusting to 48, and we've got plenty of onshore flow there all the way down into Naples that is gusting to 58 miles an hour. But Jackie, if we had to, kind of guess where landfall will occur, and while we look at the winds way inland, looks like right near the mouth of the Tampa Bay, or maybe just south of there, in about 5 hours or so. But that is just going to be the beginning of that rain and wind event inland over central Florida.
Right here, where most of the activity has been throughout the day today, we're officially experiencing a tornado outbreak because of Milton. So I want to start you out here just west of Fort Pierce, where St. Lucie County is under a tornado warning. That's until 5:15 here. We've got a big hook signature and a very strong sign here of winds moving in opposite directions. So these are the winds moving towards the radar. These are the winds moving away from the radar, inferring that counterclockwise rotation within that area, and that's very near Interstate 95. Very unsafe to be traveling or outdoors at all in that location. Now, Palm Beach County also under a tornado warning. This one is observed. There was a confirmed tornado very near Loxahatchee Groves. This is moving in a northerly direction, so it's moved north of there now. That's the area of concern that I just circled here. So this is going to be tracking just to the west of Palm Beach Gardens, and potentially we're working its way on up towards Delta and into Hobie Sound. So a lot of times tropical tornadoes will weaken a little bit, but these have been incredibly strong. That area that I just circled right there, that's what we call a tornado debris signature, where something other than raindrops is getting lofted into the air. So that is a likely, it could be structures, it could be grass and trees and that kind of thing, but something other than rain is being lofted, and that's a radar confirmed tornado there. Now I want to take you up towards the Orlando area because there was a tornado warning that was in effect there just moments ago. That's been allowed to expire. The rotation has weakened significantly, but we'll continue to monitor this area for additional threats as you remain under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight.
This tornado warning is about to push offshore, so that's any silver lining. Hopefully this can kick into the Atlantic, but Vero Beach, you're under this warning. It is an observed, dangerous, and very large tornado, so we're watching it closely, and it is expected to push onto the A1A, and we still have that debris signature. Get to a safe place as quickly as you can, away from windows, away from walls, interior room of your home, your building, your condo on the lowest level that you can. This is a very serious situation. We've already had over 100 tornado warnings, several of which have been confirmed, but this is a big deal. We are going to continue to follow every threat that this storm is bringing. Surge picking up in Naples, Florida, Fort Myers. It's just beginning. Hurricane Milton will have continuing coverage here through tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Coverage of Hurricane Milton. Thank you for watching Fox Weather. I'm meteorologist Jane Menard. Let's get right to the latest on Milton. So this is what we know, a Category 3 hurricane, winds about 120, but we're favoring the strength of this storm on the north side. Big update coming in at the top of the hour, and that's that the timeline for landfall has moved up, and we could see this storm push on shore earlier, but the impacts have been scraping through Florida all day long. We have a slew of confirmed tornadoes on the 95 corridor, including one very destructive tornado near Vero Beach right now. This is a look at it. It is pushing onto the A1A and is going to eventually slide offshore. That is the best that we can hope for right now, but it has had a history of destruction. We've been watching this storm closely. We spotted it on the Florida DOT camera. This still a very concerning signature as it sits over a populated area on the East Coast.
Miami-Dade and Broward, sustained winds 20 to 25 miles per hour. That's what we're expecting tonight through Thursday. Gusts 40 to 50. Could gust higher in some of the stronger storms in the rain bands. Still don't want to rule out the brief tornadoes, but like I said before, I think we're probably done with some of the stronger storms in the bands. We'll see if we get a few more, though, coming at us tomorrow. But in the meantime, here's a look at Hurricane Milton. New advisory comes our way top of the hour. Maximum sustained winds 120 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. And the eye of this storm pressing so much closer to the Tampa Bay area. That landfall will be coming up maybe a few hours from now. Here's a wake-up weather forecast that I did not mean to show you, but I'll have the 7-day planner coming up next hour. Back to you.
But here's the deal. We want you to be safe from the surge. We want you to get out of the surge, and hopefully you are, because now it's almost getting too late. You saw what Felicia's got going on. You see what's happening here in Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, across the other side, and then eventually up toward Dennis. This thing is only 50 miles offshore right now, and it's closing in pretty fast. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb. And Rick, we talked about Helene and the size of that circulation. The center of Helene going into Steinhatchee, but they still had 6 feet of surge here. The fact that this is smaller, but the center coming in farther south, do we get an equal or above that in terms of the surge? Do you think?
There is the potential to get more than what you got in Helene because of the overall size and the direction and the proximity to the center of circulation. But we're not going to know, Jim, what happens between Charlotte Harbor and Tampa Bay in terms of gauges, because there aren't any. So what really ends up happening here, we might not fully know until after the storm, and there can be some forensic analysis in various places because, as you know, storm surge flooding is so location dependent, but I think somebody is going to get more than what they got in Helene in the stretch of coastline you're in.
Well, we're going to stay southwest for the foreseeable future with the storm to our north. We know that's going to push the wind up into Charlotte Harbor. We go toward high tide tomorrow morning, early in the morning, where we'll still be southwest. The big question is where there'll be enough of a component to keep the water up and keep it rising. Usually, as you know, Doc, you get your maximum surge at the time of landfall. But we're going to keep the water up. So a lot of it's going to be sloshing around and beating things up. And like what I left you guys in Tampa Bay, okay, there are piles of debris here because homes were flooded. All right, homes were flooded. So that is going to be added to the equation, the debris sloshing around, possibly even causing more damage than the water itself. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted here. Right now, let's go back to the studio. We got tons of tornadoes out here today. Incredible tornadoes with this thing.
Yep, and Jackie's going to summarize in detail what is happening with the tornado situation that is still an ongoing outbreak. And the gauges are coming up. So we're in between low tide and high tide. So astronomical tide is going to be contributing more and more to increasing water levels gradually over the next several hours. So is the onshore push. And again, we've got a couple gauges down here south of where Jim is in Charlotte Harbor, but then we don't have any gauges in that zone and north of there. So the water may very well be getting higher than what you see at these two gauges, closer to where the center circulation is with the stronger onshore push, and we're no longer in low tide. So that's why, again, I say I think we're going to get higher values in that zone than what we got in Helene. Tampa Bay right now, with the center still to your south, you still got offshore flow, maybe in some places even getting negative surge, but that will change as the center passes near the, just to the south of the mouth of the opening to Tampa Bay, and you start pushing some of that water across the bay, maybe toward the northern side. So that's why you still could get 6 to 9 feet in there. But this is that zone where, again, we're not going to have a gauge in that 9 to 13 forecast zone, but we think that's where we're going to get close to that double-digit saltwater flooding. So there's the center of circulation. And, on the path that it was, on the direction it was moving at the time the advisory came out at 5 p.m., it looked like it might take till about 10 o'clock for it to come ashore and just south of the mouth of the opening to Tampa Bay. Recently, it has wobbled to the right a little bit. Is that the beginning of the bona fide turn to the right, or will it wobble back to the left a little bit? So it could be 4 hours, could be 3 hours or a little less between now and landfall, 9 o'clock plus or minus, moving 15 miles an hour. It's about 45 miles off the coast and moving in that direction. And so this is the really strong wind part of it. It's really north loaded because of that southwesterly shear, and it's north loaded with the rain with that frontal boundary off to the north. So we already have strong winds in Tampa Bay, gusting to 61 at St. Petersburg with an offshore directed wind. Sarasota now gusting to 64. Even Lakeland gusting to 52 miles an hour, and all the way into Orlando, the winds are picking up that are over 30 miles an hour. But look at how strong the winds there are in Venice, gusting to 68. But the big problem, Jackie, is going to be inland areas. It's not just a Gulf Coast event. We're going to have the significant risk of flooding, and we've already had a number of damaging tornadoes.
We have. It's been very busy when it comes to tornadoes, and that's been ongoing all day long. You mentioned those wind speeds, which are starting to increase. We've got some of the peak gusts that have, been pushing 70 miles per hour already. That was in Fort Pierce. Marathon had wind gusts earlier today, just shy of 60 miles per hour. Now we've got a report of 92 mile per hour gusts. That was in Palm Beach Gardens, but that was very likely from the tornado. So let's talk about the tornado risk as we're getting reports of damage now in Fort Pierce. We've got reports of damage in Lakewood Park. Unfortunately, these tornadoes have been the real deal, and they have been very powerful. In fact, wedge-type tornadoes from supercells. So we do have a tornado watch that remains in effect here until 9 o'clock tonight. We still have some warnings, and it's been this outer band that has just been continuing to pump out the rotating storms. And unfortunately, it's been moving over some very populated areas. There's been some pretty good rotation here right now just to the east of Cocoa Beach in Brevard County until 6:15. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation very near Merritt Island. So it's just to the north of there. And these have been spinning. That area I just circled, that's another area of rotation just offshore. So these are going to be coming in as water spouts and working their way on land. So the area we're concerned about right now heading towards Rockledge into Sharps and gradually working towards Port St. John around 6:18. Remember, shelter in an interior room away from doors and windows. Stay in that interior part with as many walls as you can between you and the outside of your home. Now, I want to take you and show you all the tornado reports that we've already had today. We've had them down here towards Fort Myers. We've had them up here towards Sebring. And of course, this big concentration. This has been an outbreak of tornadoes. And a lot of times our tropical tornadoes can be very transient and they develop very quickly. They tend to dissipate very quickly and often can just be very fleeting. That has not been the case today. We've had a lot of intense heating. We've got a ton of wind shear, which has brought significant tornadoes and unfortunately some damage. There are power outages. Those have been increasing. Those are up over 250,000, so 250,000 customers without power, but we know that's many, many more people. Want to get back out to Jim Cantori over there towards the Charlotte Harbor area. Of course, storm surge, the big concern there, Jim, that's just going to continue to go up here as landfall is imminent in the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, too, when you look at the radar. The guidance was showing this over the past couple of days is it's pretty dry on the south side of this. So unlike what you're getting with flood warnings all across the state up to the north, we're going to be relatively dry. But as you can see, Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a wash tub out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage, which is where we'll be moving up as the water comes up.
For the hurricane specialist Brian Norcross, there's just so much talk about Milton and what it's doing. It's wobbling, it's moving, but you also notice that the northern side of this is prolific with its rain. Let's bring in Brian right now. And when we look at these latest advisories, just this subtlety in the movement means everything to the impacts on the Gulf side, Brian.
Yes, Steve. In fact, we're seeing a definite movement now, we think, toward the coast. It looks like this is going to come inland south of Tampa Bay and maybe far enough south of Tampa Bay to drive the water out of Tampa Bay like we saw in Irma. But the strong winds are going to be over the Tampa Bay metropolitan area. National Weather Service just now has issued, you see the blue box there, that's Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota counties for a high wind warning, which is what they do when an eye wall comes ashore. It's to alert people that this is imminent, that the extreme winds are going to move in. So here on the radar, you see that kind of curved shape, bright red there. That's where the strongest winds with this hurricane are. They estimated 120 miles per hour in that band, and there's the pressure at 998 millibars. Here, when we look on the enhanced satellite picture, we can see this cluster to the north of the center. See, the center is in here. Notice it's bending back toward the coast here, and with the center and the most intense thunderstorms on up there to the north. So here you can see there's where the strongest winds are, right there. See it over St. Petersburg, Tampa, over Bradenton, and pushing south into Sarasota, although it's rotating up past Sarasota. But look at the direction of movement now of the eye. Well, we've talked about it making a hard right turn. It's made the hard right turn. Now, could it wobble a little farther north? It could, but I don't think it's going to wobble far enough north to push water into Tampa Bay. More likely, it's going to push water out of Tampa Bay like we saw in Hurricane Irma in 2017. It is pushing water against the coast farther south now. Look at this, 3.5 feet above normal high tide. This is not above the tide. This is above normal high tide.
All those spots are places where the wind could compromise your home and then bring the hurricane into your home, all right? So those are places you want to avoid and stay inside an interior room on the ground level of your home right now. Dr. Knabb, you know, I look at that radar and I think to myself, man, we are in it for a long time here. What you see is what you're going to get for hours on end here in Tampa.
You're absolutely right, Mike. That northern and then that northwestern side is going to be really nasty as the center of the hurricane is hung a right to keep it south of Tampa, but that is going to bring strong winds north and south of the center because it is so north and north northwest loaded because of the wind shear and the interaction with the front. The power outages are mounting in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. That problem is only going to expand eastward as that northern windiest side of the hurricane moves all the way across the central Florida region. And we're going to have potentially damaging and life-threatening rain-induced flooding along with some wind damage. So it is going to be a very dangerous night across the central portions of Florida from the Gulf Coast through the inland areas, along the I-4 corridor over to the East Coast. Look at all the flash flood warnings that are mounting, and this is just the beginning of that high-risk night and overnight. And we've got the extreme wind warning. Look at how the center of circulation is headed in the general direction of the Sarasota-Venice area, but look at how north and northwest loaded this is. This backside of the hurricane is going to be nasty. And the winds that we're getting on the north side as the hurricane moves in this direction are going to be a long duration, probably, as Mike said, till maybe till about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning here in the Tampa Bay area. Shelter like you would for a tornado in this extreme wind warning until at least 9:30 p.m. And we have had gusts as high as 89 miles an hour at St. Petersburg, the most recent gust to 78, and it's already gusting to tropical storm force east of this area. You have very spotty observations. I'm sure there are even stronger gusts that we're not measuring. So here's the eye of the hurricane, maybe an hour to an hour and a half from making landfall, but I don't know if Sarasota's going to get in the eye. If it keeps going more east-northeastward, then you'll just make a transition to the even rainier, windier northwest side. The rain is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. Flash flood warning has started in Sarasota. Something's going to have to be extended beyond 7:45 when this part of the storm moves in. And the water problems in the Tampa Bay area will get worse and worse because of the rainfall for the next several hours. You already got a warning until 7:45 in Pasco and Pinellas. And then Tampa all the way down I-4 to Lakeland is under a warning until 7:45. All of these are going to get extended, and probably the severity of the flash flood situation will only increase. Here's the rest of Interstate 4 under a flash flood warning until at least 9:45. I'm sure the warnings will go beyond that. Ocala is under warning, as is St. Augustine. But let me show you why, because of the winds, because of the rain and the flooding and the power outages, you need to stay off the roads all night long, because here's the center going maybe along or south of Interstate 4. Look at how long that northern side is going to cause heavy rainfall. Could be community-wide flooding. Could we not only have flash flood warnings, but flash flood emergencies all the way past sunrise tomorrow. Sarasota, your winds are going to get a lot stronger on that backside.
Sadly, this has been a historic day when you're talking about the tornadic conditions. For the National Weather Service out of Miami, they have issued over 55 warnings. That's the most ever for tornado warnings out of any day, out of any month. The same can be said for the National Weather Service out of Tampa. So it shows you these storms are much more than just the wind threshold in the category. I want to bring in our Fox Weather hurricane specialist, that's Brian Norcross. And Brian, I mean, man, these winds are ripping through Tampa, and I know we're not getting even the worst of it. What are you seeing? Because radar is so tough to tell where the center of this thing is, because it looks like it's just a massive core and massive kind of eye that is formed. Tell us what you've seen out of this advisory, this new one.
Well, hurricane hunters went out there and actually measured this very large center, sort of an eye. They said it was closed. They saw clouds all the way around it, over 50 miles, and it's down here. It's approaching Sarasota now. Hurricane Center, as of the new advisory, the update here at 8 o'clock, 120-mile-an-hour winds, 954 pressure, moving east-northeast. And it's 20 miles west-southwest of Sarasota. So at that rate, it'll be in Sarasota in just over an hour, the center of it. But Longboat Key and Lido Key are there west-southwest of Sarasota. So we expect before that, so before 9 o'clock Eastern time, expect to have the center ashore there in Sarasota. We'll look close up in just a second. But here I want you to notice what's going on north of the center, and especially right here, because this is metropolitan Tampa, St. Petersburg. They are getting blasted by that northern eye wall. We've seen winds up in the 90-mile-an-hour range. They are gusting there in the Tampa metropolitan area. Okay, looking close up here, you can see here, look, take a look right there. That's the donut. This is where the hurricane hunters put it some time ago, but there's the donut moving in. So when the center of that donut, which right now looks to be about there, moves over the shoreline, that will be official landfall of Hurricane Milton. But the way this has gotten redistributed because of the strong upper level winds that we've been talking about, that's put two things. It's pushed the storm, kind of tilted the storm forward a bit. So you see this kind of curvature up in here, which is this northern eye wall. But it also has put extra energy in the northern part of the storm, because this is where the winds are kind of screaming aloft. And so they create extra strong thunderstorms up there. So this is where the strongest winds are going to be. The heaviest rain is going to be. Now, talking about rain, when we get to look close up here, you'll see the gap here. Remember the way the winds were blowing. Now they're changing around, because now here the center's down here. So now the winds are coming around here. But they were blowing in that inlet there and blowing into Sarasota Bay here. And so the creek that drains into Sarasota Bay is kind of backed up, and here the water level got up to 11 feet. Normal is about 3 feet here, so about 8 feet of rise. That's not all surge, because they've had almost 8 inches of rain there in Sarasota, so that's trying to come out the creek while the surge is holding it in. So anyway, no doubt serious flooding going on in Sarasota. Down in Naples, into major flood stage now. We're getting into Helene type flood stage there. Same in Fort Myers up the river. But up the river, again, rainwater is trying to get out while surge is coming in. Here in Naples, we're right there on the Gulf, on the beaches there, right at the Naples Pier. So this is direct surge coming in now, and that we expect to even continue to go up as we're getting landfall here is imminent. 93-mile-per-hour gusts at SRQ. Sarasota Bradenton International is the current gust. Look down here at Punta Gorda, 79. So this whole coastline this is it. It's happening right now. Luckily, we're not at complete high tide, but the tide is coming in. Venice, Englewood, Boca Grande, into Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda area, and then moderate surge farther south, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, and on down to Naples. Flooding in all those areas, but the big flood is going to be between Punta Gorda and Sarasota.
Well, the center of what is a very large Category 3 major hurricane has made landfall in the Sarasota area in Siesta Key. This is just offshore Barrier Island off of Sarasota. This is a Category 3 hurricane, so a major hurricane at landfall with max winds of 120 miles an hour and a very low pressure of 954 millibars. This is really, really low pressure, for this part of Florida. You don't get this, deep of a system coming ashore here very often. And one of the big characteristics of this hurricane at the time of landfall is how sheared and north loaded it is, and its interaction with the front. So this is definitely going to be producing the double-digit storm surge near into the south of where the center has come ashore, and that onshore push is going to continue for quite some time as it's moving off to the east-northeast. But the northern side is really going to be a big story of this, and at landfall, it's got the max winds of 120 miles an hour, but one big concern is that north-loaded part of it is going to make one of the most impactful parts of this, the inland flooding that happens overnight. And because it's north-loaded, with the winds also, it's not just going to be the south side of the area compared to landfall. The northern side is going to be extremely windy, and the interaction with a front is probably going to bring some very gusty winds. We could have gusts up to 100 miles an hour along the I-4 corridor overnight. And so these power outages are only going to mount farther and farther inland. And again, not just to the right-hand side, but to the left-hand side as well. On either side of the path of the center, we're going to have power outages that are perhaps going to last a long, long time. So it's this interaction with the front and the wind shear that has produced what is in the beginning stages of making transition to a post-tropical system. It's obviously still a major hurricane right now, but it definitely has the early characteristics of a big frontal system, almost a southern version of a nor'easter, and a very powerful one. And look at all of those flash flood warnings. We still have the extreme wind warning here in the Tampa Bay area until 9:30. Shelter like you would for a tornado in this area. But we also have a considerable threat flash flood warning. So lowest dry level, most interior room, do not get out on the roads.
Let's check in with Jim Cantori. Jim is down in Charlotte Harbor. Jim, give us an update on what's going on there, because I know you've been watching the water so closely. How much has it come up, and do you have to retreat from that yet?
It's really been a gradual come up, Mike, here, but it's up as high as it was for Helene. And I'm kind of watching those two red bars out there, and you can see how the wind is pushing Charlotte Harbor in here at this time. And remember, we're inside a parking garage. So think about what's happening out there in these low areas in, Port Charlotte, in, Punta Gorda, that are taking on water. So I'm telling you, at first light, you're going to see a whole different animal once we get a chance to get out here. Again, we're in a 4-story parking garage. You can see I'm pretty much standing on the shoreline, if you will. It's probably about 2.5 feet deep at the deepest point there, and then it starts coming up again. But as you can see, we are surrounded by water here. This goes all the way outside. Brad's going to come over here and just kind of dip the camera over so you can see all the water that we've got going on, and that's pretty much the other exit area of this particular parking garage. So we're surrounded. The harbor's on the other side, so the wave action, once you get over here out of the wind a little bit, is not as bad. But turning back into it, you can see the wind coming. Oh, there goes power flash right there. That's the first time we've had one of those. So we're still getting strong tropical storm force as we have been for the last hour. Mike, you're getting the 80 to 100 miles an hour, okay, in that northern eye wall. But on the southern side of this, where we're relatively rain-free, we are still getting strong tropical storm force gusts. And unfortunately, what that has done for Felicia's shot earlier, my shot, is brought the water in. Think about that. When we had Ian, and I was coming to you guys from Punta Gorda, we had offshore wind. That pushed the water out of the harbor, much like Mike's got up in Tampa Bay. And there you go. Power is out. That's all she wrote, all right? But with Helene and now this particular storm, Milton, we're on the dirty side of it, all right? We're watching the water coming in. This Sunseeker where I'm at, God, what is that, guys? That roar going on. They do have a generator. I'm not sure exactly what that powers, but you can see the lights going on and off here. So we are losing power now here in Port Charlotte, and that is certainly one of the eeriest things. And we talked about this. We knew it was going to be a night landfall. We knew it was going to be one of these situations where we're losing power. I believe now we're up around 700,000. We could be even more than that, maybe up toward 750,000 people. That number is only going to go up. We're even getting at Orlando Executive Airport gusts to 60 miles per hour now. So those tropical storm winds are moving into central Florida. All right, they're moving in towards central Florida. This is probably some of the strongest winds that we've gotten, and you can see how things are reacting around here. We're starting to see the power outages take place here into Port Charlotte, and obviously here at the Sunseeker. So we're just coming up the hill. I want to show you guys. All right, we're not out down in the water. This is 4 stories high. This is the second story in through here, which is where our vehicles are parked. This is some 25, 30 feet up and through here.
Other water problem, which is the heavy rainfall, and Chris Warren's here with me too. And Chris, now we're under a flash flood emergency in the Tampa Bay area, in addition to being under the extreme wind warning. So it's the same zone, essentially. It's all of the Tampa metro area, all around the Tampa Bay area. So this flash flood emergency in effect till 2:30 in the morning at least. That's a catastrophic threat for community-wide flooding starting to mount as the rain rates have been several inches an hour. So this is in most of essentially Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, and also into Manatee. And again, it's the same zone that is under the extreme wind warning. So we have to be talking about lowest dry level, most interior room, and this could be a preview of what could happen farther to the east in Orlando as this whole I-4 corridor, Chris Warren, brings that northern side eastward overnight.
And where we're seeing some of the strongest winds and that flash flood emergency, they really go hand in hand, don't they, Dr. Knapp?
Yeah, they do. The northern side is what is so loaded up, and this live view is the kind of the back northwestern side of this hurricane. And this is a good illustration of the combination of where the heaviest rains and the strongest winds are. So, Chris, people need to be taking shelter from the wind in the lowest dry level,
right,
most interior room, because if water's coming into your structure, you don't want to be in that low west level.
So that last camera was just on the south shore of Tampa Bay. This is a little bit farther south here in Venice, Florida. So one was north of Sarasota. This one is south of Sarasota here in Venice. And you can see here, it looks like a neighborhood. There's a mailbox, and that is absolutely water over the roadway. And Dr. Knapp being blown here as well by these strong winds.
Totally opposite sides of the hurricane. Venice is on the south side.
Terrifying tornadoes destroying homes.
Force of nature coming at us.
Fears of what's to come as the deadly monster storm moves through the state.
And tonight, Hurricane Milton is to blame for several deaths in Florida. As St. Lucie County Sheriff's Department says, multiple people are dead. The county hit hard with a tornado outbreak.
The life-threatening impacts of Milton are far, far from over. The hurricane continues to move across the Sunshine State, and tonight, many areas are under a hurricane warning. Good evening, everyone, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson.
And I'm Joyce. Good evening to you. We do have several crews scattered across the state tonight in Fort Myers, Tampa, Wellington, and Broward, covering the impacts of Milton.
We sure do, but first we want to start with NBC6 hurricane specialist John Morales. And John, it's been hours since Milton made its landfall, and it's still packing a punch at this hour?
Boy, it sure is. Now, I want to make clear that this graphic is the landfall graphic. So it was a Category 3 at landfall. Winds were 120 miles per hour. The landfall was in Siesta Key, not far from Sarasota, just down the west coast from Tampa and just up the west coast from Venice. That's the precise location. It had a barometric pressure of 954 millibars. And since then, of course, it's moved inland because that occurred at 8:30 p.m. So at this hour, what we have is, yes, a hurricane packing a punch, like you indicated, because it is still a Category 2 hurricane. 105 mile per hour sustained winds. I've seen some really impressive reports. Wind gusts of 102 miles per hour at the Sarasota Airport, 107 miles per hour in Venice, and sustained winds, and I was really impressed by this, sustained 92 mile per hour winds also in Venice, and that means that the wind averaged 92 miles an hour during an entire minute. So there could have been some much higher gusts in there from this system. So that's where it's at right now. It's moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. At that pace, it should cross and start departing the state around sunrise tomorrow, I would anticipate. But overnight, of course, it's going to spend a lot of hours impacting with wind and rain. And let me tell you, I haven't even touched storm surge, and I will do that in just a second. But the windstorm is going to be damaging in far inland locations, and the rain is particularly damaging right now in areas around Tampa and north of the I-4 corridor. The rain is extremely intense. Rain rates of 5 inches per hour have already been recorded. Now, keep in mind, I'm not saying 5 inches of total rainfall accumulation. I'm telling you that it rains 5 inches per hour, and it's still raining in that area. So the flooding is certainly going to be a big problem. And of course, we have the flooding coming in from the ocean. We interviewed on one of the streaming platforms here of NBC6 just after landfall the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome. And Jamie Rome indicated that he is extremely confident that storm surge depths of 9 to 13 feet were achieved in the area between Sarasota down to Venice and further down the coast as you head towards Charlotte Harbor, where Port Charlotte is located. So with that type of inundation, the devastation in such a densely populated area is sure to be widespread, because keep in mind, we've had a lot of these hurricanes make landfall here in the Big Bend, which is sparsely populated, and not between Tampa and Fort Myers. There's a lot of things in harm's way, and that is surely going to start showing up tomorrow in terms of the catastrophe that Hurricane Milton certainly has been.
And look at this. New images into the NBC6 newsroom tonight show the extent of the damage caused by tornadoes in St. Lucie County. A gas station there just obliterated. County officials say fallen trees are blocking some of the roads, and windows have just been blown out of the home. Residents say it sounded like a freight train when those tornadoes roared through.
Yeah, Lorena Inclán shows us the damage the tornadoes left behind by a tornado that touched down in Palm Beach County.
Palm Beach County also feeling the effects of Milton. We encountered some blocked roads here because of downed power lines and debris, but we also received videos from viewers who say they saw a tornado touching down. Large tree limbs blocked lanes in the Wellington area Wednesday night as Hurricane Milton makes its way across Florida. But earlier in the day, this is what neighbors saw from their front doors. A witness captured a tornado crossing a roadway. When it was all done, this was the aftermath left in its wake. Video sent to the NBC6 newsroom shows several vehicles damaged, homes with visible damage to roofs and other areas, and large trees toppled over. The winds so powerful it lifted entire vehicles, flipping this one and slamming it against a house. NBC6 has confirmed about 10 injuries, but no reported deaths in Wellington. The National Weather Service will now need to assess the damage to see where the tornadoes in Palm Beach County fell on the EF scale ratings. Once the sun comes out tomorrow, we will get a better idea of just how much damage is in this area, but certainly neighbors here will have a cleanup on their hands. Reporting from Wellington, Lorena Inclán, NBC6 News.
Well, law enforcement across the state has been keeping people safe from Hurricane Milton.
But not even first responders are immune to the threat of a tornado. The St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office says a tornado tore through one of its facilities at their headquarters in Fort Pierce. They say it only took just seconds for that twister to level a steel storage building. The good news? No deputies were injured. However, as we've told you earlier, deaths have been confirmed in St. Lucie County.
Let's check in now with our Chief Certified Meteorologist, Betty Davis, with the latest on Milton's path right now, Betty.
Yes, and everything happening all at once with Milton, the winds, the storm surge, the very heavy rainfall. Here is the latest from the National Hurricane Center with the new full advisory. Winds of 105 miles per hour. Those are the maximum sustained winds. So it's still weakening as it's interacting with land, but it's still a hurricane, a Category 2 hurricane moving east-northeast at 16 miles per hour. Now moving farther away from places like Sarasota. It's 100 miles west-southwest of Cape Canaveral, and the forecast track takes it on through that central part of Florida, moving offshore Thursday morning. So it's still going to be a long night in Florida, though one thing we are noting on the Doppler radar, the rainfall, the intense rains that Tampa was dealing with, a lot of that now starting to shift into the central part of the state. However, Tampa and a lot of the north central Florida area is under a flash flood warning. And as far as the winds go, you'll notice that the winds in Tampa are gusting to 85 miles per hour, sustained at 52. So as we bring in our hurricane specialist and storm surge expert Michael Lowry. Michael, it's nice to see that heavy, I guess, part of the eye wall, the rain bands are starting to scoot out of the Tampa area, but they're not quite done with Milton. The backside of this still has to get through.
stinging backside, Betty. Yeah, and we're seeing pictures even tonight of the roof at Tropicana Field being shredded by the high winds of this. Take a look at the radar right now. This was a multi-hazard hurricane. It was sort of a pick your poison wherever you are in the state. We had all of those tornadoes, Betty, that started the day over here on the East Coast, supercell-like tornadoes. The Weather Service, they haven't put out this many tornado warnings in a single day since the big tornado outbreak in 2011. And then we had the storm surge. You, of course, heard from Janice, where she was in Sarasota in this area. And now we're dealing with the heavy rain here across the I-4 corridor from Tampa, now going into Orlando. So a lot of people getting major impacts in different places. It's sort of a matter of where you are. When you look at the gusts right now, most of our stations have kind of gone silent right now because of those strong winds taking many of them down. But we did have gusts over 100 miles per hour in Tampa proper with this. Sarasota, the winds have died down a little bit because the eye is moving and the eye wall is moving to the east. So as Janice was saying, the storm surge gradually coming down. It's not a quick process whatsoever. But those winds, when they immediately shifted to the west, that's when we saw all of that storm surge coming into parts of the west coast there from Sarasota down to Venice, even down to Punta Gorda. Look at these rainfall estimates that we have in the Tampa area right now. Over 14 inches of rain. And this rain came very, very quickly. 5 inches of rain was recorded in an hour. That's as high of a rain rate as you'll ever see anywhere. And that brought upon, of course, by a hurricane. Only a hurricane can bring that sort of rainfall in such a short amount of time. Let's talk about the storm surge very quickly. We don't have many gauges, I should say, in the areas that were hardest hit, but down to the south in Fort Myers, moderate and major flooding. Into Naples, these are sort of a flooding that you would expect to see maybe once every 30 years, and we just seem to be getting them every week with the hurricanes this year. But look to the north of where the center came ashore. These waters actually were pushed out of Tampa Bay. This shows you just how close this came to pushing that really catastrophic storm surge right into Tampa Bay. But just to the areas of the south, as Janice was saying, Longboat Key, Siesta Key, we haven't really seen the worst of it, but those areas being hard affected, as were areas down to Venice and into Charlotte Harbor. You can see 10 to 15 inches of rainfall here that we are expecting mainly to the north of the track. The south of the track was the storm surge, and that's going to produce the flooding issues as we go into the early mornings tomorrow. So this really having everything with it, Calvin and Nicole.
So it's been a fierce windstorm in Tampa tonight, and certainly not over, maybe getting just a little bit better. Let's take a look, first of all, at the radar. You notice the widespread flash flood warnings across parts of central Florida up into the northeast part of the state. Those the two pink polygons there are the flash flood emergencies in effect in Tampa and also to the north and to the east. We'll discuss that in just a moment. Looking at the winds right now, gusting to 79, although that observation has been the same for a while now, so it may be that that anemometer has been knocked out. That is often the case. It can either be power or it can be the instrumentation failing. Whatever the case, when you see the same thing after a while, you know that something's going on. Certainly so there in Brooksville and Zephyr Hills, where we're not getting readings anymore. Now gusting to 63 in Leesburg, 66 in Daytona Beach. And then as we get down into Tampa, still now gusting to 78 miles per hour there in Tampa. Look at that, St. Petersburg gusting to 87 miles per hour. So even on the backside of this thing, we're still getting incredibly strong wind. That is easily enough wind to cause a lot of problems. We've got major power outages, of course, already, but we're actually getting into the realm of starting to see structural damage with that level of wind, roofs coming off, widespread tree damage, power line damage. It's going to be a very, very long night here in western and central parts of Florida. And this is a look at the velocity data. And so this is showing you the objects, the rainfall as it's coming into the radar and the velocity. And so you can very clearly see where there's a wind coming around here and towards the radar. That line is indicating the break point where it's going from away to coming into the radar. And as we zoom into that, get a little bit closer, this is, basically right down at the level of the radar. So this is giving you a pretty true sense of what the wind actually is. And look at that. That's an inbound velocity of 84 miles per hour. That is just off into the bay there, just a little east of MacDill in Tampa Bay. So just incredibly strong winds continuing across the Tampa Bay metro. Again, flash flood warning in effect until 2:30 in the morning. The rainfall rates have at least come down, so that is helpful, but the damage has been done here. And so we've had 14 inches of rain on the high end, about a foot of rain farther northward in this huge flash flood emergency that is in effect for Hillsborough and Pasco, Polk counties. Rainfall rates are still very heavy near Wesley Chapel and Zephyr Hills and north of I-4, Lakeland, Plant City. Certainly a really tough night in terms of that flood threat, and also a flash flood warning here in Orlando, Lake Orange, and Seminole counties. We've got a long, long way to go with the rainfall in the east central part of the state. That's going to be going on for quite some time as that that center of the storm slowly works up and across I-4. So there is a high risk of flash flooding tonight that extends from Tampa and along I-4 and into Orlando and up into the northeast part of the state. Certainly, it's going to be a really tough night in terms of high water.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Milton. We're going to jump in here and talk about the home of Tampa Bay Rays taking a direct hit from Milton. The roof getting torn off in the fierce winds. WTSP reporter Miranda Parnell gives us a look at the damage after Milton finally moved out.
We're in downtown St. Petersburg in front of Tropicana Field, and we know that this is not just a landmark for the St. Pete area. It's for the entire Tampa Bay area, something you can see from such a far off distance. But I want to move out of the way so you can take a look behind me and look at this structure right now. Tropicana Field, the top blown completely off, just showing the power of that storm as Hurricane Milton moved through our area. And we know that this is not the only place that saw damage. First responders are still trying to assess different areas in our community, and they are still working to reach people who are trapped in their homes. But they're asking folks to stay off the roadways until further notice. We can tell you, as we've been moving about this morning, there's been debris everywhere, trees down. They say that there are power lines that are down. So they're asking folks to stay off the roadways because it's still dangerous. We know that in Treasure Island, they said that they saw winds reach over 100 miles per hour throughout the night, and they've already seen 13 inches of rain. That was just a few minutes ago. So first responders are still working to assess what happened out here. But again, Tropicana Field is just an example of the power of that storm. We're going to continue to look around our area and assess the situation ourselves. Reporting in downtown St. Petersburg, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay, reporting for the Weather Channel.
And just one element of Milton was the wind. The other was the rainfall, and that rain came down hard and fast in plenty of places. St. Petersburg, right now the leader, right, one of the things you don't want to lead in, right? Flooding rainfall, 17.24 inches. Clearwater Beach coming in at 14 or just over 14, Baskin at 13, Seminole about 10, and also Pinellas Park also at about 10 inches. So it was really right in this area in pink where we saw some of the heaviest rain, some of those totals close to 1.5 feet in spots. Got to imagine somebody's going to be close to 1.5 feet, maybe a little bit more. And the flood watches, all right? So the watches mean the potential for flooding when you get warnings or advisories or even flash flood emergencies. What we had down here near Tampa and St. Pete, that's when you need to take action. And just because your warnings have gone away and the flash flood emergency has gone away here doesn't mean there's not still flooding going on. Most of the new flooding further northeast of Orlando and Daytona Beach, where at this point some of the heaviest rain is coming down. The radar showing that, also showing the eastern side of the center merging now out over the western Atlantic and start to pull away as the evolution here of the storm coming in, like you said, right around 8:30 as a Cat 3 and weakening, pushing onshore, continuing to weaken as it does, but still strong winds, seen some 80+ mile per hour gusts even on the east coast around Daytona Beach. And as we had said, not only is the center pulling away, some of this rainfall too. So this is good news, not that we're not going to have some leftover showers on the backside, but it's really been loaded to the north and the northwest. So really that quadrant of the hurricane and eventually tropical storm, it seems to be where we've had some of the heaviest rain, and believe it or not, some of the stronger winds too. Notice, and usually you'd say with a hurricane, it is the northeast quadrant where some of the strongest winds are, but we are void of even precipitation. Not saying the winds aren't gusting, but we've seen some of the strongest here back on the backside where, as I just mentioned, I think I saw 84 miles per hour at Daytona Beach. So the winds have been ripping and the rain's adding up. And we also got water coming in from the Atlantic and a surge threat here too. So here's your warning, right? So this is where we say you take action, right? Flash flood warning, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties, Daytona Beach in that, Orlando's in that. But notice too, even in Orlando, you're seeing your rain taper off. Heavier rainfall right around Daytona Beach on I-95 soon over the next few hours. We should see that start to fade away a bit. Flagler, Marion, and Putnam counties, this is radar indicated flash flood warning. Again, if you are in this area, flooding imminent or is occurring. But again, you're seeing the rain and some of the heaviest rain just offshore, trying to get onshore, but it looks like it's having a tendency to weaken here as it runs into the shoreline. But as we go through and take a look further west, you notice that the rain's diminishing on the backside. To the south, there's hardly anything. Doesn't mean you're not going to get any showers, but there will be some. But the worst will be further north. The winds are gusting right now. Orlando to 55, Sanford to 67 now. And there you go. Look at Daytona Beach now. Has gusted to 87 miles per hour. So windy, rainy over the next few hours. But continue to see the winds calm down as we get in and around places like Tampa and St. Pete. Carl?
Well, we have some new video in from Daytona Beach, Florida. Milton's winds blasting the area. This is a spot where we have been consistently seeing winds gusting up and over 70 miles per hour. And in fact, within the last hour, gusting over 80 miles per hour. You know, part of what's happening here is you've got an easterly wind that is coming off the ocean, so there's no friction. And the result is that you get a much stronger wind than you would get if it was coming from an area that was over land. So here you see the current advisory on the hurricane. It is now a Category 1, 85 mile per hour storm, and it is moving towards the northeast at 18 miles per hour. So it has made its way all the way across the state of Florida as a hurricane. It is now 10 miles to the northeast of Cape Canaveral, and so the center is now just offshore. So we will see lingering effects, mostly in terms of rain and wind in northeast Florida, and also surge along the northeast Florida coast, as well as into Georgia and parts of South Carolina. We'll talk more about all of that coming up in a few minutes.
Again, the system continues to pull away. So when you're dealing with all that wind, then of course we're going to have those power outages. And with that said, when you have those gusts that high, it's going to take a while for the bucket trucks to actually get out there because they can't work in that. So it's going to take some time. So you definitely have to be patient. You heard Felicia talking about being patient. Florida outages, the customers up to about 3.4. Hillsborough, you are leading that. And of course, you don't want to lead anything, especially when you're talking about the winds being this high and the power being out. But we can see how the storm started as it's getting closer to us, and then that's when you start to see the power outages beginning to go up. And right now, they haven't really gone down, so we're going to continue to monitor this through the morning hours and start to see if things go down. But right now, we still do have about 3.4 million customers without power. We're talking about the winds, and those are those straight line winds. Let's talk about some of those tornadic winds, because boy, was that front page news yesterday too, Alex.
It really was, right? During the late morning, afternoon hours, we saw these tornado warnings fire up, and we saw a lot of video coming out as well of some of the tornadoes. Look at this. I mean, dark, ominous skies. You can clearly see that lower hanging. Is that the entire tornado rotating there? Well, more than likely that's the case here. Tough to see if it's reaching all the way down towards the ground, but no doubt a scary, scary sight there. This is around Vero Beach yesterday, and we had some damage also showing up as well as we worked our way over towards Stuart, Florida. Some homes there damaged by a suspected tornado, and you can clearly see that showing up there. Tough to tell what type of homes these are, but certainly some structures that sustained damage. You can see some of the debris that's there as well, again, in Stuart, Florida there. Fort Pierce, that's another spot that also took it on the chin when it came to some of these tornadoes. And this is now some live video from our very own Charles Peak, who's been tracking the storms, and this is now looking from the sky, aerial footage here, and my goodness, you can clearly see roofs of homes. Looks like, I'm not sure what in that general area there. It just almost looks like something exploded. Unfortunately, here in the county, 4 people now confirmed dead, at least 4 people. So a deadly tornado here coming through the Fort Pierce area, and you can see some of this damage. So we're starting to get now this first bit of light here, this first part of the day, now getting a chance to see what was left behind here from some of these storms and the damage that they produced. Just incredible, some of these tornadoes that ended up being pretty large and clearly destructive tornadoes that we saw well to the east of Milton. That was working its way into the eastern Gulf of Mexico. These tornadoes on the East Coast, the video that you're seeing there, Fort Pierce there on the East Coast. So overall, very, very active day. These are all of the different warnings that showed up. In all, about 125 tornado warnings that were issued by the National Weather Service offices here in Central and South Florida for yesterday. Again, all because of Milton. These tornadoes would not have fired up if not for Milton. These tropical cyclones come in, they bring that risk as they create an environment that's conducive for tornadoes to spin up. And unfortunately, that's what we saw. Some tropical cyclones don't produce a ton of tornadoes, some do. And this is one of those that did. At least 38 reports of tornadoes showing up. And you can see some of those. A couple here on the West Coast, but a vast majority showing up here from the central areas and on off towards the east, around Lake Okeechobee, and then right along the East Coast as well. Again, at least 38 reports. National Weather Service offices, they'll be heading out, of course, doing some damage surveys. They'll figure out exactly what occurred, rate those tornadoes, and of course, we will relay that to you as soon as that occurs. But this was the radar picture here as we worked away from the morning into the afternoon, and those were the storms that flared up here again late morning into that afternoon period. At this point, this is 5 o'clock now, and we had already had a number of tornado reports. But look at where Milton was, still back here, and wasn't making landfall for another 3 hours or so. Didn't make landfall until 8:30 there around Siesta Key. So we had the tornado action here well out ahead of the landfall, and then of course it crossed the peninsula and now is working its way off the East Coast in the Atlantic and should continue to push farther and farther away there. But just a number of reports showing up here for you. Again, with the blues, those are the wind reports. The red, those are the tornado reports that showed up. And we had quite a few here in and around Fort Pierce. Some of the different alerts here showing up in terms of the reports. Lakewood Park, that's the spot that saw multiple reports of a large and destructive tornado with significant damage. Indian River Estates had reports of multiple cars being flipped over there, trees down, power lines down, as well as some of that roof damage. And again, we're getting some of the pictures now showing you what's going on there in the aftermath here of the tornadoes in and around Fort Pierce. Our Charles Peak showing some of the drone video here. So aerial footage showing you here. Look at that home. That, I mean, it just looks like it was literally a bomb just blew up and destroyed that home. But as the camera pans around, you can see you get to some areas where there's not as much damage showing up there. And then look at that. You get an area where you've got more damage showing up. So you can kind of get a picture here, at least on the screen. Right across the middle is generally what we're finding in terms of where the worst of the tornado damage happened here in and around Fort Pierce. But you pan around and you go maybe 1 or 2 homes over and not much damage shows up. And so this is the type of thing that we can see with these tornadoes as they fire up. And unfortunately, this home right there that you see was truly destroyed. And we'll be looking at more pictures here from other areas because this wasn't the only spot that saw tornadoes fire up there. But this, again, is in Fort Pierce on the east coast of Florida. Milton came in on the west coast, and these tornadoes fired up there. So again, we're looking at on this Charles Peak video as the camera continues to pan up a bit. There's another home there on the top of your screen that sustained damage, but you look towards the top of the screen and back off towards the left, not much damage showing up there. So yeah, it's just incredible what these tornadoes can do and how they kind of pick and choose the areas where they do the most damage there.
All right, and as today goes on, we will continue to see images of the damage Milton left behind. 7 Skyforce is up above at Palm Beach Gardens this morning. Ralph Rayburn is there with what we're seeing. Ralph, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we just focused on the flag being raised here on a flagpole. This is Palm Beach Gardens, and as we bring the camera back out, you're going to see pretty destructive winds came through here. Last night here, there were reports of tornadoes, and you can see there the roof of that particular house right there, and then somebody's shed in the foreground here. And then as we bring the camera around, almost anywhere we pointed out here, you're going to see either cleanup crews or people outside doing surveys, taking into what's happened out here. This is 87th Street North and Coconut Road Drive right here. And you can see a flipped over trailer in someone's front yard right here. Cleanup crews, backhoes. Across the street from them, you've got the same situation here with the generator running in the front yard. And as we bring the camera over here a little bit farther, you'll see that there are trees down, debris all over the place. Here's an RV that flipped over on its side at some point overnight here, and trees down on somebody's house. And then just to give you a idea of the scope of the damage that was caused, it was reported tornadoes in this area here. So this is North Lake Boulevard here. It's a lot of area that's under development, including the construction of a shopping center here that has a Publix in it. And you can see right here, they had just striped the driveway there and the roadways for this Publix to open, or to get ready to open here, and the roof sustained severe damage here, collapse pretty much about 2/3 of the roof collapsed. The police department is here in the parking lot here. As you can see, they've been doing patrols, and they're using this as a little base of operations right here. And again, this area is what's called North Lake Boulevard. It is way western Palm Beach Gardens all the way out here. So I'll bring the camera back out here and just give you an idea. You can see all the development that's going on out here, and then you look out there, and that would take you all the way out to US 27 if you continued all the way out in that direction there. So a lot of destruction in this area, referencing the Hurricane Milton and the byproduct of it with the tornadoes that occurred. So as we do our survey out here, when we find something else, we'll bring it back to you. That's our story here in Skyforce HD. I'm Ralph Braden reporting live.
All right, Ralph, and from Palm Beach Gardens now to the West Coast, where a beautiful island is now left in ruins. Hurricane Milton battering Matlacha, and now locals there are working alongside officials to clean up the mess. Take a look at what it looks like this morning. Intense wind gusts and torrential rain causing power lines to fall yesterday. The monster storm scattering debris across roadways and bending palm trees there on this island. New video from the morning showing empty streets, which reflects just how serious residents took evacuations orders there. By the way, this is a barrier island very close to Fort Myers, and at this hour, Lee County deputies are currently assessing damage here in the area and looking for those who may need to be rescued.
And as we've seen all morning, conditions in Tampa are not much different. Roadways in Hillsborough County are now turned into rivers. Storm surge completely covering parts of this highway. The local sheriff's office is asking residents to stay home and avoid streets as much as they can. Meanwhile, car dealerships in the area are now racking up a list of car problems. The monster storm flooding out hundreds of new vehicles, eventually making them tough to sell. And down trees, of course, that's also a factor here. Only part of the problem in Tampa right now. This home you see now damaged from an uprooted tree. No word yet if anyone was hurt in this incident.
Much more on Milton's aftermath coming up right after this break.
But first, let's take another look at the traffic on Alligator Alley this morning. You see all those cars heading back west. People from the West Coast after they evacuated Milton's path. Many returning home this morning to assess the damage left behind from the powerful storm. We have teams on the ground this morning as they continue to survey the damage. We also have teams in the air and Hurricane Milton's aftermath. We'll bring you more of that after the break. Stay with us.
I know, Kevin, it's hard to say. We still have more of hurricane season to go, but it ends November 30th.
Yeah, I was talking to Rob Bradley downstairs here just a handful of minutes ago, and we were talking about Nicole and how that came down as we went into the beginning part of November back in 2022. So a good reminder, we still have a ways to go as we talk about this tropical season. And when you talk about the tropical outlook, yeah, there's Milton there spinning off the coast. We've now got Leslie down to a Category 1. That's the good news. The bad news is we got another wave that we're watching emerging off the west coast of Africa. It's up to a 20% shot at development. It's been a rough season, folks. Hang on. We're still not done just yet. Could be looking at another system here. Nadine would be the next named system if we do get that. Keep it here. We've got the latest on all things Milton and the recovery effort all throughout the morning.
And many people trapped as that hurricane passed through the state. A Local 10 Syra Onwer is in our newsroom now with the latest on the search and rescue operations underway right now.
Christy and Alexis, Floridians who sought refuge in shelters or hunkered down in their homes are getting a first look at the destruction, while others are actively being rescued. Governor DeSantis says 9,000 National Guardsmen have been mobilized to respond to the storm, along with 1,400 search and rescue first responders. Rescue efforts underway from the overnight hours and well into Thursday after Milton pummeled the Gulf Coast. Teams navigating high floodwaters to help people onto rescue boats, getting them out of hurricane-ravaged homes and to safety.
But I'm just glad we're out and to safety and to where we can charge up our phones because I don't have any power because my family is probably wondering where I'm at.
In Clearwater, a Pinellas County Sheriff's vehicle takes previously stranded residents through the high water that inundated the coastal town streets. A sheriff's office rescue boat takes a family with a small child from their flooded home to dry land. A woman spotted on her balcony, unable to access the lower floor of her flooded apartment building. Rescuers wade through chest-high water to get to her and her neighbors. Tampa police sharing this video of officers entering a home to rescue a family from their house after a tree crashed through their roof. And this video is just into our newsroom. Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies were patrolling by boat near Tampa this morning when they came across a 14-year-old boy who was floating in the water. He was hanging onto part of a fence to stay above the water. There he is there. You can see that boat approaching him. That's right. This happened again near Tampa. They're helping him on there. There we go. We know that he is supposed to be okay. Really heroic efforts going on at this moment. There are also 50,000 linemen on hand to help restore power to the millions who are now without electricity. That's the latest from the newsroom. Syra Onwer, Local 10 News.
Boy, is that powerful. Okay, thanks so much, Syra. A Major League Baseball stadium was among the many buildings damaged by Hurricane Milton out in St. Petersburg overnight. Milton's powerful winds ripping off the roof at Tropicana Stadium. That's home, of course, to the Tampa Bay Rays. The field was going to be the staging area for hundreds of National Guardsmen and electrical workers, but some really good news there. They weren't there at the time, and no reports of any injuries. And the hurricane's strong winds caused a construction crane to collapse into a high-rise building also in St. Pete. This happened when authorities warned there just wasn't enough time to secure that building. It had been under construction for about 2 years. No one thankfully hurt there either. Milton has already moved offshore after passing through Florida.
And here's Weather Authority meteorologist Brandon Orr with a look at your tropical update. Brandon, we are done with Milton, right?
Yeah, I think things are winding down. Any of the damage has been done at this point. It's search and rescue and cleanup. It doesn't even look like a hurricane anymore.
No.
It's yeah, you don't see an eye or anything. It's losing its tropical characteristics. So soon we're not even going to call this a hurricane. It'll be post-tropical, just moving. It's going to be very strong, but moving over the open waters of the Atlantic and kicking out of North America. So it is now offshore. We're doing much better. There's still some winds there along the Space Coast. I've seen close to 40 miles per hour. We're getting some gusts right now in Fort Lauderdale to 30 miles per hour. So a little bit breezy, but we can handle that breeze. We're doing just fine down here in South Florida. Mostly dry today. A couple small little sprinkles down there into the Keys. Wind is kind of the main story this afternoon for those winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. That's not damaging type of winds. It's more nuisance type of winds. Wind advisory is out for the coastline at least until 4 o'clock. You can definitely tell where most of the damage has been done just by looking at the mass amount of counties that have no power. Some of these darker red counties are nearly completely out. Nearly 3.5 million customers across the state without power right now. Even here in South Florida, Palm Beach County, or at least earlier this morning, had nearly 70,000 without power. I think they cut that in half recently, and that's because they had stronger winds up there. Look at Palm Beach County, gusted to 92 miles per hour in Palm Beach Gardens, although there was a tornado that went almost directly overhead of that sensor, so that's why it gusted a little bit higher. West Palm Beach itself did not have any tornadoes, but we did see a wind gust close to hurricane force there at 72 miles per hour. For us, we had a couple of locations that gusted a little over 50, but that's how close those stronger winds came to reaching us here in South Florida. Of course, we all had that tornado threat. 125 tornado warnings. Look at all the polygons that cover, especially the southern half of the peninsula, anywhere from down into the Everglades there in Miami-Dade all the way up to nearly Orlando. 38 tornado reports. It's not going to be until next week before we get a final tornado count, especially some of these like this one up in St. Lucie County, which was just massive. Typically, you get smaller tornadoes, not these huge tornadoes that are demolishing buildings like that. So just incredible to see, and we get a day or two to clean up, and we don't have anything moving our way in your tropical update at least over the next 7 days. Leslie is still out there, one area off the coast of Africa, nothing moving in our direction. We'll focus on some lower humidity coming in for at least part of the weekend, Christy. That's coming up.
Okay, it actually felt a little nicer outside today. And as residents head back home following Milton, many drivers are experiencing a lot of traffic. Drivers are at a standstill this afternoon as they're driving toward I-75 west of the Sawgrass Expressway.
Got some new video to share with you of the widespread damage from Hurricane Milton.
This is storm surge.
Yes, absolutely. So water inundating roads. Jim Cantori was there earlier today giving us a look. You know, he said some of the newer homes, they are up, they are elevated, but these are obviously, you know, homes that were built a while ago. And so unfortunately now they've got water encroaching into and up to. He was showing us the water line on some of those.
And you got to remember that a lot of these homes are many, many miles from the Gulf front because the Charlotte Harbor, the bay, allows the Gulf of Mexico to push water all the way into those areas that you think you don't live anywhere near the Gulf. How could this happen? But
well, exactly. You always say, though, you don't have to live with a view of the Gulf for the Gulf to come to you. And unfortunately, that's exactly what Milton did.
Or in a big, big way, with water levels getting higher than in Helene in a lot of spots. And in between Punta Gorda and Tampa Bay, that's where the highest storm surge was. And we won't know for a little while just how high the surge flooding got. But it seems pretty likely it got into the double digits above ground as forecast. This is a post-tropical hurricane force Milton now. It's post-tropical because now it is a frontal low pressure system, but still a large and powerful one at that. At least it is moving away. Now, because it is still producing tropical storm conditions right near the coast, at least in Gus, Hurricane Center's continuing advisories and continuing that tropical storm warning, northeast Florida and the coast of Georgia for just a little while longer. And then inland from there, we've got wind advisories because we can be gusting over 30 miles an hour, as we definitely have been for a little while longer. Look at how Columbia, South Carolina gusting to 25, Tallahassee gusting to 23. So it's not devastating winds, but we're still gusting over 30 in a lot of spots. And even down to southeast Florida, gusting to 30 because we're on the western side of this large system. Now, on the north side of that, we're still pushing the Atlantic Ocean toward the coastline. And over the next couple of hours, we're heading toward high astronomical tide. So one more tide cycle to go through saltwater flooding that could be 3 feet or more above normally dry ground. And we're just adding to the problems, Alex, inside the St. Johns River Basin area. And with all the rain that has fallen, river flooding is going to be an increasing problem the next couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, our Mike Bettis has been tracking the story there in Hillsborough County outside of Tampa. Mike, you know, you look at these streets just littered with the debris from Helene and knowing what these folks have been through, not just this season, but it was truly a 2-week span that brought all this.
Yeah. You know, you can't recover from a hurricane in a blink of an eye. It just doesn't happen, right? When you have several feet of storm surge, record-setting storm surge in this area, and you see all the debris, both sides of the street here, it's not magically going to go away, and in 2 weeks you can't be fully recovered from a hurricane. It just doesn't work that way, right? And so the poor folks that are still cleaning up from that and trying to recover from that, and that process has literally just begun for them, really. Then they board up again, and they evacuate because they're in an evacuation zone, and they leave because of Martin. They come back. They've got flooded neighborhood. Once again, that water is receding. Good to see it for a few areas where the water is still remaining, but ultimately you just feel for them. I mean, your heart breaks for them, what they've had to go through here in the last 2 weeks when they've literally gone decades with nothing. Literally nothing. So you want to talk about unlucky. That's what they're doing here in Tampa and right here in this neighborhood. Unfortunately, you know, there are a lot of areas where we've had some damage. We had some really strong winds. There are a lot of areas where we have some water that remains standing here in the Tampa area. 3.2 million customers do not have electricity right now, so it's going to take some time to get all of that restored as well. They're working on the traffic signals right now, identifying which traffic signals don't work. That's most of them in Hillsborough County at this point. A very exhausting time, you know, for people that have to live through it. For first responders that have to respond to another hurricane, unfortunately. And we talked to some residents that live in this neighborhood. They evacuated during both hurricanes, and they're just coming back today, finding their neighborhood, of course, again, underwater. And to them, they say it's truly been exhausting.